capital. At this stage, the physical body is both physical body and Atman. Unquote, from the Spiritual Hierarchies in the Physical World, Reality and Illusion, page 68. Buddhi is the sixth aspect of the sevenfold human being, or life spirit, the transformed etheric body. Manas is also referred to as spirit self, the fifth aspect of the sevenfold human being, contained in the transformed astral human body. See also Theosophy, pages 50 to 56. End of footnote. We do not yet possess it, the spirit body. We do not yet possess it through our own development. It still has to be lent to us by the surrounding spiritual world. It is lent to us without any conscious participation on our part. Later, in a still far distant future, we will develop it through our own effort. It is spirit body, or Atman, then, that pervades and suffuses the etheric body. And what does it do in the etheric body? We are not yet in a position to harbor our own spirit body, or Atman. At the present time, it is still a superhuman element within us. This superhuman element, this Atman, expresses itself in that it contracts the etheric body, indeed, even cramps it together. If we want to borrow a picture from the outer sense world, we might say that it could be compared to the frosty effect of cold. What will one day be the highest human member, for which we are still too immature, cramps us together. The result of the cramping is that the astral body is as though squeezed out, and to the degree that the etheric body is compressed, the physical body too experiences tension. Frosty tensions arise in it. It is as though one were to squeeze out a sponge. The astral body seeks breathing room and is then pressed out. Processes in the astral body are feeling experiences, experiences of pleasure and aversion, joy and pain, and so on. It is this process of being pressed out that makes itself evident in us as the life sense, in feelings of freedom, energy, or faintness, for example. Now let us take a further step upward. We talked of the self-movement sense as the second sense. Again, something is at work in the etheric body that we do not consciously possess. The etheric body is filled, saturated like a sponge filled with water, and the saturating element is the life spirit, or buddhi, that we will eventually develop of ourselves. The spiritual world has lent it to us for the time being. Buddhi, or the life spirit, works differently from the spirit body. Its effect is to establish a state of balance in the astral body, reminiscent of still water. Balance in the etheric body and then in the physical body brings about balance in the astral body. When this balance is disturbed by some external agency, it seeks to restore itself. If in making some motion imbalance is created, balance is restored. Let us say that we stretch a hand out. An astral current flows back in the opposite direction. That is the case in every movement of our organism. Any change of physical position calls forth in the organism an opposing astral streaming. This happens when we blink our eyes or move our legs. The sense of our own motion is experienced in this inwardly felt restoring of balance in the astral body. Next comes a third element that can pervade the etheric body. This element, spirit self, or manas, is also one that we are currently only faintly conscious of, although our developmental task is to become aware of it. It therefore works differently on the etheric body than life spirit does. Its effect is to expand the etheric body, bringing about a situation that is the direct opposite of what was characterized as the frost produced by the life sense. The effect of manas on the etheric body might be likened to an influx or warmth into a space. Something resembling a current of warmth is set streaming into the etheric body by manas, causing an elastic expansion in it. This brings about a thinning process in the astral body, but without pressing it out, so that it is able to remain in the expanding etheric body. Whereas the sensation experienced with the life sense is based on the pressing out of the astral body, what we have called the static sense, or sense of balance, originates in the expanding of the etheric body, which gives the astral body inwardly more space. The astral body is then not so compressed, it grows thinner. This thinning of the astral body and ether bodies enables physical matter too somehow to stretch and expand itself. Whereas Atman's effect is to cramp the physical body, and that of Buddhi to maintain it in a state of balance, that of Manas is to relieve pressure on it. And since the etheric body expands, the physical body is able to push out tiny particles of its being at certain places. That is the origin of the 3 small semicircular ear canals, standing in perpendicular relationship to one another, corresponding to the 3 directions of space. They might be called distensions of the physical substance of the body. Similar organ formations arise in a great variety of ways, as new creations, marvelous structures that owe their existence to a relieving of pressure from outside rather than to being pushed out from within. Owing to the fact that the astral body is able to expand further, it can enter into relationship with the outer world, with which it must establish balance. If that were not to happen, people would stand at an angle or might even fall over. There is no such necessity in the case of the first 2 senses, but the 3rd sense has the task of establishing balance. When we strive to enter somewhere, we must do it in the way possible for us. For instance, in space we must orient ourselves to the 3 directions of space. For that reason, the 3 half-circle canals grow perpendicular to one another in the 3 directions of space. If these organs in the ear are injured, our static sense no longer functions, and we become dizzy or lose consciousness and so forth. Animals, however, descended prematurely into material existence, so that their physical substance is more hardened. Stony structures called otoliths arise within them. They are situated so that they help animals to determine and sense balance. We have now discussed 3 senses in a sequence, progressing, so to speak, from inside outward. The last sense is just on the borderline between what human beings experience inwardly and what we must experience in order to become a part of the outer world. Modern science, which clings to physical facts, has recently had it pushed under its nose to the point of finally having to recognize these 3 areas of our sense organization. Here, too, we must make a sharp distinction between the actual findings of research and the opinions held by group-soul cadres of learned men on the basis of inadequate thinking. They have demonstrated in just this area of science how inevitably the lack of a thread to guide them through the labyrinth leads to error. That lack is a major stumbling block in this case. It has led to comparing organs in the human ear with certain organs in the plant world, where a kind of balance is brought about in the leaning of a plant through the shifting of the position of such particles in it. Because, as a rule, logic leaves modern thinkers in the lurch, just at the moment when a correct view is needed, they sometimes conclude that plants also have a sense of balance. Logic of this sort is based on a standpoint I have repeatedly cited and characterized. There is a certain plant that rolls up its leaves to trap invading insects. The superficial claim is made that this plant must be credited with possessing a corresponding sense. But I am familiar with another object that is able to perform the same function even more competently, and even goes so far as to attract small animals and snap them up, namely the mousetrap. With the same right, then, what is said of the human senses, and then extrapolated to the plant world, could be equally applied to mousetraps. It would be just as ridiculous to apply the same reasoning to a pair of scales, and talk of the scale's sense of balance. Such absurdities are the product of inadequate thinking, that is unable to expand and sufficiently penetrate the real nature of a matter. These are three senses with which science has been concerning itself, but it will learn to understand them only when it finds and makes use of the thread of spiritual science. Only then will it achieve a true understanding of the structure of the human organism, the way it actually is precisely under the effects of the interactions I have described. That requires the development of a spiritual scientific ability to observe and grasp the whole human being from within. Now we come to the sense of smell. It can be asked why the sense that science calls the sense of touch, the one most dealt with, has been left out here. Since there is to be such a limited number of lectures on the senses, some aspects will have to be covered rather sketchily, and much that is said may then sound somewhat paradoxical. The sense of touch has been left out because the way it is usually described is as a fantasy structure and invention of physiology. It cannot be said to exist as such. A whole series of senses can equally well be designated touch senses. There is no such thing as an actual sense of touch. What goes on when we touch something? Let us say that a person takes hold of an object. We can ascribe the entire process to the sense of balance. Pressure exerted on some part of a body upsets its balance, and what takes place does so only within the sense of balance. Exactly the same thing occurs when we put pressure on a table, stroke a velvet surface, or pull a string. Touching calls forth changes in our own state of balance when we press, stroke, pull, and so on. The sense of touch is always to be sought where the sense of balance is active. Science holds the most disastrous views about the touch sense. People speak of pressing without going into the nature of pressing itself. It is something they do not think about. To spiritual scientific observation, however, it raises the question of what kind of disturbance it causes in the sense of balance, and what equalizing adjustment it necessitates in the astral body. We can judge how mistaken it is to view the sense of pressure as an aspect of the sense of touch if we ask why we are not crushed by the huge atmospheric pressure bearing down upon us. If the matter were as ordinarily viewed, there would be tremendous pressure on our bodies. Curious youngsters may ask about this in their physics classes. They are answered with the statement that the pressure from outside and a countering pressure from inside our bodies are equal, and thus balance each other, that human beings are filled with air as their surroundings are, with the result that the two opposing pressures are the same. This maintains balance, and people cannot be crushed. If the child is awake, he or she might object and say, "I have often dived deep into water and been completely surrounded by water, yet was not crushed, in spite of the fact that my body was not completely filled with water. Otherwise I would have drowned." This is an example of the absurdity to which matters lead when they are explained purely externally and materialistically. The fact in this case is that we are involved in an eminently spiritual process when exposed to pressure. We are led right into our astral bodies whenever disturbances of balance require equalizing. When pressure is exerted on any part of us, our balance shifts, and we push the astral body into that compressed part, thus restoring balance. In fact, we let it extend out slightly beyond the part under pressure. There is, so to speak, always a small astral swelling where the body part is pressed. This purely astral equalizing effect is so powerful that it is able to overcome from within the full pressure of the air outside. The spirit is literally palpable here. It just isn't noticed. Now, what happens with the sense of smell? The organism is involved here with something of which we are more closely aware than in the case of the other senses, the consciousness soul itself. What spiritual science terms the consciousness soul is brought into operation in the act of smelling. It calls forth at a certain place in the organism a process that is not merely one of thinning or expanding. Here, the astral body extends its influence outward beyond the limits of the organism. Gaseous substance penetrates into the mucous membranes of the nose as we smell, and astral substances simultaneously balance this process by pressing outward in the same measure. When we are engaged in smelling something, these astral substances always desert the organism and plunge into the object. They experience not only in themselves, but in the object too, what we call fragrance, aroma, stench, or whatever. A quote-unquote feeler arises in the astral body through the consciousness soul. The sense of taste functions as it does because the intellectual soul is working on the organism. This soul uses the organ of taste to pour out astral currents and sends them to meet the substances upon the tongue. The process that takes place in smelling is a very special one, for what is streaming out of the astral body in the act of smelling? Nothing other than will-like nature. What we feel inwardly as the will impulse wells up to meet the material flowing in as we smell. Smelling is a process of resisting, a will to repel the influx of matter. Spiritual research can state that such matter is not merely air-like substance, that is only maya, illusion, but rather will flowing in from outside us. Forces of will engage one another when we smell things. The result, as Schopenhauer guessed, is that wills coming from within and from without fight and obstruct each other mutually. Schopenhauer built his philosophy of the will on this notion. Footnote: Arthur Schopenhauer, 1788 to 1860, the German philosopher and author of The Word as Will and Idea, German Die Welt als Wille und Vorstellung. End of footnote. But that is a false metaphysics. His statements about those forces of the will hold true only in the case of smell. Everything else is simply interpreted into it. Just as what pours out through the sense of smell is will-like, what streams out toward foods in tasting as the nature of feeling, and what streams in is likewise of a feeling nature. Feeling interacts with feeling in our tasting. Anything else is simply maya, only an external sign. A feeling reaction functions here as a sense, in that taste is perceived as pleasant or unpleasant, repugnant, and so on. It is not feeling as such that is involved here, just the corresponding interactions of feelings. The next sense we come to is the sense of sight. What works here on the etheric body and streams into it is the sentient soul. What occurs is of a thought-like nature, a thought-like principle prevails. The sentient soul already harbors in itself, though as a subconscious thought, what is conscious in the consciousness soul. In the sentient soul it is a form of thinking that streams outward through the eyes as genuine thought substance. It has a far greater elasticity than the two other substances that stream out through the senses of smell and taste, and for that reason reaches out much further. An astral element really does stream out from the human being to the things. It is not true that ether waves of light enter the eyes and cause them to project an image outward. For that to happen, someone would have to be sitting in the eyes performing the function of projecting images. What a gruesomely superstitious idea this figure doing the projecting is. In a case like this, science, which is so proud of its naturalism, resorts grotesquely to that much despised imagination to help itself. An astral element streams out as thought substance toward a thing and continues until, at some distant point, it encounters resistance in an opposing astral countercurrent. The conflict that ensues between these two astral elements creates the color that we sense on things. It comes into being at the boundary of the thing, where the astrality streaming out of us meets the astrality streaming forth from the object. Color is produced at the border between the interior and the exterior astral elements. It is very strange when one considers, for example, that in the sentient soul there is in fact a subconscious thinking that appears first in the intellectual soul, and that we first become aware of it in the consciousness soul. If we look at something with both eyes, what seem to be two impressions are in fact caused by a kind of thinking that at first is not conscious. If this is to become conscious, then these two thought moments must cooperate. They must make their way from the sentient soul up into the consciousness soul. To illustrate, here are both hands, each of which can sense things on its own. They must intersect, however, if we are to become conscious of the feeling that the one hand senses the other, just as we become truly aware of external objects only when we touch them. If the impressions developed by thinking activity in the sentient soul are to be lifted into consciousness, they must intersect. In the act of seeing, this is a result of the optic nerves in the brain intersecting. This crossing is based on the sentient soul's subconscious thinking being raised into the consciousness soul through such a crossing, so that one soul perceives the work of the other. Thus the physical arises out of the spiritual, and the human being can now be understood down to the finest anatomical details through anthroposophy. The next sense is the sense of warmth. Here again is something that, through its effects on human beings, mediates the sense of warmth. This is the sentient body. It activates its astral substance and allows it to stream outward to enable us to experience warmth. This occurs when we are able to send our astral substance outward without being hindered in the act. We don't feel warmed in the bathtub if the water surrounding us is at body temperature. If both are equal, we can't absorb warmth from the water. Only when we stream out warmth, or when it can stream into us from outside, do we sense either warmth or coldness. When our surroundings lack warmth, our own warmth flows out into them. When we lack warmth, we let warmth stream into us. Here again it is obvious that an outstreaming and an instreaming are taking place. When inner and outer equilibrium exists, then temperature is not experienced. The experience of temperature is always connected with the activity of the human sentient body. If we touch some object where the temperature is rising, the outstreaming of the sentient body becomes ever stronger. What wants to come in from outside forces itself more and more upon us, and the sentient body has to meet it with a correspondingly powerful countercurrent. There is a certain limit here, however. When it is no longer possible for the sentient body to let a force flow out to match the heat coming from outside, we cannot endure it and get burned. We would also have to feel a burning sensation on touching something very cold if our sentient body is not able to let its own substance stream out. If we take hold of a cold object that hinders us from letting substance stream out of the sentient body, because the object gives nothing up to us, then the extreme cold manifests as a burning and causes blisters. Both are due to the same effect. Let us turn now to what is called the sense of hearing. It is the sense with which the etheric body is involved. In its present state, the etheric body, unlike the sentient body, is unable to give up any of its substance without our suffering permanent loss. Since Atlantean times, the etheric body has been constituted in such a way that it cannot give up anything further, which would deprive the human being of life forces. Footnote: the time of Atlantis refers to a period of prehistory and to a specific epoch of cosmic and human evolution on Earth. See Rudolf Steiner's book, Cosmic Memory. End of footnote. Hearing must therefore be based on an entirely different process, for in this area we have nothing more to give up. The highest sense that we can develop out of ourselves is the sense of warmth. If something that we ourselves do not have were not to enter into us here, there could be no such thing as a sense of hearing. Therefore the human organism is permeated by beings who saturate it like a sponge. These are the beings we call angeloi, or angels. Footnote: the spiritual hierarchies were first outlined by Dionysius the Areopagite, an author who lived about the 6th century A.D. In a lecture during 1921, Steiner said of the hierarchies, quote, "When we ascend into the spiritual, we come to beings arranged above humankind in the same way that human beings have their place above the animal, plant, and mineral realms. As we ascend, we therefore have the angeloi, the archangeloi, and the archai. The beings we designate angeloi or angels are those who have the strongest relationship to the individual or single human being. Those of the second hierarchy above humankind are the archangels, one of whose functions is to work as folk spirits, embracing groups of individuals who belong together as a people. The archai act as guiding beings throughout certain epochs of time, beyond the differentiations among various peoples." From Cosmosophy, Volume 1, pages 88-89. Steiner also discusses the higher hierarchies at length in the book The Spiritual Hierarchies in the Physical World, Reality and Illusion. End of footnote. They went through the human stage in the past. They send their astral substance into us as a foreign astral substance, which we then make our own, allowing it to work in us and then to stream out again. It streams out through our ears to meet what sound brings toward us. We move, as it were, on the wings of these beings into that inner realm that we learn to know as the soul of things. Here we are concerned with beings who stand above human beings and fill them, but whose substance is of the same nature as our own astral substance. There is a still higher sense, the sense of speech or words, of tone. Here again we are involved with an area in which we human beings have nothing of our own to contribute. For that reason, beings have to intervene, whose substance is similar to that of the human etheric body. Of course, they also possess the corresponding astrality, but that is pressed out into the world around us. They have to enter us and give us of their etheric bodies, enabling us to pour this force out again into our surroundings. These beings are the archangeloi, or archangels. Their role is entirely different from that played by the angels. It is due to their activity in us that we are able not only to hear the tones of speech, but also to understand their meaning. We are not limited to the perception of a musical tone, say a G or C sharp, but on hearing a speech tone, we can go further to an experience of its inner nature. We perceive an ah according to the sense of tone. The beings referred to are the same as those we call folk spirits, spirits of the various peoples. In the sense of hearing, angels manifest their work outwardly in air vibrations, which affect the air in our ears, whereas the archangels counter what occurs in the air outside with a different kind of action. They cause patterns of movement in a fluid substance, with the result that it circulates in a certain direction. That we perceive the meaning of ah, for example, is also a consequence of the circulation of the finer fluids. This activity comes to outward expression in the shaping of a people's physiognomy, in the particular expression built into the organisms of individuals belonging to a certain race or culture. That is what, in particular, these beings bring about. Therefore, we can say that the fluids in a people flow differently, and the whole organism works differently, according to how the archangel, associated with the people, endows them with this or that as a sense of tone. When, for instance, one people says aham, Sanskrit for I, capital, regardless of what theories they may have concerning the human eye, these theories play no role. The two consecutive ah sounds create a basic organization, whose result is that individuals within that culture have an experience of the I that corresponds to the two ah sounds sequence. When a race or culture combines I with a ch sound in the German ich, it brings about a wholly different effect. Such a people must have an entirely different conception of the I. There is a particular nuance, a special coloring in the I, and it is what is implanted by the folk spirit into the organisms of the people concerned in connection with the conception of the I. It makes a great difference, too, whether something is described by a word containing the sequence A and O, or an I, and then an E. The whole feeling of a people changes accordingly. Amor, Latin for love, conveys a different nuance of feeling than does the German Liebe. Here we see a typical example of the folk spirit at work. It is not a matter of indifference that Adam is used by the Israelites to denote the first human form, whereas in ancient Persia it means I. Quite different qualities of feeling are evoked thereby in the different peoples. We touch here on the mysteries of language, or rather of its first elements. We are speaking here of the activity of beings of archangelic rank. They pervade human beings with the speech sense or tone sense and set our fluid substance vibrating. One of the greatest experiences a person who is ascending to higher worlds can have is to begin feeling what a difference there is in the formative force of the various speech tones. The tone force shows its effects best in the fluid element, while that of sound is shown in the air. We can also sense the significance of someone's feeling prompted to call some person or being Eva, sounded long Ava. If the same speaker wants to express something else that reflects the opposite relationship, that of the spirit to the physical, Ava can be sounded backward and thus be turned into Ave, or hail, a fitting sequence of syllables with which to greet the Madonna. This evokes an opposite sensation in the human organism from that experienced in Ava. Another such transposition, adding a J in the word Yahweh as used for God in the Old Testament. A person on the path of higher knowledge can experience every aspect of the relationship between Yahweh and Ava by delving into the nature of the speech tones involved. Language did not spring from arbitrary roots. It is spiritual in origin, and to experience it in its own spiritual nature, we have been given the sense of speech or tone, which is as true a sense as all the others. It should be added that deeper reasons exist why the senses must follow the sequence in which we have treated them. We will go on, the next time we meet, to discuss a higher sense, the sense of concept, and still higher ones, in order to be able to explain the microcosm through spiritual scientific means. The end of Lecture 2. A reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled A Psychology of Body, Soul, and Spirit. This is Lecture 3, given on October 26, 1909, entitled The Higher Senses, Inner Forces and Creative Principles in the Human Organism. Our study of the senses has progressed to what we call the speech sense. We will now go on to what we might call the concept sense, using the term concept not in its philosophical meaning as pure concept, but as it is ordinarily used when we form a mental picture of something someone tells us. We could have equally well called it the idea sense, or the sense for mental pictures or representations. First, though, we will have to inquire as to how this concept sense arises. To do that, we will have to refer back to the two senses previously discussed, the sense of sound or hearing, and the sense of speech, and ask ourselves what it means to have a speech or phonetic sense, and how the perceiving of speech tone, as described here, comes about. I will begin by characterizing the special happenings that occur when a speech tone, an ah, say, or an I, or some other, is perceived. We need to have a clear idea of the process involved in the perception. Since we cannot spend a whole hour discussing it, I will limit myself to a few remarks that you can verify for yourselves as you think about the matter, or that you can research in life. You know that in music we can distinguish between a single pitch, a melody, and harmony. You are also aware that harmony is based on perceiving simultaneously produced pitches, whereas melody is a series of consecutive sound pitches, in which case it is the individual tone as such that is considered. We can understand the mechanism involved in the perception of speech tone only when we study the relationship of the resounding element within the speech tone to the speech tone itself. Let us begin with harmony, in which tones sound together, and melody, in which they sound consecutively. If you imagine that you could make conscious what you unconsciously do in perceiving a speech tone, then the following would occur. Let us be quite clear that senses have an unconscious, or at least a subconscious aspect. Senses would not be senses if the unconscious element in sense perception were raised to consciousness. In that case, we would have to speak instead of having reached a judgment, a concept, or the like. Try to imagine the process that would have to take place if we were to carry out consciously what occurs in our unconsciousness when we perceive a speech tone. Imagine that you perceive a melody. When you do that, you hear the tones sounding in sequence. Now picture what it would be if you were able to compress the melodic line in which the tones are heard consecutively to the point of hearing them simultaneously. To do this, you would have to shove the past and the future into each other. You would have to know, in the middle of the melody, what was coming next, in order to slide the future into the present. This process that we are unable to carry out consciously actually goes on unconsciously in the speech sense. Whenever we hear an ah or an I or some other speech tone, a melody is instantaneously transformed into a harmony by an unconscious activity within us. That is the mystery of tone. This marvelous unconscious activity is carried out on a more spiritual plane, in a manner similar to that taking place within the eye, EYE, when the various refractions occur according to the strict physical laws that we become conscious of only afterward. We are doing here exactly what the physicist does when he explains how refractions occur in the eye. Melody becomes harmony instantaneously. That is not enough, however. If that were all that took place, a speech tone would not result. More is necessary. You must realize that no musical tone is just a simple sound. A sound is a musical tone when, no matter how weakly, the overtones always sound with it. They are always perceived, even when they are practically inaudible. That is what accounts for the special quality of musical sound, as contrasted with other kinds of sounds and noises. In melody, then, you have not only its single pitches, but all the overtones as well. If you instantaneously compress a melody into harmony, you have not only compressed the sequence of its single fundamental tones, you have compressed all the sound's overtones as well. Unconscious activity has something more to do. It must disregard the fundamental sounds and hear past them, as it were. Our souls actually do that when we hear the ah or I tone. It is not as though the other tones weren't there, but rather that our attention is shifted from them to the overtone harmony they make. Only then do we have the speech tone. Speech tones arise when a melody is instantaneously transformed into a harmony, and then the fundamental tones are disregarded in favor of the system of overtones. These overtones, then, convey the meaning of the tone ah or I. Now you have what speech tone perception really is, explained in the same way as the physicist explains the act of seeing. To take up another equally difficult but vital question, how are ideas or meanings perceived? How is it that we hear words, and even through or beyond words, so that we comprehend the meaning they convey. How does that occur? That something of a very special nature is involved here is at once apparent from a simple weighing of the fact that a great variety of speech tones can designate the same thing in different languages. Love is termed amor by one language and Liebe by another. There is something expressed in each of these different tone pictures that is the same for both of them. This points to the visualization or concept sense behind them. While one hears a different speech tone with each people and each language, one hears through the tone to the same conception, to that which stands behind it and is the same, in spite of the differences of the tone pictures. That must also be perceived. How does this occur? As we search for an answer, let us study that process against the background of an assumption that I ask you to keep always in mind, namely, that mental pictures, concepts, are conveyed to us by means of speech tones. In perceiving speech tones, if we have a melody that is transformed into a harmony in which the fundamental tones are disregarded, which provides us with the tone or word sense, then it is necessary for the visualization or concept sense to come out, that our attention also be turned away from the whole set of overtones. When this is done on the soul level, we look back to what has been embodied in the overtones, to what is experienced as thought picture or concept. At the same time, however, as we hear the tones and words of the language we speak, there is that which has nuance and is a toned-down experience of a universally human element that pervades all speech tones and all languages, the thought picture or concept. We have talked of the fact that high spiritual beings, the folk spirits, who have a special mission in connection with earthly life, manifest themselves in the tones of speech. Footnote: the term folk soul refers to the guiding spirit of a particular racial or cultural group. For a further discussion of folk souls in relation to speech, see, quote, History of Language in its relation to the folk souls, unquote, in The Genius of Language, Observations for Teachers. End of footnote. They work not only in mysterious murmurs, but also in the equally mysterious forming activity of the fluids of the human being, as the system of overtones vibrates into the human organism. And it must be added that the universal human element that underlies the tones of the overtones is the spirit of humankind that we all share, and that moves over the face of the entire earth. We come to know this wielding human spirit only when each of us, in our own particular locality, carefully listens through and beyond the overtones to the inaudible, to the purely imaginative element. In that, human beings have received the possibility of looking and hearing beyond nuances and of recognizing something common that flows over the entire earth. People have first attained the ability, in the course of human development, to grasp what is universally human. For it is only in our life of mental images that we begin to comprehend the Christ spirit in its true form, that of the universally human. Those spiritual beings whose mission it is to proclaim him in the most varied forms, and to each of whom he has assigned a special place, as Goethe so beautifully describes in his poem The Mysteries, these spirits, these messengers sent by him, are the folk spirits of the various nationalities. This gives you an idea of the nature of the visualization or concept sense. With that, we have traveled a very special path. We have exhausted the list of what is ordinarily said to constitute the human senses. That end was reached when we examined the unconscious capacity of the human soul to disregard the system of overtones. What higher capacity can there still be? What is it that diverts our attention from the overtones? What in us reaches out like tentacles to push the overtones back. It is our astral body that has this capacity. Acquiring the ability to shove back the overtones, which in ordinary terminology simply means disregarding them, signifies a heightening of the astral body's power beyond its previous ability, when it could push back less. When does the astral body gain such strength? This happens when it has not only the capacity to push the overtones back, which will enable it to form mental images and thus arrive at the boundary of the external world, where tones can be observed as mental pictures, but also when it can thrust its astral substance out with its own inner strength without there being any resistance. Forming mental pictures always requires overcoming the resistance of the system of overtones. At the moment when we acquire the capacity to extend our astral tentacles without an external cause, spiritual perception begins. The organs of spiritual perception start to develop. When we become able not merely to withdraw attention from the overtones, but to thrust out our astral tentacle-like substance from a certain place in the forebrain, located between the eyebrows, we develop the two-petal lotus flower there. Footnote: lotus flower, also called chakra, refers to the vortex-like centers within the body that form specific spiritual organs. The quote-unquote petals roughly describe their appearance to spiritual vision. See some effects of initiation in title How to Know Higher Worlds, also in Florin Lowndes' Enlivening the Chakra of the Heart. End of footnote. It is the first spiritual organ, one that might also be called the imaginative sense. That is the 11th sense. And to the extent that we keep on increasing our capacity to put forth our astral substance without any outer compulsion to do so, we develop further higher senses. Work of this kind develops a very complex sense in the region of the larynx, the 16-petal lotus flower, the sense of inspiration. In the heart region it develops the intuitive sense, the 12-petal lotus flower. And there are other, even higher senses, but since they bring us into purely spiritual realms, they cannot really be spoken of as senses in the ordinary meaning of that term. It will suffice to add to the actual physical senses the senses of imagination, inspiration, and intuition. Let us ask now whether these three senses function only in clairvoyant people, or if there is something identifiable as activities of these senses also in ordinary people. Yes, indeed there is. If you have understood the way these senses function in clairvoyant individuals, you will say that they work by extending themselves outward in a tentacle-like manner. They are present in ordinary people also, but they project themselves inward instead of outward. Just at the place where the two-petal lotus flower develops in clairvoyance, ordinary people have something resembling two such tentacles, directed inward and crossing each other in the area of the forebrain only. The ordinary consciousness turns these tentacles inward instead of outward, as in clairvoyant people. I will have to make use of an analogy to explain the situation here. You would have to do a great deal of meditating to go from the analogy to the actual fact, for it is a fact. You need only consider that we see what is outside us, but not what is inside. We don't, for example, see our own hearts and brains, and this holds true with respect to the spiritual. Not only do we not see our own organs, we are not even aware of them and are therefore unable to make use of them. They are nevertheless active. The fact that something is unconscious does not mean that it is inactive. Consciousness does not determine reality. Otherwise, everything surrounding us here in Berlin that we are not momentarily looking at would not exist, though that is the reasoning adhered to by people who deny the existence of higher worlds on the ground that they do not perceive them. These higher senses are indeed active, but their activity is directed inward rather than outward, and we perceive its effects. How do we perceive them? When the imaginative sense directs its activity inward, what we normally call the sense of something, an external sense, the outer perception, arises. The activity of the imaginative sense has to be directed inward for us to see what is outside us. Everything we sense outside ourselves we can perceive only because what appears in the imaginative sense works into us. You must take care to distinguish, however, between what has just been called a sensation and a tone, for example. There is a difference between hearing a tone or seeing a color and having a sensation in connection with it. To see a color and say it is red is different from having the sensation that it is beautiful or ugly, pleasing or unpleasant in the immediate impression we have of it. The sense of inspiration also pours its activity inward, and that activity accounts for a still more complex form of sensing, that of feeling. The whole feeling life, which has more inwardness than the mere life of sensing, is an activity of the organ of inspiration that is directed only inward rather than outward. And the turning inward of the intuitive sense gives rise to what we know as thinking, as the forming of thoughts. That is the result of the inward turned activity of the intuitive sense. First, we have the sensation of a thing, then we have the feeling of it, and finally we form thoughts about it. You will have seen that we have risen from the life of the senses to that of the soul. From outside, out of the world of senses, we have come to understand the soul in the human being itself, in sensing, feeling, and thinking. If we were to now contemplate the still higher senses, they cannot really be called senses at all, that correspond to the other lotus flowers, and examine their inward directed activity, we would find the entire life of the soul. When, for example, the 8-petal lotus flower located in the lower part of the organism, or the 10-petal lotus flower, pours its activity into us, an even more subtle soul force is generated. And at the end of the list, we find the very subtlest activity, which can no longer be referred to simply as thought. It must be called pure thought, purely logical thought. That is what is produced by the inward directed activity of the various lotus flowers. When this working into us ceases to be limited only to working into us and begins instead to become an outward extending of the tentacles that I have described as ordinarily inward-oriented, and when it undergoes a crossing and outward pouring as lotus flowers, then that higher activity sets in, whereby we rise from the soul to the spiritual level. What otherwise appears to us to be just inner life in thinking, feeling, and willing, now enters the outside world, carried by spiritual beings. Thus you have comprehended the human being, in that you have gone from the senses through the soul and on to that which is no longer in the human being, but is rather something spiritual that works into us from outside and belongs to us just as much as to the whole of nature and the universe. What I have been describing to you in today's presentation, as well as in the 2 previous lectures, is the true human being, the human being that is an instrument for perceiving the world, for experiencing it through the soul and grasping it spiritually. That is the true human being. And what the human being is actually forms the physical body. I have not been describing human beings in a finished condition, but rather what is active in them. All that activity, everything that works together in the physical soul and spiritual planes, is what forms human beings as they stand before us upon this planet. By what means is that forming accomplished? Here, too, a few indications must suffice, but you will find them confirmed if you study the positive findings of outer observation. What we perceive when we use our outer senses to observe our fellow human beings is an optical illusion. It just isn't there. Fuller study turns up something entirely different. Imagine, just to draw a picture, that you are quite unable to see yourself as a whole physical person, so that, as you look at yourself, you see only a part of your bodily surface. You can never see your back, or the back of your head. You do know that you have them. You know it from information provided by the other senses, the sense of balance, the sense of self-movement, and so on. We are inwardly aware of possessing parts that we cannot perceive with our external senses. There is a good deal of us that we are unable to perceive, and can become aware of only by developing the higher organs of perception that I have been describing to you. Let us now turn our attention to that part of ourselves that we are able to perceive with physical senses, with our eyes, for example, limiting ourselves to that portion of our bodies that we can see. What is the portion of the human being that we can perceive? Take these words in their exact meaning. By what means are we to perceive this visible portion of ourselves? Everything we discern is perceived essentially through the sentient soul. For if information were not to come to us through the sentient soul, we would not know what to make of it. If only the sentient body received such information, it would be no help at all. The sentient body would only look on without understanding. That the human being can perceive something is brought about by the sentient soul, which grasps what is going on. What is it that confronts the sentient soul there? What is it that faces the sentient soul when the eyes perceive it? It is quite simply the outer appearance, the external illusion of the sentient body. Of course, you will have to broaden the conception. You perceive yourself not only by casting your eyes over the surface of your body, but by reaching out your fingers to touch it as well. Here, you perceive it also through the sentient body. The sentient body extends itself over every part of us that is perceptible to touch, to sensing. But what we perceive is not the sentient body itself. If you were really to glimpse the sentient body, you would see at the place where you perceive the semblance of your physical body an astral element pressing forward and being pushed back. And when something is pushed back, it becomes congested. So, first, you have a working together of sentient body and sentient soul. The sentient soul streams from behind, thrusting against the skin on the front of our bodies, and from the front, the sentient body pushes into it. When two currents become dammed up in this manner, the congestion manifests. It is exactly as if two streams were to collide. Something is bound to come to light. There you see the one stream, and you see the other. Now imagine that you can see neither of them, observing instead only what emerges at this place through the two streams whirling together. That is the part of your physical makeup that you are able to observe with your eyes or some other outer sense. It is precisely at our skin where the sentient soul and the sentient body meet. We have here an example of what we have been considering from a spiritual point of view, of the way these various members of the human being work formatively on the human being itself. We see how the soul works on the physical body. Now, let's go further. We can see that in human beings there is an interaction between the front and rear such that the sentient body and the sentient soul collide. There is a similar collision between streams that come from the right and the left. From the left comes the stream belonging to our physical body, while from the right comes the stream belonging to the etheric body. The physical and etheric bodies pour and thrust into each other, and that which arises at the place where they do so where they work together, that is the sense-perceptible human being. An illusion, so to speak, appears before us. The stream of the physical body flows from the left, that of the etheric body from the right. They interpenetrate each other and build, in the middle, that which appears as the sense-perceptible human body. Just as there are streams from the left and the right and from the front and the back, so there is also a stream from above and one from below. The main current of the astral body flows upward from below, and that of the I, capital, flows downward from above. The sentient body has been described as reaching a frontal boundary or demarcation. The current of the astral body streams upward from below, but then is taken hold of by a current streaming from behind forward, and is thus restricted in a certain way. There is not just a stream coming from below upward and from the rear forward in this astral body, however. There is also a real current moving from front to back, bringing the astral body into being as the result of these various directional streamings, those from below upward and from the front and back. All these currents flow into each other, one from above downward, one from below upward, one from behind forward, one from the front backward, one from right to left, and one from left to right. What comes into being as the result of the flowing against each other of the currents coming from below upward and from above downward. Let me explain it in the following way. One stream flows downward from above. It cannot do so unimpeded, because the countercurrent streaming from below upward stops it. The same thing applies to the right current, and so on. Each stream is halted, and that results in creating the illusion of the physical body in the middle. As we consider the two streams, that from behind forward and that from the front backward, we need to realize that they are intersected by the two currents coming from above and below. This intersecting, in fact, brings about a threefold organization in the human being. So we have to designate the lower portion of the one stream, the sentient body, in a narrower sense. What the congestion creates corresponds to what can be termed, in the strictest sense, the highest development of the sentient body. That is where the true senses develop, which we can't see because the eyes themselves belong to it, and which we can't smell because the organs of smell also belong to it. We cannot see into the inside of our own eyes. We can only look out of them. Such is the structuring of the complete sentient body of the human being. Why, then, have I been describing two parts as if it is all sentient body? The description was correct, because what takes place in the lower part is mainly due to external causation. In the upper part is the physical illusion of what we call the sentient soul. In the countenance, we have the expression of the sentient soul. The countenance is built by the sentient soul. The uppermost portion, the part shoved back the least, is the place where the intellectual soul builds its organ. Please note that there are not only these streamings from above and below, there are also currents streaming in from right and left, so that the whole is again intersected. We have one current coursing through the vertical axis of the body, which causes a kind of split to arise there. A piece of the intellectual soul is split off, and this piece, located right at the very top, is the form of the consciousness soul. The consciousness soul forms up above and onward into the depths of the human being, and it shapes there the convolutions of the gray matter of the human brain. That is the work of the consciousness soul on the human being. Once you know the human being thus, as a spiritual being, you can apply that knowledge to understanding every aspect of the human form, for that is how the spirit works on the form of the human body. All the individual organs are, as it were, sculpted out of the spiritual. We can understand the structure of the brain only when we know how the various currents whirl together as in a vortex. Now, let us consider one detail, so that you see how fruitful these matters can be if they become the common possession of a true science in the place of the external science we have today. We have seen that up to the top, the outer organs of the consciousness, intellectual, and sentient souls are brought into being by the various currents. It would require long and complex elaboration to show how these organs continue within, but we do not need to concern ourselves, but we do need to concern ourselves with another question. The statement was made that the I, capital, works from above downward, while most of the astral body works upward from below, so that they touch in a stream. This causes an interaction between the I and the astral body, so that they obstruct each other. Where the I is to carry out a conscious action, something has to be generated that arises through the consciousness soul, the intellectual soul, and the sentient soul. Such a thing that the intellectual soul supplies, for example, is human judgment. Where are judgments located? They are in the head, of course, because it is there that the relevant living forces and members of the human being have found their expression. Let us assume as a special example that an organ were to arise in the human being in which the intellectual soul plays no part, in which no judgments are made, and in which only the physical body, the etheric body, the astral body, and the I are allowed to participate as carriers of pleasure and pain, joy and sorrow, and so on. Let us assume that the four members of the human being, the I, the astral body, without the subtler activity of judgments and of consciousness, the physical body and etheric body were to work together. What would be the nature of an organ in which these four currents were to work together? Its nature would be such that it would not allow judgments to arise. It would immediately allow a counter-effect to emanate from impressions of the astral body. The physical and etheric bodies have to work together, for this organ could otherwise not exist. The astral body and the I also have to work together, for such an organ would otherwise possess no feeling and would lack the ability to respond with sympathy or antipathy to impressions. We will picture the physical and etheric bodies working together and visualize this organ as a physical entity. It must obviously have a corresponding etheric body, because every physical organ must be built by an etheric body. In this case, a current issuing from the right side of the etheric body of this organ would have to work together with a current coming from the left, that of the physical body of the organ. The two currents would become congested in the middle and, since they would not be able to shove past each other, would therefore bring about a thickening. The other two currents, that of the astral body rising from below and that of the I descending from above, would call forth another congestion. Now let us picture schematically the working together of these currents in a single organ. I will make just a schematic representation of it. To fill in details of such an organ would require the inclusion of quite different suppositions. Let us say, then, that we have an organ that was formed somehow. There is the one current that represents the physical body, and the other represents the etheric body. They bring about a thickening in the middle, where they meet. The other two currents that issue from above and below do likewise, bringing forth their own thickening. This gives us a drawing of the human heart with its right auricle and its right ventricle, its left auricle and left ventricle. If you bring to mind exactly all that the heart can do, you would have to say that the human heart must be built out of the spirit in exactly this way. This is how the human spirit builds this heart. It cannot be otherwise. Let us look at another example. A curious statement was made yesterday. It was said that a subconscious thought activity accompanies the act of seeing. Thinking on a conscious level takes place only in the brain. Let us recall how the brain is constructed to enable us to think consciously. There won't be enough time at our disposal to undertake a study of the chiseling out of the individual forms that compose the brain. It could be shown in the case of every single organ that it has to be the way it is. We want to presuppose, right at the outset, the system of the brain insofar as we need it. Disregarding everything else, we have in the brain an outer skin and then a kind of vascular skin. Between the vascular skin and the net-like skin, we find something similar to spinal fluid, which then goes into the spine. The brain's interior is filled with the actual brain substance, with nerve substance. The nerve substance is the external structure for thought activity. This means that when an impression is imparted to the nerve substance by any sense organ, a processing of that external impression by conscious thinking sets in. That is all transmitted to the nerve substance. When an impression is received, it is first worked upon by thinking, and afterward it is processed further by a nervous system into a sensation, and so on. Now, let us suppose that no such conscious thought digestion of an external impression occurs. In that case, a similar process would have to be substituted. There would again have to be a kind of sheath. There would have to be on the back wall that which might be termed a vascular membrane. For certain reasons that could also be explained, but would lead us too far afield for now, the spinal fluid would atrophy. To make subconscious thinking possible, we would have to push the brain mass back. This creates space at the front, so that subconscious thinking activity arises without being worked through by a nervous system. Something has to be done with what would otherwise be taken up immediately into the nerve substance. The nerve mass would therefore have to be pushed back, for thinking would otherwise take place there. If that is done, however, we can neither think nor have sentient experiences there. If we push all that is the nervous system toward the back wall, and instead of allowing the impression to be processed immediately via nerve substance, allow it to be affected by something that is not permeated by a nervous system, we would have an organ suited to unconscious thought activity. Now, see what we've done. We have made an eye out of the brain, EYE. What actually is the eye? It is a small brain, so fashioned by our human spirit that the actual nerve apparatus is pushed back to the rear wall, where it becomes the eye's retina. This is the way in which nature's architects, the modelers of form, work. This is the way they shape. There is basically only one blueprint for all the organs. It is modified only in the particular, as needed. If I could speak for weeks, I would show you how every sense organ is nothing other than a modified little brain, and how the brain itself is also a sense organ on a higher level. The whole human organism is built out of the spirit. Now let us look at another detail. First, allow me to make a preliminary epistemological comment in order to use it anew to clarify anthroposophy's view of the matter. We said that anthropology takes a ground-level standpoint with regard to the details of the life of the senses. Theosophy takes its view from the mountain heights, and anthroposophy occupies the middle ground. If you want to cling to the difference between the way people relate, on the one hand, to the outer sense world, and on the other hand, to the spiritual world, and to the facts communicated by spiritual investigators, you can say that anybody who possesses senses and uses the intellect, which is bound to the sense world, can convince him or herself of its existence and its laws. People are, therefore, more easily convinced about matters that have some resemblance to what their senses perceive than they are about communications from spiritual researchers. They can see it more easily. It would be easy, however, to show that there is no formal difference between believing facts derived from spiritual research and believing someone who tells you that there was once a Frederick the Great. there is actually no formal difference. The only difference between believing in the existence of spirits of will and that of Frederick the Great is that there is material in archives stating that the deeds of Frederick the Great were thus and such. They happened on the physical plane. And if, on the basis of external facts, someone reviews the course of historical events all the way back to the time of Frederick the Great, you will believe what you are told, because there was no one living then who looked other than human. The reason why people believe such reports while refusing to believe in the spiritual world is simply that they are being told that what they are being told is similar to what they have in their own surroundings. Spiritual researchers are not in a position to speak, on the basis of their investigations, of things and beings that look similar to what we have in our surroundings. Despite the fact that there is no difference between the two kinds of reports, however, and that there are good reasons for this, the comments just made should be kept in mind. Now we will proceed to another matter. Thus far we have characterized the viewpoints of anthropology and theosophy. There is good reason, as Dr. Unger has shown, to have well-founded belief and confidence in the presentations of spiritual science. Footnote: Carl Unger, 1878 to 1929, one of Rudolf Steiner's closest students, of whom he spoke many times. Dr. Unger wrote, titled The Language of the Consciousness Soul, an in-depth study guide to Steiner's anthroposophical leading thoughts. End of footnote. That is a fully justified way of acknowledging its truths. The question arises, however, as to whether there is not a third approach. Are there really only two ways? Either acknowledging the truth of something because it is similar to what we are used to experiencing in the sense world, or on the other hand, merely accepting it because it is a communication from higher worlds. Is there not still another approach? In other words, is it reasonable to believe what we perceive through the senses only because we see it, or to believe in the spiritual perceptible because spiritual investigators see it? Can there not be a third approach between these two? Allow me to present an example to show you that a third approach is possible. Imagine a hammer lying there. I take hold of it and stand it upright. Now the hammer has moved. You will say that it moved because a will lifted it. There is nothing miraculous about this, since you see the manipulating will embodied in a person. You won't see anything miraculous about someone lifting a hammer. Let us suppose that this hammer were to rise to a vertical position with no visible being involved. Then what would you say? You would consider it very foolish to believe that a hammer that rose by itself to the vertical was an ordinary hammer which needs a person to lift it. What would you have to say next? You would say that it was obviously no ordinary hammer, but one inhabited by an invisible will. As you watch the hammer rise to the vertical, you simply cannot believe it to be ordinary, but take it to be something that embodies some other will or some other spirit. If you see a material object doing what you know to be impossible for such material objects, according to ordinary sense experience, even though you don't see a spirit in the hammer that lifts itself up, you would not only feel justified in believing that there is a spirit in that hammer, you would even consider yourself a real fool to believe otherwise. If you were not a precise observer and were out walking with a clairvoyant person, you might, let us say, come across a motionless figure lying on the ground. Because you are not capable of exact observation, you would not be able to determine whether the object is a real person or just a papier-mâché figure. The clairvoyant would tell you that it is a real human being and say, he has an astral body. You would have to believe it. But a third possibility is that the figure lying there might suddenly get up. You would then no longer doubt that the clairvoyant was right, that a soul and spirit inhabited the figure, since it stood up. That is the third possibility. I want to speak now about a situation where you can have just such an experience, one that may seem remote but is, nevertheless, within reach. It was said that in the human being, the physical body's current flows from left to right, the etheric body's current from right to left, the current originating in the sentient body from front to back, and so on. The astral body's current flows upward from below, and that of the eye flows down from above, countering each other. All these currents flow into one another and intermingle. It was said that the eye works from above downward. How, then, must the outer organ be situated for us to be able to use it as an instrument of the eye? You know that the outer organ of the eye is the circulating blood. The eye could not function from above downward without its organ moving vertically through the human body from above downward. Where would it be possible then for the human eye to exist? Wherever the main current of the blood flows horizontally instead of vertically. Animals have horizontal blood streams. The group eye of animals cannot find its own organ because the main circulatory course of animal blood is horizontal. That is the difference. The main circulatory flow of human blood had to be raised to the vertical so that the human eye could enter it. On the other hand, we have the animals in which the group eye cannot grasp the blood as its organ because the blood flows horizontally. On the other hand, in human beings, the eye can do so because the blood's primary course has raised itself to the vertical. Let us now examine the viewpoint that for purely external reasons accepts animals as related to humankind. Indeed, there are animal forms left over from earlier periods. But the time came when the whole circulatory system had to be lifted from the horizontal to the vertical position so that the human being could develop from it. We are looking at an historical case. Here we have something that is horizontally aligned. It is obvious from the observable characteristics of animal blood that what is horizontally aligned could no more lift itself into the vertical than could the hammer that is not permeated by a spirit. In the same way that it would be foolish to deny the presence of spirit in something that can lift itself, it would be just as foolish to think that the horizontal bloodstream of animals could, of itself, lift itself up to the vertical stature of the human bloodstream. Only if a spirit were within it, only if a will flowed through it, could the animal group soul transform into the individual human soul. Anyone unwilling to admit that he or she would be a fool to believe that ordinary hammers could lift themselves upright would be just as much a fool to think that that which is in blood could raise itself to the vertical on its own. This is the third way by which we can verify all spiritual truths, in that we realize that things happen in the context of which it is nonsense to believe that only physically perceptible elements are involved. As we delve more deeply into matters, it becomes more obvious that the middle way of attaining certainty, which is based on spiritual sciences fructifying ordinary thinking, can be applied to everything. You have to admit that the human heart could not have been described as it was here without the foregoing spiritual research. Research must be stimulated by spiritual science. When the findings of spiritual science are presented and we then observe the outer phenomena, we see elements that simply could not be explained if we were not to take into account what is said by spiritual science. Thus, there is a method for observing things without bias. For example, when you notice that animal blood follows a horizontal course, whereas human blood flows vertically, and ask yourself what must be present in blood for the whole blood system to lift up to the vertical. And then you receive the answer from spiritual science. Spiritual beings rule the blood. You may then ask whether or not blood indicates the presence of a spiritual being, exactly as a hammer would if it raised itself upright. This is an example of the middle standpoint of anthroposophy that observes physical facts below, observes spiritual facts above, and compares them, thus fully explaining what is encountered in the outer world. I have shown through individual examples, such as the transforming of the brain into the eye, EYE, and the schematic internal contraction of the heart, how the form of every organ can be comprehended. We could construe the form of every organ out of the spirit in the same way. Every part of us would be a revelation of how spirit works on us to create the body's forms and organs. Only the principles involved were to be indicated here. But today's indications will give you a feeling that there is much in the world that the experts have never dreamt of, because they have no desire to delve into such matters. If this feeling stays with you, you will see that it is indeed possible to view the world without bias in matters where the communications from investigation of the spiritual world are brought together with earthly things. Not everyone can immediately see such things, but one would be able to say that it is an absurdity not to accept the facts reported by investigators of the spirit concerning certain phenomena. If the described feeling persists, then enough has been accomplished through these lectures on anthroposophy, for progress in spiritual research is slow and gradual. The end of Lecture 3. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled A Psychology of Body, Soul, and Spirit. Lecture 4, given on October 27, 1909, entitled Supersensible Currents, Group Soul, and the I in Human Beings and Animals. Yesterday we discussed the currents of forces that shape the human organism and make its form comprehensible. We saw how if we get to know the formative forces, the heart and the I, EYE, must, in an amazing way, look just as they do. We delineated the supersensible processes that occur in our organism so that its material structure manifests. And we saw how it is built by the currents that flow from left to right and right to left, from above downward and from below upward, and from front to back, and vice versa. Someone might say, quote, "We will catch you in your own trap. You fail to consider a very important phenomenon when you speak of these currents, from right and left, above and below, and front and back. You do not explain the fact that human beings have organs in precise left-right symmetry, as well as other organs such as the heart, stomach, liver, and so on, that are asymmetrical." Unquote. This person would go on to say, quote, "If the human organism were completely asymmetrical, perhaps we could comprehend how it is formed by your currents. If it differed just as much in its left-right aspect as it does from below upward and from front to back." Unquote. Although one could object in this way, it would be short-sighted, because, as we already pointed out, the currents flowing left to right and right to left are those that form the physical and etheric bodies. The human being is symmetrical in the direction that the currents of the physical and etheric bodies flow. It is just in this direction, where physical and etheric bodies flow, that the human being is symmetrically built. Now recall what spiritual scientific research says about the existence of these currents and the anthroposophic explanations of them, and then ask if it is possible to clarify the reason this has to be as it is. Spiritual scientific research shows that the human physical body is very ancient, having originated on old Saturn. The etheric body was added during the ancient sun, the astral body during the moon, and the I, capital, first appeared on Earth. Footnote: Steiner's planetary references do not refer to the physical planets as we understand them today, but to epochs of cosmic evolution. For a more thorough introduction to these planetary phases, see Title and Outline of Esoteric Science. See also titled The Spiritual Hierarchies and the Physical World, Reality and Illusion. End of footnote. We may now ask what the physical body looked like when it was formed on old Saturn. It was, of course, asymmetrical, since it had to work in a direction that corresponds to the left-to-right orientation of today's physical body. And what about the etheric body in its origin on the Sun? It too is asymmetrical, since it had to be laid out in the direction that corresponds to the present right-to-left orientation in the physical body. Evolution continued, however, and didn't stop with the effect of ancient Sun. The effect of moon activity now began. The physical body continued to evolve, and its form was shaped further. If the moon's effect had not been added, human beings would have remained physically asymmetrical. But the physical body's development continued on the moon, and all the rest evolved further on Earth. Something else had to enter the picture that changed the earlier formation and transformed it into an entirely different one. The direction had to be reversed in order to avoid one-sidedness, and this had to be done from the opposite side. In other words, the direction from left to right that had been imprinted on the organization of the physical body during Saturn now had to be balanced by a development from right to left. How did this happen? In previous lectures, I spoke about the Sun's separation from the Moon during the ancient Moon evolution, and I said that the Sun's forces no longer worked from the same side, from within the Moon's body, but from outside. This is the same thing that happened to the etheric body as the development progressed. What developed as the physical body until the time of ancient Moon was then taken up from the side under the external influence of the Sun. Now, someone might say, quote, "Yes, but we can't understand why this second side, formed so much later, is not much smaller than the other side. Why are they symmetrical?" Unquote. Recall something else I told you. Certain more highly evolved beings had to leave both the Moon and the Earth in order to develop a greater impact. These beings had to find a higher functioning position in order to have a stronger influence from right to left on the human structure than those on Saturn. Their task was not so easy as that of the Saturn beings when they formed the one-sided physical body. Those beings had to overcome what existed from previous evolution. The entire formative process was jammed. These beings had to acquire greater powers by shifting their place of action outside Earth to the Sun. That strengthened their powers, and the other side was constructed just like the first. The physical body became a symmetrical structure. If you enter into this question patiently enough, you will be able to confirm every detail of what was said in the Theosophical lectures. The formative forces can be followed even into the most isolated details of the human organs. It would take us too far in these sketchy lectures, of course, to try to explain, for example, the earlobe, but it could be done. If you recall what was said yesterday, that currents flow from front to back, that they emanate from the sentient body acting on the human organism, and that the currents of the sentient soul flow from back to front, you will realize that we have two currents that run counter to each other. How should we imagine the currents of the sentient body from front to back, and of the sentient soul from back to front, forming the human organism? A sketch will help us visualize it. And there's a sketch of a head here with forces being shown. As was said, the physical and etheric bodies and the main portion of the astral body were already present. Now the currents issuing from the sentient body enter the picture to bore their way into the organism from front to back. Their action is such that they build various organs into what was already in the human organism. Now imagine the sentient soul again working into the organism from back to front. The work is an inner one, because it is precisely the sentient soul doing it. The currents congest at the front in such a way that as they bore into the organism, they form a layer over the structure they are building. The currents of the sentient soul flow forward and penetrate there at the boundary of the physical body, while the currents of the sentient body flow from the outside in, since the sentient body is outside. Those of the sentient soul stream from the inside out. This must create various openings where they come together. Several holes must be bored there. These currents move forward from behind, and others move from the front back. The former currents issue from the sentient soul, thus from within, and bore into the physical organism. In viewing this sketch, you see the human face in profile. Coming from the front are currents that bore the sense organs of sight, smell, and taste into the head. And from the rear to the front come the formative forces that build the brain above them. This is how the human head is fashioned, as seen from the side. Thus you can say that if spiritual science tells us the truth, the human head actually cannot look other than it does. Where can we find proof for that which spiritual science asserts? Spiritual science demonstrates that if the human head was to arise at all, it would have to appear like this. Let us ask the head if that is how it looks. Yes, it does. The phenomenal world itself presents us with the confirmation, the proof. Or, let us consider something else. The action of the sentient body is from the outside in, that of the sentient soul from the inside out, although it is blocked on the way. It does not make it all the way out. It is blocked in the physical brain, so that it can't get out. It can get out only where the openings bored from the front encounter it. The activity of the sentient soul comes out at those places. It strides out. This results in a part of our inner life pouring itself out precisely as sentient soul. The sentient soul can do that. The comprehension or intellectual soul cannot do this. It also lies suspended in us, and must also bide its time with respect to its effects. It is completely obstructed. It cannot move outward at all, because no currents come to meet it from outside. This is why our thinking is an inner process. It has no way of getting out. Human beings must contemplate within themselves. Other things cannot think for us, nor do they reveal the thoughts to us from outside. We have to bring the thoughts to meet the things. This is the great mystery of the relationship of human thought to the outer world. The sense organs do not convey thoughts to us. If a sense organ has an irregularity, the impression it receives is easily distorted, while, however, in normal life the senses do not distort. The intellect can, because it cannot form a relationship with external things. It is the first member of the human being that is able to err, because its activity is dammed up within the brain and cannot get out. And what is the result? It is impossible for human beings to think about the outer world and to have the right thoughts about it unless they have within themselves the capacity to let right thoughts arise. You can see from this that the external world could never give human beings accurate thoughts if the thoughts were not to arise from within. The external world can provide correct sense perceptions, but perceptions cannot think. Thought is subject to error, however, and we human beings must have the power for accuracy of thought in us. This demonstrates, to anyone who cares to contemplate it, that if accurate thoughts arise in us about something external that we have not had any contact with in the present incarnation, it points to a previous life. Think for a moment. Human beings are supposed to think accurate thoughts about the wisdom of the world, but cannot go outside themselves with their thoughts. What permeates the things of the outer world as wisdom must arise within the human beings themselves. There is a boundary between the two, and they can never come together. This can only mean that they must have been together at an earlier time, when the human I did not yet. Let me read that again. This can only mean that they must have come together at an earlier time, when the human I did not yet hold back the currents flowing from above downward. Now that's capital I. The I was still allowing them to pass through. We must conclude, therefore, that human beings must have been organized differently, that today's brain thinking was once, like the sense perceptions of the I, EYE, connected with the external world in such a way that human beings saw their thoughts. What does it mean to say that people saw thoughts, which we are now limited to merely thinking? It means that they were clairvoyant. Because it is the I, capital, that separated them from the ancient clairvoyance, however, the I was thus not yet present. We must therefore call it a clairvoyance that was still dim, and not yet illuminated by the I. Dim is the right term for that ancient clairvoyance. People must have passed through earlier stages in which they possessed a dim clairvoyance. Again, the present-day organism shows us that the human being of earlier times was organized differently. If what has been stated is true, it has very important implications for practical life, for it implies that sense perception can tell us the truth about all the relationships of the material world, disregarding, of course, the sense illusions. Sense perceptions place us in direct relationship to the outer world. We touch it directly. It also implies that we can know what is within us only through the power of our intellect. When, for example, the I flows inward, it is actually there, within us. Therefore, when we direct our thinking to the I, it is very natural that since the I is inside us, such thinking about it can determine something about it. Dr. Unger's lectures made this clear. Now you will be able to localize the process. It is the meeting between the intellectual soul and the I that gives rise to pure thinking, thinking directed inward. And it will be clear to you that this thinking, which comprehends itself, cannot be subject to error, like that thinking that rambles all over attempting to draw conclusions out of external things. In pondering the outside world, such thinking gets only as far as the concepts and truth it already finds within itself about the outer things. We have to hold the concepts up to things as a reflection. The things themselves can reveal nothing more than their sense-perceptible aspects. We human beings have to allow the concepts or thoughts inherent in the things to arise in us from a real capacity for truth. What can we judge in the outer world? Indeed, people can assess only what they encounter through the senses in the external world. The senses cannot decide about things that remain hidden to the senses themselves. What is it then about the human being that appears solely in its own truth? Of human beings and of other natural creatures, the only thing that appears in its reality for the physical plane is that which the senses can actually sense. As soon as something is removed from the senses, no judgment can be made about that thing from the physical plane. At that moment, reasoning, if not accompanied and directed by an inner sense for truth or inner accuracy, must necessarily fall prey to all kinds of errors. Let me illustrate this with an example that contrasts two different approaches. You are familiar with one of them from spiritual scientific research, the study of the forms human beings have passed through during earlier conditions of existence, the Atlantean and Lemurian periods, and all the way back through the Moon, Sun, and Saturn existences. We are shown out of spiritual scientific research what forms the human being has gone through. Today we have studied an example of how what the senses perceive can appear wonderfully comprehensible when we make this approach to human evolution our own, and we work through it in relation to the outer world. You will become increasingly convinced of this astounding fact, that everything in the external world confirms what spiritual research discovers out of the facts of the spiritual world. Now, as a contrast, let us look at the recently formulated theory of evolution offered by ordinary research. We especially notice that an important law that I referred to yesterday has been established. It is the fundamental biogenetic law that states, based on external facts, that the human being in its germinal state briefly goes through a series of forms reminiscent of certain animal shapes. At one stage it resembles a small fish, and so on, recapitulating the various forms of the animal kingdom. You are all probably aware that when the theory of heredity got out of hand, these facts were interpreted as proof that human beings passed through all the forms observed in embryonic development. One is tempted to comment that it was truly a blessing that the gods concerned for us delayed this observation until almost simultaneously, after this theory had been publicized in its more extreme interpretation, things almost always overlap, it could be set straight by spiritual science. The stages passed through before human beings arrived on the physical plane and became perceptible to physical senses were concealed by the gods and could not be observed. If such a discovery had occurred earlier, ideas that are even more absurd might have resulted. The facts themselves are, of course, correct, since they are perceived by the senses, but when conclusions are to be made about it, the forces of the intellectual soul become involved, and that soul has no access to anything the senses have not experienced. If it lacks the inner endowment for discerning truth, it necessarily errs. Here we have a striking example of how the power of reasoning that comes from the intellectual soul can sail into error. What does it show that at a certain point in embryonic development human beings resemble fish? It shows that we cannot utilize the fish nature in ourselves and must get rid of it before entering our human phase of existence. The next shape in embryonic development must also be rejected as unsuitable, as must all animal forms, because they do not belong to us. We could not have become human beings if we had ever appeared on earth in such an animal form. We had to separate all such forms from ourselves to enable us to become human beings. If you pursue these thoughts correctly, you will arrive at correct conclusions. What is demonstrated by the fact that at a particular point in our embryonic development we resemble fish? It simply shows that in our line of descent we never looked like fish and rejected the fish shape as unusable since we were not to resemble it. We may also inquire about the significance of all the other forms of embryonic development that modern science shows us. They show us all that we never were, and that had to be expelled in past periods of evolution. Science shows all those pictures that we never resembled. In fact, through embryology, we can discover what we never resembled in prehistoric times. We learn which shapes we pushed out rather than went through. If, from the facts, we conclude that we descended from such animal forms, that we passed through them to reach our present evolutionary stage, we place ourselves in the same position as someone who says, quote, "Here is a son, S-O-N, and here the father. As I compare them, I cannot believe that the son descended from the father. Instead, I'll believe that the son descended from himself, or that he was his father's ancestor," unquote. Just the opposite sequence of evolution was accepted as the result of a mistake, because the intellect proved unequal to really thinking through the facts of reality. These images of the past are, of course, extremely important, because they make us aware of how we never looked. Another example brings this fact home to us even better. We can study it in the realms offered by the outer sense world, realms that are not hidden. All these forms are there in the outer world. They lie open to observation by our ordinary disciplined scrutiny. Human beings did not draw false conclusions about human descent as long as they depended only on observation and applied their minds to what was spread before them in the world of the senses, rather than to what was not observable. Of course, they didn't judge human evolution out of the intellect, but relied on a natural, exact sense for truth. They looked at apes and felt the same uncanny feeling that any healthy-minded person does when looking at apes, one that can be compared only to a certain sense of shame. That sense was closer to the truth than what was said later by the erring intellect. In this sense of shame lies the feeling judgment that apes are beings that fell from the human stream, beings that remain behind. They originated in the human evolutionary line and had to be separated out from it. Contained in this was a feeling that human beings could reach today's heights only by first separating from themselves what has now become the ape form. If we had retained it, we could never have developed into human beings. This lies in the natural, healthy feeling. But then the matter was investigated through the intellect, and this gave birth to the erroneous statement that the human form descended from the ape. That is an error. The more you think about it, the more you will find that what was just discussed is deeply justified. That human beings are descended from apes is an error that you can confirm through a very ordinary consideration. Let us assume that you are observing the members of human nature, apparent purely through the senses, and that you are studying either yourself or the observable aspect of human nature in other human beings. There are two currents, that of the sentient body, flowing from front to back, and that of the sentient soul, flowing from back to front. And since they converge, we must distinguish in what appears on the human being between what is moving from front to back as the current of the sentient body, and what is moving from back to front as the current of the sentient soul. Bearing this in mind, let us look into the countenance of a person. As far as we depend on our senses, the image we perceive is of course correct. We cannot be mistaken, since we are dealing with a sense impression. Now the intellect enters the picture, and does so subconsciously. We are confronted immediately with a classic example of erroneous judgment. For how does the mind conceive the human countenance in relation to the forces that formed it? It thinks of it as having been shaped from outside, whereas the face is really the product of the sentient soul working outward from within. We judge incorrectly when we look into a person's countenance and say that it is actually material body. We must say instead that what the senses perceive here is the outer image of the sentient soul, the soul itself, and that soul works outward from within. You have reached the correct conclusion when you view the human face as soul, excluding the possibility that it could be corporeal body. Let me read that sentence again. You have reached the correct conclusion when you view the human face as soul, excluding the possibility that it could be corporeal body. You are concerned here with a great illusion. You look at a human face, that is the picture of a soul, and while looking at this picture of the soul, of course it is only an image, you think of it as corporeal. That view is totally mistaken, and demonstrates how wrongly we interpret things as soon as we call on our power of judgment. We form correct views of external images only if we understand them correctly, if we speak of the human countenance as an, quote, image of the soul, unquote, and recognize the mistake in trying to explain it only on the basis of the physical and etheric forces. This human countenance must be explained out of the forces of the soul itself. The visible is explained in terms of the invisible in this case. As you delve into spiritual science, you become increasingly aware of what a lofty training of thinking it is, and that the chaotic thinking we encounter everywhere today, especially in scientific circles, must be overcome. Perhaps you occasionally feel that what you hear makes strenuous demands on your thinking. Spiritual science, however, is also a noble training of logical thinking, since it forces us to interpret properly what we encounter in the world. And we must correctly interpret certain manifestations that lead from an anthroposophy that is concerned with the individual to an anthroposophy concerned with all of humankind. Now let us return to what we have termed the sense of speech and the sense of concept or visualization. Did the sense of speech or tone precede the sense of visualization in earthly human evolution, or vice versa? We will have accomplished quite a lot if we succeed in sufficiently penetrating human development on this low plane so as to answer the question whether or not we learn to understand words first or to perceive and understand received mental images first. This question has little to do with spiritual science, because we can all find the answer by watching the way children learn to speak and perceive thoughts. All of us are aware that children learn to speak first, and only then to perceive thoughts. Indeed, speech is necessary for thought perception. Why? Simply because the sense of speech or tone is the prerequisite for the sense of visualization. Children learn to speak because they can hear and listen to what the sense of speech perceives. Their speaking itself, then, is mere imitation. Thus you will find that children imitate speech sounds long before they understand anything that might be called a mental representation. Observe carefully, and you will see that the sense of speech or tone develops first and provides the basis for the development of the sense of concept. The speech sense thus enables us to perceive not only sounds, but what we call tones of speech as well. This leads us to ask how, in the course of evolution, human beings became able to perceive speech tones, and as a consequence developed the ability to speak. How was it that human beings were able to develop speech over the course of their evolution? At this point, we have to clarify a certain matter. Learning to speak, not merely hearing, required not only that something come to human beings from outside and be perceived by them, but also that something within human beings follow the same route that the currents of the sentient soul take as they press forward from behind. This was essential. Human evolution had to proceed in such a way that the sentient soul became permeated by a current moving in the same direction as the soul's currents, which create through movement toward the front from behind. That was needed for speech. Speaking had to precede the sense of visualization. Speaking had to be acquired before human beings were in a position to sense the idea in words themselves, even in the words they spoke themselves. They first had to learn to emit speech tones and live in the sensations such tones generated before relating them to specific mental images. That had to come later. The initial experience was not of concept or mental image, but a feeling for what permeated the tones when they were emitted. Speech proceeded from this experience. This development had to take place after the blood circulation shifted to an upright position, for animals cannot speak. The I, capital, had to work from above downward. Although the I was present by that time, working downward from above, human beings were still unable to imagine it, since the visualizing sense was not yet developed. What was the result? Human beings could not receive speech through their individual I, but only through another I, comparable to the group I of animals. In this sense, speech is truly a gift of the gods. It was poured down from above into human beings along the path taken by the eye before it could develop speech itself. The human eye, flowing down from above, was not capable of developing speech. It did not yet have the organs capable of providing the impulse for speech development, and thus the collective eye had to do it. Human beings were already complete, however. They were by that time upright human beings. The collective eye had to work from above downward into the physical and etheric organism and so on in order to bring about speech. Another current flowed from below toward the group eye. That group eye flowed down from above and met another current that flowed upward from below. They met and created a kind of vortex. If you draw a straight line through the middle of the larynx, it follows the direction of the current used by those spirits who gave speech. Out of these two congesting currents, the peculiar form of the human larynx arose in physical matter. Thus the human being had to develop speech through the influence of a group soul living in the earth's environment. You may recall that I spoke about how group souls actually work on the earth. I said that the current of the group soul passes through the horizontal spinal cord of the animal. These streams of forces flowing from above downward constantly circulate around the earth as they did around ancient moon. They are currents that do not remain in place but circulate in a perpendicular manner around the earth. The vertically oriented group souls sweep around the earth in circles. What was the result? In order for human beings to develop speech through the influence of group souls, they could not remain at a fixed location, but had to migrate, moving from place to encounter the group soul. Human beings could not have learned speech if they had stayed where they were when they could not yet speak. What was the necessary direction of their movement? This is easily discovered. We know that human etheric currents flow from right to left, and the physical currents from left to right. Where then are the group souls that endowed human beings with speech? We can answer this through the following consideration. Let us look at the singular form of the earth. When you consider the fact that human beings learned to speak after they were already complete, you will agree that a strong current was needed, since the larynx, in its soft shape, first had to be transformed into the human larynx. This had to happen under very different conditions on earth than those we find today. What must they have been? Let us look at the earth. Imagine that you are standing on the earth facing east. The west is behind us, the north to the left, and the south to the right. Now notice the strange fact that emerges. The currents involved in structuring the physical body flow from left to right. They occur in the outer world as well, and they were present when the earth was formed. Here you have the powerful currents that come from the north and move toward the south. These currents bring physical matter into existence. On the other side are etheric currents, flowing from right to left, without the goal of condensing physical matter. You can still see this in the earth's asymmetry. In the direction of the physical currents you have the northern half with its continents. There the condensed physical matter draws itself together, whereas in the other, southern half, you have the expanses of ocean. The current working from the north is identical to the one that acts from left to right in human beings, and the current from the south is identical to the one that acts from right to left. Now let us consider the other two currents in human beings, the one moving from front to back and the other from back to front. As we have seen, the current from front to back goes from the sentient body into the sentient soul, into the soul in general, whereas the second goes outward. If you now consider this, and I ask that you consider it very carefully since it is not so easy, you will realize that in order to learn speech, human beings had to produce a current that flowed from within outward, that made its way into the sentient body. People had to encounter the group soul current and offer their organization to it, so that what could build the larynx could congest there. Human beings had to meet within the earthly realm such a current that could work into the human astral aspect. When human beings were first learning to speak, therefore, they could neither move in a northerly nor a southerly direction, but had to move in a direction at a right angle to both. In other words, they had to move east to west or west to east at the time when they were to learn to speak. Spiritual science tells us that human beings at one time lived in ancient Lemuria, there where the sea now extends between Africa and Asia. Then they moved in order to learn to speak. They could not go south or north, but had to move west to ancient Atlantis. While moving west to Atlantis, they encountered the group souls who could evoke speech in them. You will find spiritual scientific observation confirmed as you come to understand the organism of human speech. Thus human beings learned speech in ancient Atlantis. Human beings then needed to develop the sense of imagery based on speech. They were not to stop at mere speech, but were to advance to a sense of mental representation. How could this happen? Of course, they could not continue in the same direction. They had to go in the opposite direction with the same current. Why? We saw what happens when visualization arises from the sense of tone or speech. We have seen how the speech tone develops from melody when transformed into harmony, and when the fundamental tone is disregarded so that only the system of the overtones remains. Then the development of the visualization sense required the suppression in speech on one side, and on the other what had to be developed. Human beings had to reverse their direction after learning to speak. They had to return east from Atlantis to develop the sense of pictorial thinking from the speech they had learned. Here we see the significance of migration, as described by spiritual science, during which the ancient Atlanteans who were sufficiently mature began to move from west to east. They were thus able to develop the visualization sense in a fruitful way. Then it would follow that those who moved in the opposite direction to the west would not be able to develop a sense of visualization in a fruitful way. Some people did go in the opposite direction. They were the original inhabitants of America. Why did they not keep with this development? Why was it necessary that that which was learned in the East be brought to them later? It was because they moved in the opposite direction. That was the cosmic destiny of the original inhabitants of America, that they migrated in the opposite direction. This demonstrates the palpable reality of what is reported by spiritual investigation. One can understand the whole organization of the earth, the distribution of the continents, firm lands and oceans and human migrations can all be understood once you comprehend the mystery of the continuous streams affecting human beings, which we have come to understand through anthroposophy. Anthroposophy really guides us into that living realm where human beings and the outer world can be clearly understood. And now we can go further. We could ask, did humanity go on to learn more after the sense of visualization was developed? Humanity was not intended to stop short at pictorial imagination, but to progress toward the ability to form concepts. The next step was to ascend out of the mere visualization sense to the soul life. Again, humankind had to move in the reverse direction. First, humanity had to go east to develop the imaginative life. To develop pure concepts, on the other hand, called for a reverse migration, since the ability to conceptualize could be attained only after returning westward. If we had enough time to bring together all the findings of anthroposophic research, we could gain a detailed understanding of the great migrations that occurred during the 4 post-Atlantean cultural periods. we would obtain a wonderful tapestry of the activity of spiritual forces in every aspect of the formation of earth and humankind. Thus far we have considered the currents that flow downward from above, from right to left, from front to back, and so on. But we are somehow stopped there, unable to continue. Spiritual science demonstrates that there are three senses that are higher than the sense of visualization. The senses of imagination, inspiration, and intuition. In ordinary life, they flow into the soul, but they flow outward in clairvoyance. This is reported by spiritual science. In order for these senses to exist in physical human beings, they must all build organs for themselves and must work in a certain way. Here we must consider something that is found only in human beings, something that animals do not yet possess in the same form. It is the inner soul activity of memory. It is pure scientific invention to say that animals have a faculty for remembering. It is not surprising that animals act in a way that requires the same explanations used to explain human behavior. It is a mistake, however, to call such animal behavior memory. The primary orientation of animals, which had to be changed to the upright in humankind, so that the eye could flow in and memory develop, remains horizontal, and just as in human beings, toward the front. This orientation of animals eliminates obstruction and allows the flow of the currents of the sentient, intellectual, and consciousness souls through it, although without the eye. Thus it is possible for animals to commit acts that are indeed reasonable, but definitely are not eye-imbued. That is why we cannot speak of animals as having intelligence. This is where a huge area of error arises in modern science. The facts show only that one can be directed by intelligence without possessing it, and that is how it is for animals. The fact that we encounter phenomena in the animal realm resembling human memory is a natural result of the animal form. But to speak of the form of memory is a gross error and creates a complete confusion. In memory, there is something completely different from what may be found in mere reasoned thinking or even in visualization. In memory, we have before us a mental image that remains after the impression or perception itself is no longer present. Memory does not consist of doing something that resembles an earlier action. If that were the case, Professor H would be correct in saying that when a chick breaks out of an egg and immediately begins to peck, it demonstrates the possession of memory, since it repeats something that its ancestors did. Clearly, what memory is has not been grasped at all when such outrageous things are being done in the field of psychology. We could just as easily say that a clock possesses memory because it repeats the same movements every day. Such concepts are misleading in the broadest sense. Memory is correctly described as the retention in us of a mental picture. It is not the repetition of an external act. It is the I that retains the mental pictures. The nature of memory is that the I takes hold of the mental picture and retains it. But for this to occur in a human organism, an organ has to be created. The I must produce the necessary currents. Such currents must issue from the I itself and converge with the other currents coming from every direction. The I must flood into the other currents that exist without the I, and the I must conquer them. If, say, a current flows in from outside, the I must be able to issue a current in the opposite direction. This essential activity, in which the I was unable to engage at the very beginning, becomes apparent when you recall that during the age when the human being was supposed to learn to speak, such a counter-current had to arise. Because the I was not yet in a position to do so, a group I had to assume the task of driving this current into human souls. When real human soul life began with the participation of the I, however, the I itself sent currents out that penetrated the other already existing currents. Does the I notice when it drives a current into an already existing current? Yes, it notices very exactly. Up to the point of visualization, the I is not engaged in penetrating currents. To create higher faculties, such as memory, however, the I must issue a countercurrent that penetrates the existent current and must work against it. This becomes obvious as the I continues to develop and another element joins the three currents of space flowing at right angles to one another. As the I begins developing memory, it sends its current to bore somewhat in the opposite direction of space, and this becomes perceptible in the awareness of time. This is why memory is linked with the idea of time. It is an idea that, instead of being spatial, moves in the direction of the past, penetrating the space-related currents. Thus it is with everything the I develops out of itself. It would lead too far off the subject to develop everything in detail, but we can point to the current that flows as the I develops memory. This is the current flowing from left to right. Currents also flow in the same direction as that in which the I develops characteristics such as habits. These left to right currents flow counter to the earlier currents that arose without the I. The I bores into them. In studying the soul life, we can distinguish between the sentient, intellectual, and consciousness souls. The intellectual soul can still be deceptive. You will recall that I said it is possible to have intellect without possessing intelligence, since intelligence is based on the I being. To gain inner access to the I, the intellectual soul must develop from within to the level of the I. Then it ascends to the consciousness soul. Now, this always involves opposite directions. When it becomes conscious, the consciousness soul always assumes thereby a direction counter to that of the intellectual soul, which still works in the unconscious. Is there any evidence that the stream of these two souls flow in opposite directions? This can be observed under certain earthly conditions. Think, for example, of learning to read, which in a certain sense is a very intellectual activity, not necessarily based on possessing an intelligent I. What I am about to say applies primarily to Europe, where, as you know, the population waited, as it were, for later cultural conditions to develop. Thus, you arrive at something that was present in Greco-Latin culture when the intellectual soul first developed what is called writing. People began to learn to read and write as that soul was formed. This was, however, only the very beginning. This feature was retained. Then came the effect of the consciousness soul. Conscious activity must occur in a direction counter to that of the intellectual soul, because the two currents flow in opposite directions. People first learned to calculate once they had developed the consciousness soul, since arithmetic is a conscious activity. We see these directions reflected in European writing, which is from left to right, owing to the involvement of the intellectual soul, whereas their calculation is done from right to left. When they add, for example, they add by columns, right to left. We see here, as in a picture, the two different currents, those of the intellectual soul and the consciousness soul, one superimposed over the other. This is not how it is everywhere. The nature of Europeans can be read from this example. It shows that they were predestined to wait in the development of the intellectual soul until a certain point in time, so that the consciousness soul would not develop prematurely. By way of contrast, what needed to be developed in the consciousness soul in Western culture, other ethnic groups had developed as capacities of the intellectual soul. These people, therefore, had to be given the possibility of accomplishing something with the intellectual soul that those who waited could accomplish only later through the consciousness soul. It was the Semites who had the mission of preparing for the development of the consciousness soul while developing the intellectual soul, thus becoming pioneers of the consciousness soul. Because of this, they write from right to left. These findings offer us a means for understanding not only the human being as such, but also all cultural phenomena. Such facts explain why at a certain evolutionary moment writing and calculation were accomplished in a particular way. We could explore further right into the forms of the letters of each people, and see whether this or that individual folk formed its letters with strokes from left to right or vice versa. It is a matter that can be understood on the basis of these spiritual facts. You see here the future mission of spiritual science, if it is to bring light into people's heads for an understanding of what would otherwise remain unintelligible. It is probably not right to end these considerations at this point, so we will continue tomorrow in a certain way to finish them. Even so, it will be only a brief sketch. I will, therefore, be speaking tomorrow from an anthroposophic perspective about what we might call one of Goethe's daughters. You are aware that I wrote an essay entitled Goethe, Father of a New Aesthetic. In it I described Goethe's parental role in connection with the conception and the understanding of the arts. It is my intention tomorrow to describe Goethe's child, a really new conception of the science of art, of aesthetics. Footnote, this refers to the published version of Rudolf Steiner's lecture of October 28, 1909. The title is The Spiritual Origin of the Arts. It is contained in title Art as Spiritual Activity, Rudolf Steiner's Contribution to the Visual Arts, Michael Howard, editor, Hudson, New York, Anthroposophic Press, 1997. That is the end of Lecture 4 and the end of the first section of this set of lectures on anthroposophy. The next set 2, is called Psychosophy. Of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled A Psychology of Body, Soul, and Spirit. This is the beginning of Part 2, entitled Psychosophy, given in Berlin, 1910. And this is Lecture 5, Aspects of Soul Life, given November 1st, 1910. The examples I will need to use during these evening lectures are best taken from the realm of poetry. Each evening there will be a short recitation of a poem, which will allow me to demonstrate matters as well as when I use a blackboard. Today's lecture will be introduced by Miss Waller's recitation of a poem from Goethe's Youth, an adaptation of the legend of the Eternal Jew. Please note that this poem from Goethe's Youth seems to me to have significance for what I will be speaking of. The recitations used to illustrate these lectures will definitely be of psychosophic interest. Footnote, a variation on Goethe's early poem, The Eternal Jew, was recited at this point. The original poem is almost unknown in Germany today, and not at all in English-speaking countries. The text has been omitted, since it is unlikely that this variation would have any real meaning for those unfamiliar with the original. The reasons for this quote-unquote experiment are explained in the text that follows, and the object of its reading will become clear. End of footnote. During last year's general meeting, I entitled the lecture series Anthroposophy. This year, another series will be given from a similar viewpoint entitled Psychosophy. If the opportunity arises, there will eventually be a third series or chapter called Pneumatosophy. These 3 series together will serve as a bridge to lead from the world we live in to the higher worlds that are the subject of theosophical study. Psychosophy is to be a deliberation on the human soul, beginning with the soul's experiences here in the physical world. It then rises to higher realms to demonstrate that whatever we encounter in the physical world as the manifest soul life leads to the perspective where the light of theosophy comes to meet us. We will be occupied with many themes during these evenings. We will begin today with what may seem like very simple matters by looking at certain aspects of soul life, such as attentiveness and memory. We will then progress to passions and emotions, and then to matters that might be considered part of the realm of truth, beauty, and goodness. We will study aspects that affect our lives by fostering health or causing illness. We will be concerned with the true soul causes of illness, and as we pursue this theme, we will come up against the boundary where soul nature dips into the physical body's life. Thus, we will need to investigate the interrelationship between the body's state of health and the soul's inner life of activity and work. Then we must rise to a contemplation of high human ideals and consider their effect on the soul. We must look at the phenomena of ordinary life. For example, what makes time pass so quickly? We will see how such phenomena affect soul life and are present in a strange series of events within the soul. We will study the peculiar effects of boredom. Many other things could be mentioned, and we could consider them phenomenologically, or from the perspective of remedying apparent illnesses in the soul's life, poor reasoning ability, poor memory, and so on. You can also imagine that in speaking of the soul's life, we must touch on other areas as well. Theosophists are, in a certain way, familiar with the ideas needed to relate human soul life to other matters. You are all familiar with the aspects of human nature that spiritual science recognizes as consisting of body, soul, and spirit. That gives you a basis for saying that we must relate soul life to aspects of bodily nature on the one side, but also that it extends into spirit on the other. We have been concerned with the more physical aspects in the lectures called anthroposophy. Now we will go into the soul's life in psychosophy, and later rise to the life of spirit in pneumatosophy. What is soul life when we contemplate it as such, within the limits just spoken of? What we usually refer to as outer world, or the given world spread before and around us, cannot be considered part of our soul life. The minerals, plants, animals, air, clouds, mountains, rivers, and so on, in other words, everything in our environment, cannot be counted as belonging to the soul life, regardless of what we might bring to them out of our spirit when we visualize them. On the physical level, when we encounter a rose, we do not consider the rose itself to be a part of our soul life. However, if we feel joy or pleasure arising in us as we look at it, we can indeed call that a soul experience. If we meet someone and form a mental picture of that person, hair, face, expression, we do not include that in our soul life. But if we feel an interest in a person through sympathy or antipathy, or if we think of that person with love, all of these feelings must be considered soul experiences. You know that I don't like definitions. I prefer to characterize instead. I don't want to define soul life for you, since definitions accomplish little. I prefer to characterize what belongs to soul life. Let us look at something else. Suppose we witness someone engaged in an activity, and according to what we see, we must call it a good deed, one that can be approved of from a certain moral viewpoint. Then we have such a soul experience, which is expressed by our saying, "That deed was good." This experience is different from that already characterized. We are not describing an action as such, or determining the various steps that led to it. And it is not a matter of our liking or disliking the motivation behind it. Other, higher interests are involved. When we call the deed good, we know that it should not depend on us at all whether we say a deed is good or bad. We must, nevertheless, make this assessment in the soul if we want to be conscious of the quality of the deed. Nothing in the outer world can tell us whether a deed is good. The judgment that it is good must arise and light up within us out of our own experience. However, If the judgment is to be justified, it must be independent of our own experience. The Spirit plays a role in every experience of the soul, such as this one. It is an experience in which something must be felt inwardly, in order to become aware of it, but the significance of which is independent of our consciousness. It makes little difference whether we make a judgment or not. We have characterized what we might call the relationship of the soul to the outer world with 3 examples. First, we consider something as the outer world. Second, we consider a purely inner experience, such as an interest in someone else or the pleasure we take in a rose. And third, there is an inner experience of making a judgment, which must be independent of the soul life in order to have validity. The outer world must reveal itself to the soul through the physical body. Soul experience is purely inward, but the Spirit also communicates within the soul, as shown in the examples given. It is important to keep firmly in mind that the soul life ebbs and flows in inner facts. Now, we must assume the task of discovering the inner characteristics of soul experience. We have determined the outer boundaries of soul experience, where it borders other realms. Now, we want to see how we may characterize this inner life of the soul. In other words, what ideas or pictures must we use to speak of the human soul, to make it clear that we are referring only to the soul. We need to find concepts or images characteristic of the nature of the soul as such, as exhibited on the physical plane. What is the essential characteristic of soul experience? There are 2 ways we can characterize it, 2 ideas that apply only to the soul experience of the human being, as we will see when we speak strictly in relation to human physical conditions. It will, therefore, be my task to present an exact description of the characteristics, the basic inner phenomena and manifestations of the soul's life, studied strictly within its own realm. 2 concepts that characterize the inner aspects of that life may be cited. Please do not be put off, because our concern today is with the gathering of ideas. In the following days, you will see the value of this precise grasping of concepts in learning to understand manifestations that concern all of us. They will provide us with indications that are of great importance for the health and illness of the ordinary soul life. One of these 2 concepts is judgment. Judging is one activity of the soul. All other true soul experiences and activities can be summed up by what we can call the inner experiences of love, desire, and hate, aversion. Properly understood, these words encompass all of the soul's inner life. We will see how fruitful both conceptions of judgment and the consideration of the manifestations of love and hate will be for us. Every aspect of the soul is either a making of judgments or a life in love or hate. Basically, these are the only concepts that pertain to the soul. All others refer to a vehicle for something else coming into the soul, either from without, through the body, or, due to causes we will learn later, from the spirit within. Thus, on the one hand, we have judgment, and on the other, love and hate. No matter what we call them, forces or activities, they alone belong to the soul life. If we want to understand the role of these 2 activities, we must develop a clear idea about judgment for ourselves, and then determine the significance of judgment, love, and hate within the soul life. I am not speaking of the logical aspects of judgment. That would be entirely different. I am not talking about the characteristics or laws of judgment. My characterization is not about logic, but about the psychosophic nature, strictly from the perspective of inner activity, or soul processes of judging. Everything you can learn about judgment through logic is ruled out. I am not speaking of judgment, but of judging, the activity of judging, using the word as a verb. When you are motivated, regardless of the motivation itself, to say that that rose is red, you have judged. You have engaged in the activity of judging. Or you say, that's a good man. Or, the Sistine Madonna is beautiful. Or, that church steeple is tall. To the extent you do this as an activity in the inner soul life, that is judging. Now, let us examine the experiences of loving and hating. Those who take the trouble to turn their view inward find that they do not go through the external world in such a way that their souls remain untouched by most things. Let us picture ourselves traveling through a landscape. Not only do we see green hillsides, cloud-covered mountain peaks, and rivers flowing through the valleys, our souls also experience delight in the landscape. This is because we are loving our experience. Even if this love is hidden within our soul experience, it is nevertheless something that accompanies all of us in almost everything we experience during the hours of our waking life. As you walk along a street, if you see someone doing something wrong that disgusts you, that is really a concealed, a hidden emergence of the inner soul experience of hatred. Let me read that again. As you walk along a street, if you see someone doing something wrong that disgusts you, that is really a concealed, a hidden emergence of the inner soul experience of hatred. If you happen to find an evil-smelling plant in a meadow and turn away from it, that too is simply another experience of hate that you do not immediately identify as such. Love and hate are continually active in our soul life. The same is true of judging. You are continually judging and continually experiencing love and hate every moment of your waking soul life. We can understand the events of inner soul life even more exactly when we look at something that plays an important role in judging. Every judgment we make has an effect on our soul life, and this is essential for an understanding of the nature of soul life. When you judge that the rose is red, or see someone doing a good deed and say, that is a good person, both judgments have consequences for your soul, which might be characterized as follows. When you judge that the rose is red, from that time forward your soul life carries a mental picture of the red rose. That judgment is transformed within the further life of the soul into a mental image of the red rose. And you, as a soul-endowed being, continue to live with it. Every judgment culminates in a mental image in your soul experience. The judgment consists of what we might call two tendencies converging from two directions, one the rose, the other red. These two then become one, the red rose. They converge into a single image that you carry throughout life. If these two experiences were drawn as two currents, we would have to draw them converging and say that your judging always culminates in the mental image. Unless we thoroughly understand and impress on our minds the fact that judging always culminates in mental images, we cannot understand human soul life or its relationship to higher worlds, which will be the focus of our study in the days to come. The phenomena of love and hate require that we ask a different kind of question. We cannot ask, where are they going? But rather, where do they come from? With judging, it is a matter of where to, of where it is going. Whereas for love and hate, it is a question of where from, of where it comes from. As the soul gives birth to love and hate, we will always discover something there that enters the soul life as though from another side. As soul experiences, loving and hating can always be traced back to what could be called desiring. If we put desiring on the other side of soul life, there's a drawing, we can say that behind the love and hate that appears in our souls, there always stands desire, which radiates into our soul life. Thus, desire, as one side of our soul life, flows into it. We will study this in greater depth. And when we look into our soul, what becomes of the desiring, love or hate? Then we look further into our souls and find the activity of judging. And if we ask what all this leads to on the other side, we see that judging leads to the mental image. Desiring, as we can easily recognize, must be seen as emerging from the inner life of the soul. Desire cannot be spoken of as something that has an external cause, since it is likely that we are unaware of any such cause. We know one thing for certain. No matter what the source, desires surface in the soul life. And we can observe that as soon as they emerge, love and hate arise as a result. We can be equally certain that our judging that the rose is red must be within the soul. When that judging develops into the mental image of the red rose, however, such an image must have an outer validity and significance to be of any value to us. Thus, for reasons largely unknown today, though familiar to spiritual investigators, desiring surfaces in the soul and lives as the phenomena of love and hate, and the soul feels impelled to allow the activity of judging to flow from the well springs of its own being, sharpening judgments to mental images, and aware that if the judging is being done in a certain way, the image can be valid. It will strike you as odd that I have resorted to so many words, instead of just a few, in presenting these elementary concepts of soul life. You may be feeling that a shorter statement would have served just as well. What I now say is by way of footnote. It is conceivable that these matters could be covered more briefly, but since they go unnoticed and ignored, even in the broadest reaches of modern scientific life, error upon error is made regarding them. I want, as it were, to insert a footnote to indicate such a significant error, since those who are making this mistake are unclear about these matters with which we have been familiarizing ourselves and are coming to understand more fully. And those making this error are drawing sweeping conclusions with regard to a certain fact that is being completely misunderstood. In many physiology texts, you may read that we are able to move our hands and legs not simply because we have the sense of perception, nerves, going from the sense organs to the brain and carrying messages to it or to the spinal cord. Everywhere the matter is also presented as if these nerves face others called motor nerves. On the physical plane they do, of course. It is said that whenever we see an object, a message is conveyed along the nerve that goes from the eyes to the brain, which acts as the central organ. The sensation experienced there is then transferred to another nerve connected from the brain to the related muscle, which is stimulated to move. Motor and sensory nerves are distinguished in this way. To a spiritual scientific perspective, however, the facts are very different. What natural science refers to as motor nerves do in fact exist as physical structures, but their purpose is not to stimulate movement, but to perceive it, to verify it, to become aware of self-movement. Just as we have nerves for receiving color impressions, so we also have nerves that allow us to check on what we are doing and convey it to our awareness. The prevailing view is a gross error that does widespread damage It has been ruinous to the whole field of physiology, and to psychology as well. All this should be understood as a footnote. We need to clarify the tremendous roles played in the life of the soul by judgment and by the phenomena of love and hate, the two elements we have found active in it. The entire life of soul is composed of various combinations of these two elements. We would arrive at an erroneous view if we failed to include the fact that all along the boundaries of the soul, other elements that do not belong to the soul's life in the strictest sense enter continuously from outside. Something is certain to occur to us in this context, something encountered everywhere in ordinary life, which we talked about in last year's lectures on anthroposophy. Our soul life is essentially based on what is referred to as sensations experienced by the senses. For example, sounds heard by the organ of hearing, colors perceived by the eyes, taste experienced through the organ of taste, and so on. Experiences of certain things conveyed to us by our senses we take into our soul in a certain way and they live on in it. When we consider what we take into our souls in this way, we may say that our soul life in fact approaches a boundary presented by the sense organs. Our sense organs are like sentries posted at a frontier, and whatever they report concerning the surrounding world, we absorb into our soul life and carry with us. Now, how does what sense experience gives us behave within the soul life? For soul life, what is the significance of our perceptions, and what we then continue to live with? The sounds our ears hear, the colors our eyes see, and so on. What does all this mean for the soul? These experiences are usually studied in a truly one-sided way, without realizing that a combination of two factors or elements is encountered at the boundaries of soul life. One is perception, the direct experience we necessarily have of the outer world. We can have an impression of colors or sounds only when the sense organs that convey those impressions are exposed to them. Such impressions last only as long as we are exposed to external objects. An outer impression or interchange between the outer and the inner stops as soon as the eyes no longer look at an object, or the ears no longer hear it making sounds. What does this prove? Consider this along with the other fact, that we carry something of these experiences of the outer world with us. You know the sound you heard or the color you saw, although you no longer hear or see them. What happened there? There is something that takes place completely within, something that belongs totally to your soul life, and must absolutely occur within. If it belonged to the external world, you couldn't carry it with you. Sense impressions of a color that you have received by looking at the color may be carried within you afterward, only if they dwell in your soul, if they become an inner experience of the soul, so that they remain in the soul. Thus we must distinguish between sense perception, which happens between the soul and the outer world, and that which we separate from our interaction with the external world and continue to carry within us. We must sharply distinguish between these two things. This is vital in such matters. Please do not think that I am being pedantic by saying these things. A foundation must be created for what follows. You can clearly distinguish, for future reference, between the experience you have as long as you have an object before you, and that which you carry with you in the soul afterward, if you call the first experience a sense perception and the latter a sensation. In this way you distinguish between the perception of a color and the sensation of it. Color perception is finished when you look away, but you continue to carry the sensation of color within you. Usually such distinctions are not made in daily life, nor are they necessary. We need them to prepare for coming lectures, however, and they will prove very useful to us. Our souls carry within them, then, sensations acquired through exposure to external scenes and objects. Should we consider them to be a completely new element of soul life, in addition to the elements of judging and love and hate? If that were the situation, you would have to say, well, you have forgotten something that is also an element of the soul's life. You fail to mention the sensations derived from the senses, which are found there. That is not the situation, however. Such sensations are not a distinct aspect of the soul life. We must distinguish between the subject matter of the sensation and something else. For instance, when sensing the color red, we must separate out the red. If red were an inner soul experience, the whole color perception of it as red would be meaningless. The subject matter, or color, of the perception is in no way an inner experience of the soul. The object that stood before you is red, but its redness is not produced by your soul. What originates in your soul is something very different. That is, what you did, or your activity, while the red object stood before you, so that you could carry the impression with you. This activity is the inner soul experience, and it is actually nothing other than the converging of the two fundamental elements of the soul life to which we have been referring. We must look more closely at what occurs when we see a color, red for example, and then carry the impression of red with us in our soul. If what I have said is true, that there are two elements in our soul life, that of love and hate, which points back to a desiring, and that of judging, which leads to a mental image, only something connected with these two soul elements may be considered when we have a sense experience before us and want to identify the sensations. Imagine that you have a color impression before you and have a sensation of the color. What emerges as an activity from the soul experience, this is a question, let me read it again. What emerges as an activity from the soul experience when you expose yourselves to the sense experience of, for example, the color red? Love and hate emerge from the soul on the one hand, and judging on the other. Let us make a drawing, and there's a drawing here. Assume that this is the border between the soul and the outer world. The horizontal line separates the area of the soul, the lower part in the illustration, from the outer world, the upper part. If what I have been saying is true, then if something along that boundary makes an impression on a sense organ, let us say that an object at C produces a color impression, judgment and the phenomena of love and hate come from within the soul to meet it, for nothing but these elements can flow from the soul. Only judging and the phenomena of love and hate can flow toward this sense experience as we observe the color red. Please note that there can be important differences between two judgments and between two desires. Imagine a dreamy or bored moment, for example, while waiting for a train. A memory surfaces in your soul, evoking the mental image of a previous experience that was unpleasant. Alongside this fact, there arises in your soul the long, drawn-out, repugnant consequences that resulted from that episode. You can sense how these two mental images now merge into a single, intensive visualization of the impression left by the disagreeable event. A judgment is reached entirely within the sphere of soul experience. The outer world has added nothing. Love and hate also play a role, since the image arose from the soul, and love and hate immediately joined it from within the soul. Again, nothing gets to the outside. While you sit quietly with this taking place in your soul, someone else can stand near you and not be able to see anything of what is going on in your soul. Nothing in the environment has any significance or in any way affects what your soul is experiencing of love and hate and judging. While we are engaged in the inner activity I have been describing, where judgment is evoked by love and hate, we remain in a sea of the soul life, so to speak. The following drawing can represent this. And there is again a drawing. The letter A indicates the emergence of the first mental image from within the soul's boundaries. B, the second. They coalesce to form a new mental image, X, or judging. Thereby love and hate come into consideration. None of this extends to the soul's boundary, but remains entirely within the realm of soul experience. Everything is different when it comes to a sense experience. When a sense experience emerges, we must go as far as the soul's boundary and approach the outer world. It is as though the currents of our soul life flow right up to where the outer world begins and are stopped by the outer world. What is stopped there? Desire, we may also say love and hate, flows as far as the boundary, as does the capacity to judge. They are both halted at the border. As a result, desiring must stop, as must judging. Judging and desiring both arrive at the border line, but the soul does not perceive them. In that, judging and desiring flow to the boundary of the soul life and are halted, a sensation forms. Sensations are nothing more than what flows together out of inner unconscious judging and the unconscious phenomena of love and hate, which strive outward but are hindered and retained. Whatever the soul carries as a sensation arises in this way. Thus, we can say that what we may call love and hate and what we may call judging surge substantially within the sea of the soul. We will study all these matters in exact and confirming detail and further clarify them. When judging leads to a mental image within the soul life, the soul life registers this culmination, the entire activity involved in judging, and finally sees the mental image as the outcome. If the soul allows the same current to flow right up to the boundary, where it comes up against the outer world, it is forced to let the stream of desiring and judging stop. Thus the whole process, the convergence of desiring and judging, results in sensation. Strictly speaking, sensation is the converging of judging and desiring within the life of the soul. When we consider the usual daily range of our soul life and focus on the source of its rich content, we find it to be sense experience. Self-examination can easily convince you that your inner experiences arise mostly from that which you have taken with you out of sense experience. If you want to visualize something higher, mental images of the non-physical, you find that it does your soul good when you attempt to perceive sensibly what is not sense-perceptible. In other words, when you picture these things through color or sound sensations, even if quite subtle. Language can show us the soul's frequent deep need to express higher things in terms of sensations. Usually people are unaware of this fact, because in picturing physical things, usually taken from daily life, the picture quality or symbol quality is very shadowy and nebulous. People believe they have produced something very different from pictures of combined sensations, but this is not the case. Just try to imagine an immaterial triangle, one that is colorless and not connected in any way with a sense perception. You will discover the difficulty in this and how totally incapable most people are when they want to imagine something like an intangible triangle. You can do so only when you make it sense perceptible. If you want to imagine a triangle, you must always imagine it as something physical. You must connect a material idea, one connected with the sense perceptible, to the concept of the triangle. This is in the nature of our language. You can see how you are always forced to think of a sense perceptible. You can see how you are always forced to think in sense perceptible terms through language. I said, for example, that a sense-based image has to be, quote-unquote, connected to the concept of a triangle. Isn't connecting just such a material image? We connect things to one another. The sense-based symbol is present everywhere in the words we use. Thus we can say that on the broadest scale, human soul life consists of sensations won from the outer world. There is really only one human mental image that normally accompanies all of us, arising repeatedly from our inner soul experience and not directly attributable to external sense experiences, despite the fact that it must always be linked to them. It is the unique mental image we so often speak of here, that of the I, capital. When we look at the actual soul situation, we find that human beings live, for the most part, in a world of sensations. In that world, the mental representation of the I surfaces, occasionally in a very apparent way. There is an underlying awareness of the I. When you examine your soul life, however, you quickly find that a mental image of the I is not always there. You do not continuously imagine only your I, but also other things, such as red, green, or blue, connecting and disconnecting, and so on. You do not, however, continuously imagine the I. Nevertheless, in spite of this, you know that in the I image, you are picturing something that must be present in every sense experience, for you know that you pit it against sensations in desiring and judging. What we call soul experience is, in a certain sense, also I experience. In a certain sense, experiencing sound or color is also an I experience, but the idea of the I can never be kindled in the external world alone. It always emerges between other images derived from sense experiences, but it cannot, unlike sound and color, enter from the outer world. It comes to the surface from the ocean of soul life, and as a mental image joins every other mental image, as it were. All these other images also surface from that ocean. They are caused by external impressions, which are present only when those external impressions exist. The mental picture of the I surfaces without the existence of an external impression. That is the only difference between an image or perception of the I and other ideas and perceptions related to sense experiences. This, therefore, allows us to say that here we encounter the important fact that a unique mental image surfaces in the midst of our soul life, compared with those other, externally induced, mental images. This is a peculiar and significant fact. How can we explain it? There are a few modern philosophers and psychologists, even beyond the spiritual scientific movement, who stress the importance of the I image. This is something Dr. Unger has often and penetratingly indicated in his epistemological studies. Nevertheless, the odd thing is that, despite their good intentions, such scholars far overshoot the mark. I will mention the example of the French philosopher Bergson, footnote, Henri-Louis Bergson, 1859 to 1941, developed a humanistic philosophy of quote-unquote process as an alternative to positivism. He was awarded the Nobel Prize for Literature in 1928. End of footnote. In his works, you will encounter numerous references to the I image, with one thing emphasized repeatedly. Such scholars have noted the great significance and unique nature of the I image. As a result, they conclude that the I represents or indicates an enduring presence, because it surfaces from hidden depths rather than external stimuli. Bergson and others defend this view by saying that the I differs from all other soul and sense experiences in that it seems to be centered in itself, in its own experiencing, and thus perceives its own true shape. If the I experiences its own true form in its mental image, it is because something enduring is present, not something ephemeral. You will find that this is the reasoning based on these significant aspects of the I image of several schools of philosophy and psychology, even those outside spiritual scientific circles. There is a grave error in this reasoning. A certain objection must be raised against Bergson's argument, and this proves fatal to his inference. Let us say, for example, that the I image gives rise to something that constitutes the true human essence. In other words, that the soul is contained within this self. Let us assume that the I image does this. Then we must justifiably ask, what happens at night, during sleep? The human being is not within the I image. The mental image has completely disappeared. All concepts of the I being within its own image are valid only during waking life, since the I image no longer exists during sleep. It is gone, only to reappear when one awakens. It is in no way something enduring. In order for the I image to support the theory of a permanent I, it would have to be present as an image during sleep, but it is not. Thus it is impossible to argue for the permanence or immortality of the I from a mere image of the I. We would be quite justified in concluding that because it is absent during sleep, it is also absent after death. The I image can be missing. It is in no way immortal, since it vanishes every day. Therefore, we must hold fast to the unique significance of the I image, which owes its existence to no external factor, a mental image within which the I really feels itself. Nevertheless, that image does not prove the existence of the I, because that picture does not exist at night. We have reached a conclusion today that we wish to build on from tomorrow onward. We see in the surging sea of our soul life that judging and the phenomena of love and hate are present, and basically form our soul life. We see that where the soul and the external world meet, sensations arise as an unconscious flowing together of desiring and judging. We see that sense experiences are taken into our soul life, and that within those experiences, not caused externally, the image of the I appears. We see that the image of the I has one characteristic in common with all other sense perceptions, at least to the extent they are experienced by the soul. The impressions of sound and color and all other sense impressions sink into the darkness of unconsciousness at night, just as the I image does. Now, we must ask about the origin of that uniqueness of the I image, and how it relates to judging and the phenomena of love and hate, described as the basic soul elements. I will close today with this question, which involves the relationship between the I image, or real soul center, and the rest of the soul's life. This is where we will resume tomorrow. It's the end of Lecture 5. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled A Psychology of Body, Soul, and Spirit. This is Lecture 6, given on November 2nd, 1910, entitled The Activities of Human Soul Forces. We concluded yesterday's observations on psychosophy by characterizing the soul's ebb and flow, and how it may be attributed to its two essential elements, judging and the inner experience of love and hate. We also pointed out that sensations, given through our senses, emerge and fill the soul life like waves that continually rise and fall on the sea. It was further indicated that there is one aspect that arises in this restless sea that is radically different from everything else we experience while awake to the external world. We experience these sensations when we have contact with the outer world. They then transform themselves in us in such a way that they live on in us. As we examine the tide of experience arising through the influences of our senses, we become aware of a perception that is very different from any other. All other perceptions in ordinary life are caused by outer stimuli that then go through a process within us. From perceptions, they become sensations and live on in what the sensations leave behind in us. Perception of the I, capital, is completely different, however. It surfaces among the other externally caused sensations and is in a certain sense always present during our soul life. Perception of the I differs in that it cannot be caused from outside. Thus, there is a contrast in our soul life between the sensation of the I and all other soul experiences. The mysteries hidden behind this contrast will become apparent in the course of these lectures. We must focus on the contrast right from the beginning to get a feeling for those mysteries. With all the rest of our experience, we depend, as it were, on the external world, and we insert our I perception into the rest of our experience. Using this completely abstract contrast, we can learn to sense that which surges up and down in the soul comes from two directions. It is important that we look with sensitivity at this human soul life, both in an abstract way and concretely, with both a smaller and a larger perspective, since only the study of human soul life will illumine all other soul life. Essentially, human soul life is anything but unified. It is more like a dramatic battlefield where opposites struggle continually. Anyone who listens with sensitivity and feeling to this soul life will certainly notice its dramatic character. When confronted by these opposing forces in the human soul, people in fact feel a lack of control, a passivity. The greatest geniuses, as well as the least outstanding of individuals, are subject to these two opposing natures in the soul's life. Yesterday I began with a poem by Goethe, to give you a feeling for the contradictions that are active in the human soul, even within the soul of the greatest genius. If after hearing that poem you had looked it up in a Goethe anthology, you would have had a peculiar feeling, which would serve as a good foundation for this whole lecture cycle. I want to describe that feeling in order to avoid considering soul life abstractly, and to bring life-blood into it, and to enter into what lives in the soul. If you had looked up the Goethe poem that was recited yesterday, you might have said, well, this is a completely different version. What I see here in Goethe's works is not what I heard. Something was indeed changed for the recitation, which from an academic perspective would be tremendously uncaring and barbarous. The poem was specially prepared and not read according to Goethe's text. Certain parts were changed and others omitted, so that a very different impression was created. Of course, this cannot be done in the presence of literature professors, but it is all right when it is done for a very specific purpose. In our case, the purpose was to deepen our perspective of the drama in the human soul. Goethe wrote The Eternal Jew in his very early youth, but if Goethe at a more advanced age could have looked over the poem as recited here, he might have said, "I can stand behind that." He would have accepted our changes and rejected what we omitted yesterday. He might have admitted to being somewhat ashamed of what he had originally written. Anyone who shares my own unlimited admiration for Goethe might be allowed to speak as I must today about his Eternal Jew. It was a product of his early youth, and his youthfulness is expressed there because it was produced when he was still a real good-for-nothing, someone from whom nothing could possibly be learned. Is it wrong to say that in certain respects nothing could be learned from Goethe? We can honestly say that at the time he could not even spell correctly. Why then may we not be allowed to say that certain aspects of the Eternal Jew are useless? We certainly cannot condone the rampant poor taste these days that allows when possible the light of day to shine on all the earliest forms of the works of every great artist. We merely expose our own deficiencies in this way. In this youthful poem, there is something that is not really Goethe himself. Many ideas rumbled around in his youthful soul, influenced by his surroundings, but the nature of his environment is unimportant to us and concerns only him. Elements were brought together within Goethe's soul that we might refer to as a marriage between the temporal and the eternally divine, that produced an enduring offspring for all of humanity. It is valuable to us and to everyone who will come after us. These two elements, the one that concerned only Goethe and the one that concerns us and all following generations, were disentangled in yesterday's recitation. These two Goethean souls were cut apart. That which lived in the young Goethe and remained dominant within him until the end of his life was separated from what lived in him only during his youth and later died out. We see here how forces play into genius and ripen only with time. And we see that there are other external forces that influenced Goethe. When we view Goethe's youthful soul, it really seems like a battlefield for the struggle between the heroic Goethe, what accompanied him throughout his life as the actual bearer of his genius, and an element in his soul that he fought against. If this battle had not taken place, Goethe would not have become Goethe. Here is a clear example of opposites, of contrary forces active in the soul. The soul cannot be a homogeneous entity. It would be unable to progress any further. It is vital that we begin by gaining a feeling for this polarity or contradiction in the soul life. If we do not have this feeling, we will not be able to value rightly what is said precisely with regard to the soul life. When we have such a typical soul life as Goethe's, we look at it as if at a drama and attempt to approach it with a kind of shy reverence, because in that one incarnation, in the battle that unfolds as soul life, we see the true content, the real destiny of the individual soul life. There is still another aspect that we may point out in this soul drama. Let us take another look at the contradictions in Goethe's soul life, as they appeared spiritually through yesterday's recitation and through my explanation. What may we conclude? We find that in his later years, Goethe followed only one of the impulses discussed yesterday. Goethe was subjected involuntarily to these two forces in his soul throughout his life. All human beings, as soul beings, are not merely masters of themselves, but are also subjected to something within that has power over them, and that cannot be grasped knowingly up front. If Goethe, when he wrote, title The Eternal Jew, had embraced everything in his soul that could have been embraced, this poem would have been more artistic and a little closer to the version recited yesterday, but certainly not as it appears in Goethe anthologies. People are given over to their soul lives. There is an aspect there that is essentially just as external to our soul life as anything else around us. When we encounter a red rose, we are powerless to see it any differently. The rose forces us to retain the redness in our image of it. Likewise, there is something that makes it necessary to live out the drama of the soul in a very specific way. In terms of our sense impressions, the outer world dictates to us. We must recognize a similar inner master in our soul life when we examine its polarities and observe how the soul progresses in time from day to day, year to year, and from one stage of life to the next, seeing how it becomes richer as it is driven forward through an inner force. You can see in these simple concrete examples, which have been kept entirely at the physical level, that because of the nature of sense perception, we must acknowledge an external force or master in external life, and an internal master within ourselves. No matter where we are in space, the outer world controls our sense perceptions. It would merely be a fantasy if we refused to recognize this. As we progress inwardly, we must look at the dramatic contradictions of our soul life. We need to recognize that we are subject to a master there, just as we are in the external world, a master who makes sure we have a different soul life at 7 years of age, for example, than at 20, 30, or later. This example is given at the outset to illustrate much of what we will consider later. In the final analysis, this soul drama, concretely demonstrated in Goethe, is made up only of the two elements of the soul life, of judging or reasoning, and the phenomena of love and hate. As I said yesterday, judging leads to visualization, whereas love and hate come from desire. You might say that my assertion that judging leads to visualization contradicts the simple fact that mental images originate from sense impressions forced on us from the outer world. When we see a rose and have the impression of red, we visualize red without any reasoning involved. You could further object that judging, thus, does not lead to a mental image, but it is really the other way around. Visualization comes first, and reason follows, based on the mental image. Hold on to this apparent contradiction for a moment. It is not easy to resolve or to see through. We must combine several of the insights we can glean from observing soul life to find the key to this apparent contradiction. First, it is important to note that mental images really do have an existence of their own in soul life. They have their own life. Please understand the full significance of that statement. Visualizations are like parasites, like living beings in the soul that lead their own existence there. On the other hand, desiring also has its own existence in the soul. The soul is really subject to the independent mental images and to longings and desires. You can easily see that mental images live a life of their own in our souls when you consider, for example, that the soul is powerless to easily call a previously formed mental image back into memory. A mental image formed only yesterday may sometimes refuse strongly to allow itself to be recaptured. In ordinary life, we then say that we have forgotten, that it simply will not rise to the surface and resists recall. A battle takes place between something that lives in us as an undeniable soul power, wanting to force an image to the surface, and something else that is also present in the soul. A battle is waged in our souls with the mental image, though it will eventually return without any external cause. It was present all the time, but refused to reveal itself at the desired moment. You know, further, that this battle between our own soul forces and the mental image to be called up is different with different human individualities. The mental images, indeed, live in the soul, but as opponents, so to speak, of our own soul forces. The difference between these two is frighteningly great. Some people, for example, never seem to suffer the embarrassment of being unable to recall what lives in their souls when needed. Such people can summon, in an instant, all their memories and knowledge. On the other hand, there are those so incapacitated by forgetfulness that they have absolutely no power over their reservoir of images, and they cannot recall them to consciousness. A true psychologist finds it very important to know how quickly a person can remember, the speed with which the images of past experiences assert themselves against the forces trying to recall them. Psychologists use this as a measure of a deeper element in the being of the human. They see evidence of inner health or illness in the degree that we are removed from our mental images. Since the nuances of health and illness blend into one another at their extremes, we may say that from a psychologist's viewpoint, we have subtle indications right into the physical nature of the human constitution in these intimate details. We can even assess just where an individual has a problem by the way a soul must battle with mental images in order to remember them. We look, as it were, right through the soul into something that is other than soul, when we understand the soul's experience in battling with the realm of mental images. Another way of picturing the way mental images lead a life of their own in our souls is through the fact that we cannot completely control the mental images we have at any given moment. We are at their mercy. Certain experiences can convince us of this. It depends on us, on the nature of our soul life, whether or not we understand someone who is speaking with us, for example. You understand me when I am lecturing to you. If, however, you were to bring a person who is unfamiliar with such matters to hear my lectures, such a person would probably get nothing from them, regardless of how well educated that individual might be. Why is this? It is because you have been acquiring the needed mental images over a period of time. You have built up mental images in your souls that now come to meet the new ones in today's talk. Here you have an example of how we really have very little control over our soul life. There is no point in trying to understand something for which we lack a store of background images. In this case, image comes to meet image. If you observe your soul life, you will be able to notice that your I plays an extremely minimal role in it. You have the best opportunity to forget your I while you are listening to something that fascinates you. The more intently you listen, the more you forget your I. Try, after the lecture, to recall such a moment when you were absorbed in something you understood. You will discover that you must confirm that something was happening in you with which your I was not very involved, whereby it had indeed forgotten itself. At such times we say that we were as if given over to it, as if we had lost ourselves. We always lose ourselves when we understand something particularly well. We shut out our I and hold our reservoir of images up to meet those entering the soul. A sort of battle ensues between the old and the new, and we ourselves become the battleground for their confrontation. In relation to our soul life, something very important depends on whether or not we already have the mental images needed to understand something. Imagine listening to some matter without already having the mental images needed to understand it. We listen, quote-unquote, unprepared, as they say. Then something peculiar happens. At the moment we listen unprepared, when the state of the soul life makes it impossible to understand, something demon-like approaches us from behind. What is it? It is the I dwelling in our soul life. It appears to attack as if from behind. As long as we are absorbed, are lost to ourselves, it doesn't show itself. But it arises whenever we lack understanding. How does it announce itself there? Those who pay close attention to soul life soon notice that what plays into it brings it discomfort. The soul fills itself with some element that brings it discomfort. With this as a background, we may say that this discomfort shows that in the soul life, the mental images already present affect new mental images trying to enter. Their way of acting is not a matter of indifference. It either brings a sense of comfort and satisfaction into soul life, or it brings exactly the opposite. Again, we see the degree to which we are given over to our mental images. Although it is not obvious, this is of vital importance to psychologists. This discomfort is a force created in the soul when confronted with the unfamiliar. It continues to act in the soul's life in such a way that it goes beyond that life and takes hold of an even deeper element of human nature. The results of this misunderstanding and discomfort can have a damaging consequence, even affecting the body's constitution. In diagnosing the finer degrees of sickness or health, those connected with the soul life, it is very important to notice whether or not patients understand the matters they must frequently contend with in life. Such considerations are far more important than is generally believed. Let us move on now. It was stated that our mental images have an independent life, that they are like beings within us. Further consideration will convince you of this. You will remember moments in your soul life when the external world seemed to have nothing at all to offer you, despite a desire on your part to be stimulated by it, to receive impressions, to experience something. It simply had nothing to offer. It passed you by without leaving any impressions. You then experience something as a result. Boredom. Boredom causes desire in the soul. It gives birth to a longing for impressions, and the soul life is surrendered to it. Yet there is nothing to satisfy that desire. Where does boredom originate? If you are truly a good observer of nature, you might have observed something not often noticed, that only a human being can become bored. Animals never become bored. Only superficial observers believe that such a thing is possible. You can even become aware of a strange aspect of human boredom. If you investigate the soul life of a simple, primitive people, you will find that they suffer far less boredom than is found among the more cultured people with their more complicated soul life. Those who go about the world and tend to be observant will notice that country people are much less prone to boredom than city dwellers. Of course, you should not think here of studying how bored city people become in the country, but only the degree of boredom country people experience in the country. Your attention should be on the more complex cultural conditioning of soul life. Thus, there is a real difference in the degree to which human beings are prone to boredom. Then, too, boredom does not emerge from soul life without cause. Why are we bored? It is produced by the independent life of our mental images. The old mental images in us are the source of our desire for new impressions. They want to be re-enlivened and refreshed, to have new impressions. People have little control over boredom because mental images received in a previous life develop their own life in the soul and seek re-enlivenment. They develop desires. If they remain unsatisfied, their unsatisfied longing, an attribute that we must study in the soul life itself, is expressed as boredom. Therefore, people who have fewer mental images also have fewer desiring images. The fewer desires for new impressions they develop, the less bored they are. We should not conclude, however, that a lasting state of boredom characterizes a highly developed human being. Those who constantly yawn are not among the most highly developed in terms of soul life, though they are more developed than those who can never become bored because they have few mental images. Boredom can be cured, and when the soul has developed sufficiently, boredom is no longer possible. Why are animals never bored? When the gates of their senses are open to their environment, animals continually receive impressions. Now picture those impressions. The soul life of an animal flows out to the environment and is stimulated. What goes on outside, as a continuous external process, keeps pace with the inner flow of animal experience. Animals are done with the one impression when a new one is presented, to which they surrender themselves. Outer events, outer events and inner experience coincide. The advantage we have over animals is that we can establish within ourselves a different measure of time. The sequence of mental images that surfaces in our soul life can be based on a time element other than the one in our environment. We may happen to encounter something that has often left an impression with us, but a time comes when we close ourselves to it, we shut out the impression. It is as if our attention is withdrawn from the outer flow of time and events, and we do not accompany them inwardly. Time passes within us as well, but since it is without external impressions, it remains unfulfilled. As long as people have mental images from a previous life, they work into the time that is empty, and in this way continue their activity in the soul. Consequently, the following might happen. Once again, imagine the soul experience of animals as it runs parallel to the outer flow of time. And there's a picture. An animal's inner soul life flows in such a way that it is given over to the outer flow of time or the perceptions of its own body. When, for example, an animal digests, the images that arise from within stimulate it inwardly. This is extraordinarily interesting to the animal. For it, the external flow of time has the effect of offering it constant inner stimulation. We can say that it is interested in every moment, which cannot be said of human beings. Outer objects can cease to interest us. Nevertheless, the flow of external time continues. Let us picture the inner soul life of the human being and the outer flow of time in relation to it. Human soul life is exposed repeatedly to the same external impressions to the point where they hold no further interest. Soul life then stops, and since time flows on with the soul life, that time remains empty, and we are bored. People are bored because of unfilled time. What works into these unfilled periods? It is the mental images of the past that have a longing but do not receive anything. While animals receive constant stimulation in the course of time, human beings develop between past and future, longings for impressions as the result of mental images themselves demanding new content and enrichment. Human beings have an advantage over animals, owing to the fact that our past mental images continue to live and develop a life of their own. Later I will point out what can cause illusions in this context. There is a cure for boredom, which is approximately as follows. Living in our continuing mental images are not only desires, but meaningful content as well, meaning that continues to live in the soul. This is what enables us to carry mental images acquired in the past into the future ourselves. When the mental images themselves bring something to us from the past, that is again the mark of higher soul development. It makes a great difference whether or not we possess mental images that continue to interest and fill our soul life in the future. Thus there is a stage beyond which one can be bored. But for those who fill themselves with meaningful mental images, such images continue to act in the future. This is the difference between those who can cure their boredom and those who cannot. Such an inability indicates the independent life of one's mental images, a life that cannot be controlled and to which one is subject. If we do not make certain that our mental representations have meaning, we become bored. Only through meaningful mental images can we protect ourselves from boredom. This is also immediately significant for psychologists, since ordinary human life demands a certain balance between fulfilling the soul's desires and external life in general. A bored soul, empty of meaning, one that nevertheless continues to live with the flow of time, for time waits for no one, is poisonous also in a certain connection for the body. Excessive boredom leads to illness. The phrase bored to death reflects an appropriate sense of this fact. Those who suffer from boredom may not be killed instantly by it, but it does in fact work as a psychological toxin far beyond the confines of the soul. You may have a sense that the things you have heard today are simply pedantic explanations, but they will help us gain even deeper insight into the real life of the soul. Subtle distinctions are vital to familiarizing ourselves with the wonderful drama of the soul, where the I plays the heroic, central role. There is, quote-unquote, someone hidden in the soul life of everyone, one who is wiser than we ordinarily are. If this was not true, the outlook for human life would be very grim. When we examine the way various people view matters, they seem to have the most extraordinary notions about the nature of the soul, the body, and the spirit, subjects over which a great deal of confusion rules. It is especially interesting that during ancient times, when external science was based more on clairvoyance, people made the appropriate distinctions among the parts played by the body, soul, and spirit in the human being. Then, at a relatively early point in time, a church council felt impelled to do away with the spirit. The church established a permanent dogma that human beings consist only of body and soul. Yes, the spirit was, in fact, abolished. If you were to acquaint yourselves with the dogmatism of the church, you would understand the consequences of that action. A few individuals, of course, saw that there was something people had to refer to as spirit, but they were the most vehement heretics. Anyone who could not make do with body and soul and consequently introduced spirit as a third component was considered a monstrous heretic. This was a consequence of the uncertainty that prevailed about whether or not it was justified to speak of body, soul, and spirit. From the moment when one ceased to speak of body, soul, and spirit, confusion set in. but people tend toward confusion about everything. When people no longer really know what spirit and soul are, something else can disappear. That is how the clear view of spiritual life disappeared. Even though human beings are always prone to the error of failing to distinguish properly, we can say that something in the nature of a good spirit keeps watch over humanity, and that there is a dim feeling for the truth. We are able to have a dim feeling of the truth because something like the spirit of language is active in our environment. Language is really wiser than human beings. People ruin much of language, but language does not allow everything related to it to be spoiled. It is more correct and sensible than the average individual. Language, through its stimulation and the impressions it makes on the human soul, can sometimes have a very proper effect. People, on the other hand, make errors when they bring their judging to it. I would like to give you an example of how we surrender ourselves to language and yet feel and sense something that is right. Imagine that you stand before three things. First, a tree, second, a bell, and third, a human being. You begin to judge according to what the outer world presents, based on your immediate sense impressions. You activate your soul life. Judging is an activity that takes place in the soul. You make judgments about the tree, then the bell, and then the person. You look at the tree. It is green. You make a judgment that is expressed in accordance with the genius of language with the sentence, "The tree is green." Now let us assume that you want to express some fact about the bell as a result of your sense impression. That is, that the bell is ringing and producing a sound. At the moment when the bell is ringing, you express your perception with a speech judgment. The bell rings. You have expressed the tree's greenness with the words, "The tree is green," and your experience of the bell with the words, "The bell rings." Now, let us look at the person. The person speaks. You experience this fact and clothe your outer impression with the words, "The person speaks." Now let us look at all three judgments. The tree is green, the bell rings, and the person speaks. What has arisen in these three? All three have to do with sense impressions. You will have the feeling that each of the three sense impressions, when compared with the spoken judgments, emerges as something quite different. In considering the first judgment, you must ask what it really expresses. It expresses a fact that through the form of judgment is related. It expresses a fact that through the form of judgment is related to space. In saying that the tree is green, I am expressing a spatial fact, one that is true now and will remain the same any number of hours from now. It is something enduring. Now take the next judgment, the bell rings. Does that express anything existing in space? It does not. Instead of expressing something spatial, it describes something occurring in time, something in the process of becoming, something in a state of flux. Consequently, and because the genius of language is so wise, you can never speak in the same way about spatial facts as you do about what takes place in time. In terms of judging, language does not allow you to use a verb directly in describing a tree in space. One must resort to an auxiliary verb, is, one that helps us live in time with our speech. Thus one says, "The tree is green." You are allowed to use a verb to express something very similar, but with a different emphasis, saying, "The tree greens." In that instance, however, one is shifting to a description of something taking place in time. Where the genius of language allows a shift from space to time, one must shift to what proceeds in time, to what is becoming, to the arising of greenness. A true genius, a wonderful genius, is at work in language. As human beings, we have damaged it in many ways, but it remains a fact that language simply does not allow us to directly use verbs for spatial matters. Footnote: 1. In German, the word for verb, Zeitwort, is literally time word. End of footnote. In the case of the second judgment, where a process of becoming is involved, we cannot express such a process with is, saying the bell is rings, which distorts the meaning. To rewrite or paraphrase in such a way ruins language. Footnote. In English, one may say the bell is ringing. In German, however, läutend, ringing, becomes an adjective rather than a verb. End of footnote. Footnote. The genius of the English language does allow for a combination of space and time within verb forms. End of footnote. As for the third judgment, one's sense perception is expressed by the verb speaks. Consider for just a moment the difference between the judgments. The bell rings and the person speaks. In the first, the sound is the important thing and is expressed with the judgment. If I say the person speaks, however, I am making a statement that does not contain that which is of consequence. In this case, the important thing is not in the speaks, but in what is being said. The stimulus to sense perception expressed in the verb speaks is not what holds our interest in this instance, but rather the content, the what, expressed with the verb. With the language, you stop short of the content there. Why, in the case of the bell rings, do you not stop short? And why does the genius of language stop short of content in saying the person speaks? Why do we stop short of what matters to us? It is because we want to confront the living soul directly. In this instance, the genius of language has supplied a word, speaks, that stops short of meaning and merely characterizes something external that confronts us. In the case of the bell, the word rings conveys the bell's metallic inner quality. When you confront a living human being having inner soul qualities, you guard against bringing that inner quality into the word. In the genius of language, there is a tangible difference between what refers to place or space, a process or becoming, and the inner aspect of the soul. When we want to describe this from outside, we stop short of the inner aspect, that which matters, in the language as if out of a shy reverence. Through speaking, we recognize the inner soul aspect. In the course of these lectures, we will see that it is indeed important to lift ourselves to a certain height of feeling, that we conceive of the soul as a self-contained realm, something that surges from its center, breaking against its confines. When we describe the soul from outside, the genius of language forces us in a certain way to stop short of its inner being. It is important that we learn to understand the soul in its true nature as a self-contained inner being and become aware that whatever must approach it from outside confronts an inner resistance coming from it. We should thus imagine the soul as a circle, approached from its surroundings by sense experiences and filled internally with surging soul life. As we saw today, this inner life of the soul is by no means independent. It experiences inwardly its own life of mental images, the reservoir of mental images. Those images absorbed from without into the soul's inner life continue to lead an existence in the flow of time. We will see in the coming days how this self-contained life of mental images enclosed within the boundaries of the soul is the source of both our greatest bliss and our deepest suffering, to the extent that they originate in the soul. We will see, too, how the spirit is the greatest healer of the pain and suffering mental images cause in our souls. We may also say that just as hunger must be stilled in external bodily life, and that such stilling is healthy, the same must be done for the inner life of the soul. mental images require, in a certain way, inner nourishment through other mental images. When we overburden ourselves by eating too much, our health is undermined. Thus the destiny of the soul plays out in such a way that new mental images may promote health or illness. We will see how the spirit functions not only as a health giver in terms of our hunger for new mental images, but also as healer when we suffer from an excess of them. The end of Lecture 6. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled A Psychology of Body, Soul, and Spirit. This is Lecture 7, given on November 3rd, 1910, in Berlin. The lecture is entitled The Senses, Feeling, and Aesthetic Judging. We will again begin our lecture by reciting a poem to illustrate certain matters that we will explore today and tomorrow. This time the poem is the work of a non-poet, appearing to be more the incidental byproduct of the spiritual activity of the author himself. Thus we will be dealing with a soul manifestation that does not really arise from his innermost soul impulse, and this will significantly enhance our opportunity to study the theme of our lectures. The poem was written by the German philosopher Hegel about his relationship to certain secrets of human initiation. Quote of the poem: Eloisis to Hölderlin. Around me, within me, peace. The unremitting cares of busy human beings sleep. And I am given freedom and leisure. Thank you, night, my liberator. The moon shrouds the uncertain boundaries of the distant hills with a misty mass. A bright strip glitters lovingly over the lake. The memory of the day's tedious clatter recedes, as if long years lay between it and now. Your image, dear friend, now rises before me with the joy of days long gone. Yet soon these yield to the sweeter hope of seeing each other again. I paint our opening scene already, the long-anticipated fiery embrace, then the more intimate second act, when we probe each other with questions, to discover what new things of feeling, view, and mood time has worked within the friend. Then the glad certainty that the old bond maintains its faith, truer, firmer, riper than before. That bond, not sealed by any oath, to live for truth alone, and never, never to make truce with any convention that would regulate our feelings and opinions. But then the thought, which carried me to you, winging over streams and high mountains, must face dull factuality. Soon a sigh betrays our quarreling, and with the quarrel flees the dream of sweet imagining. My eyes lift to the vault of eternal heavens, to you the radiant starry host of night. Forgetfulness rains down from your eternity, erasing every hope and wish. My mind loses itself in gazing. What I call mine disappears. I surrender to the immeasurable. I am it, am all, am nothing else. Thought, returning, alienated, recoils before the infinite and fails, astounded, to fathom such depths of vision. But imagination draws down the mind to the eternal and marries it to form. Welcome, exalted spirits, high shades, from whose clear brows perfection radiates. Do not fear. I feel the brilliance and gravity that surround you are my home too. Ha! Had the gates of your sanctuary now sprung open, Ceres, you who are enthroned in Eloisis, then enthused, intoxicated, feeling your awesome presence near me, I would have comprehended your revelations, would have read the symbols high intent, and overheard the festive choirs of gods, the dooms they utter from their council seats. but today your halls are silenced, O goddess. The circle of the gods has flown back to high Olympus from their desecrated altars. The genius of innocence that long ago enchanted has fled the grave of profaned humanity. The wisdom of your priests is silent. No note of the sacred rite escaped to reach us. The researchers delve in vain for wisdom, moved more by curiosity than by love. Wisdom they possess, you they disdain. To master her, they dig for words, to find the imprint of your exalted mind. In vain. They grasp only dust and ash and will never conjure back your life. Yet in the rotting unsouled mold they take their pleasure, dead themselves, content with the dead. There remains no sign of your high feasts, no trace of an image. The children of your mysteries, the rich essence of that exalted teaching, the depths of that unspeakable feeling, are too holy to be entrusted to a barren symbol. Even thought itself cannot encompass the soul, who, beyond time and space, an aspect of infinity, rapt, self-forgotten, awakes once more to consciousness. Those who would tell others what they know, though speaking with angels' tongues, would feel the poverty of words. It horrifies them that that holiest thing is so pettily thought, made so little by it. Speaking itself seems a sin, so shuddering they seal their lips. This vow that the initiates laid upon themselves is a wise law, laid upon poor spirits, never to make known what on a holy night they saw and heard and felt, lest even the nobler ones themselves should find their folly troubles the memory of the holy, and their hollow chatter stirs it to anger, even with the holiest, lest it should be trampled in the mire, becoming a mere thing of rote, the plaything of sophists, a word-monger's ware, hawked about and bartered, dispensed for pennies, a cloak for silver-tongued hypocrisy, a birch, perhaps, to train a mischievous child, and in the end so void, so utterly empty, that its only life root is in its echo on alien tongues. Your sons did not vainly flaunt your honor in the streets and marketplace, goddess, but bore it in their bosom's inmost shrine. Therefore you do not live in their mouths. They worshipped you with their lives. In their acts you still live. You live still. This night, too, holy Godhead, I have looked upon you, you whom your children's lives have often revealed to me, and felt unseen as the soul of all their deeds. You are the higher meaning, the true faith of the single Godhead, which, though all the world should fail, neither swerves nor shakes. End of long quote. Let us consider the assertion of the two previous lectures of this series that a survey of soul life demonstrates that it consists of two elements, judging and the experiences of love and hate, which are connected with desiring. It may seem that we are leaving out feeling, the most important aspect of soul life, through which the soul keenly experiences its innermost nature. Indeed, someone might be inclined to say that these lectures have described the soul in its least inherent aspects by ignoring the feeling element that surges there, giving it its specific character. We shall see, however, that the drama of soul life emphasized yesterday may be best understood by approaching feeling from the perspective of the two elements characterized. We must begin with the simple elements of the soul, which have often been mentioned. They are the sense experiences that enter soul life through the portals of our senses and continue their existence there. One fact is that soul life sends its waves surging up to the senses' portals and takes into itself the experiences of sense perception, which continue independently within the soul. Compare that with the fact that whatever is composed of the experience of love and hate, arising from desire, comes from within the soul itself. Mere observation of the soul reveals desires welling up from the very center of the soul. And even to superficial observation, these desires can be seen to lead to the soul's experiences of love and hate. It would be a mistake to look into the soul for the desires themselves. They are neither to be sought nor found there. You would find in a more thorough study of the soul's life that desires arise through contact with the outer world, and that love and hate well up from within the soul itself as the expression of desires. We may say, therefore, that by far the greater content of soul experiences, to the extent that it is concerned with mental images, is generated at the boundaries of the soul through the portals of the senses. On the other hand, what lives within the soul as love and hate wells up out of the very center of the soul. If we draw this idea, we will understand it better. We can characterize the soul life that we want to study in its inner nature by considering it as the inside of a circle that represents the content of our multifarious soul life. Now, think of the sense organs as portals. They should be regarded as such. This is something you can also gather from the lectures on anthroposophy. It is enough for now to consider the senses as portals opening to the outer world. Our drawing will best represent the interior life of the soul by showing desires that live on as phenomena of love and hate, emerging from the soul's center and welling throughout it. The soul must be represented as completely suffused with desires, flooding toward the portals of the senses. What happens as the result of sense experiences, such as the ear's perception of a sound or the eye's perception of a color? We will disregard the outer world in terms of its content and focus. Let me read that again. We will disregard the outer world in terms of its content and focus instead on the instant when we have the sense perception, the interaction between the soul and the outer world. Let us really live into that moment when the soul is having an inner experience of color or sound as it enters from the outside world through the portal of the transmitting sense organ. Imagine yourselves turning away from the sense experience. The soul lives on in time and takes with it and retains the memory picture of what was gleaned from the sense experience. The soul carries this with it. We have said that we must distinguish between what the soul continues to carry as a remembered mental image of a sense perception and the perception itself. If we fail to do this properly, we will not get to the truth, but only to Schopenhauer's view of the matter. We must distinguish between the soul experience that continues as a recalled mental image and the experience that arises through the activity of sense perception. What happened when the soul was exposed to the outer world through the portal of sense perception? As experience demonstrates in a direct way, our souls live inwardly in a surging ocean of desires, of the phenomena of love and hate, in the circumstances that I described yesterday and the day before. To the degree that the soul allows its waves to break against the portals of the senses, desires break against these gateways. Desires actually come into contact with the outer world in the instant of sense experience. It is the desires that are imprinted from the other side. If you take a signet ring with the name Müller on it and press it into sealing wax, the imprint of Müller's name remains there. What remains is the imprint caused by the signet ring. You cannot say that what was imprinted fails to agree with what the external world brought about. Not only would that not be an unbiased observation, it would be Kantian. Inasmuch as you want to look only at outer matter, it is Kantian. To state the crux of the matter, in this case the name Müller and not the ring's metallic composition, One would have to say that that which presented itself to the sense experience received an imprint from outside. That imprint is carried further. Just as you do not carry a stamping device with you, you also do not carry the color or sound with you. You do, however, carry what has arisen as imprint in the soul. What we may call desiring, or the phenomena of love and hate, encounters the sense experiences. Can we really call it that? Can we really detect an element of love or hate in a mere sense experience? Within direct sense experience, is there something like desire that is impelled to reach out? If some of that nature were not reaching out for sense experience, you would have nothing to carry in soul life. No memory image would be formed. There is a fact that speaks for this reaching out of desires toward the perceiving of sound, odors, colors, and so on. It is the existence of attention. Naturally, if we merely stare at a sense experience, this also leaves an impression in keeping with the laws that govern the relationship between sense organs and the outer world. Impressions we only stare at, however, are not carried further within soul life. You must meet them with the power of attention from within. The more intense the attention is, the more easily the soul continues to carry sense experiences in it as memory pictures. The soul's relationship to the external world is such that what lives in it substantially is allowed to surge to the outermost limits of its being, manifesting itself at the extreme boundaries of its being in the fact of attention. The other attribute of soul life, judging, is completely shut off during direct sense experience. Thus only desiring, the dedication and openness of the soul to external experiences, remains. A sense impression is characterized by the very fact that attention is concentrated to the point of eliminating judging. When a soul exposes itself to the color red or to a sound, only desire lives in this exposing, and judging, the soul's other function, is suppressed. Let me read that again. When a soul exposes itself to the color red or to a sound, only desire lives in this exposing, and judging, the soul's other function, is suppressed. We must, however, draw a very exact line between them if we do not wish to succumb to fantasy. If, for example, we see a red color and say, red is, we have already made a judgment. Only when we go no further than the color impression itself is there still a simple correspondence of the soul with the outer world. What happens as a consequence of the interaction between the outer world and desiring? We have been concerned with forming exact images, and thus we have distinguished between sense perceptions and sense-derived sensations. Sense perception is the immediate experience that arises from being exposed to external impressions, to what is experienced while the impression is made. Sense-derived sensations are what remain with us, to be carried afterward. We can say, therefore, that what is carried along in this way represents a modification of desiring. Attention causes us to notice the presence of desires, and what we carry on within us reveals itself as sense-derived sensation. Thus, living on in our souls is sensation, in the form of modified desiring. In fact, we also carry the being of our own soul with such sensations or mental images. The force of desiring, swirling and surging throughout one's whole soul being, gives rise to the sensation. As we have seen, sensations arise at the gates of the senses, at the border between soul life and the outer world. Now, let us assume for a moment that the force of desiring in us does not go to the boundary of the soul life, but remains within the boundary. We would say of a sense experience that the force of desiring goes all the way to the soul's surface. Imagine that a desire appears but does not reach the boundary of the soul's life. It loses its drive in the soul's being, so that it does not reach the portal of the senses. What would happen in this case? We saw that when a desire presses forward and is forced to retreat, sensation, or the sense-derived sensation, is generated. Such sensations are generated only when a counterforce from outside causes the retreat as a result of the activity of the senses. Inner sensation is generated when desire is forced back, not through direct contact with the world. It is stopped short of the boundary and retained within the soul itself. Inner sensation comes about at that point, and this is what we refer to as feeling. Thus, in psychological terms, feelings are modified desires that have been turned back upon themselves, but their life has been retained within the soul rather than surging all the way to its boundary with the outer world. We can say, therefore, that in the feelings we have essentially desiring, the substantial aspect of the soul. Feelings as such are not new in the soul life, but are substantial and real processes of desire that occur there. But are substantial and real processes of desire that occur there. Let us hold on to the facts we have established and move on to describe from a certain angle the characteristics of the two elements of soul life, judging and the experiences of love and hate, which spring from desires. We can say that everything taking place in the soul as judging, and this is the main point, comes to an end at a certain moment. The same also applies to desiring. The soul's judging ceases when a decision is made, when judging has become a valid mental image, one that can be carried on within us. If we ask about the end of desiring, we find thus the satisfaction. Every desire that lives in the soul is trying to attain satisfaction, and judging always strives toward decision. By investigating our soul life, we discover on the one hand judging, which presses toward decision until it reaches a conclusion, and on the other hand, we find in the lively soul life desires pressing toward satisfaction until it is achieved. We may say then that since our soul life consists of the two elements of judging and desiring, the soul's currents flowing toward satisfaction and decision are its most important aspects, which are present in every soul. If we were to observe soul life in its direction of flow, we would find it fully striving toward both of these goals. This is, in fact, what happens. If we study the life of feeling from certain perspectives, we can easily discover the sources of many different feelings, weighing the fact that soul life must display the effect of a continuous flow of striving toward satisfaction and decision. If we consider such manifestations within the soul life that fall, for example, within the concepts of impatience, hope, longing, doubt, and despair, we will have the basis to connect them with something real, something spiritually comprehensible. They all represent ways that the stream flowing in the soul expresses its striving toward the decisions of the forces of judging, or toward the satisfaction of the forces of desire. Live into the feeling of impatience, for example, and you have a vivid experience of striving for satisfaction. You can understand how living in the feeling of impatience there is something we may call a desire that continually flows in the stream of the soul. It can reach a conclusion only when it results in satisfaction. The forces of judging are barely developed thereby. Or consider the feeling of hope. The continuous streaming of desire may be easily discerned there, but it is a desiring suffused by the other element of soul life, the one we have described as the movement of our powers of judging toward decision. Anyone who analyzes the feeling of hope will easily see these two elements in it: desire, filled with a striving for judging that can lead to a decision. The feeling of hope is complete in itself, since the two elements in this feeling are perfectly balanced in the soul life, resembling equal weights in a balance scale. There is exactly as much desire for satisfaction as there is prospect of a favorable decision. Now picture another feeling arising as the result of a desire pressing for fulfillment, but permeated by a soul process of judging that is unable to reach a decision through its own strength and forces. The activity of judging would not be capable of bringing about a decision. The desire, nevertheless, connects with such an activity of judging that is incapable of bringing about a decision. One then experiences the feeling of doubt. We can discover a remarkable interplay of judgment and desire throughout the feeling realm. When someone fails to find these two elements in a feeling, it is because the person has not searched far enough and should continue to search. In recognizing the importance of judging for the soul life, we find it necessary to say that the activity of judging concludes in the formation of a mental image, but that a mental image is important for life only if it is true. The basis of truth is within itself. The soul as such is incapable of deciding what is true. This is something that we must all feel when comparing our own soul life in its individual uniqueness with the truth we are attempting to uncover. We need only consider that what we are calling judging in soul life could just as well be termed mulling over or reflection. This mulling over or reflecting leads finally to the judgment we build out of the mental image. By reflecting, we do not necessarily arrive at the right decision. The result will be correct on quite different grounds that are lifted out of the arbitrariness of the soul. Thus the judgment that the soul strives toward in the decision comes about outside the soul element. If we inquire now into the origin of the other element, desiring, which wells from unplumbed depths at the center of the soul, spreading in every direction throughout the soul's life, we will not initially find it within that soul life itself, but rather outside it. Desires and decisions enter the soul from without. Satisfaction, as the product of desire, however, does live within the soul. In considering truth, whose foundation lies outside the soul, a battle for truth or a struggle to arrive at a decision takes place within the soul life. One might be described as a warrior in judging, whereas in the inner realm of soul life one would be called a hedonist. It is important to note here that only the first part, the start of judging, takes place within the soul, whereas making decisions brings us into a realm beyond it. The opposite is true in terms of desiring. Rather than its beginning, its ending or satisfaction occurs within the soul. Now, we should look more closely at what the soul experiences as satisfaction. Let us compare it with the previous statement, that sensation is a surging of desire to the very boundary of the soul's life, whereas feeling stops short halfway, where desiring weakens. what happens at the place in the soul where it experiences satisfaction, the end of desire? It is the place where we discover feeling. Thus we can say that feeling manifests where most deeply within the soul desiring ends in satisfaction. That is only one kind of feeling, found at the halfway point in the soul's depths, where desiring ends. There is another kind of feeling that has a different source, namely through the fact that relationships exist in the soul's depths between inner life and the external world. That is expressed in that our desires are focused on external objects. Consequently, unlike sense perceptions, they do not always extend all the way to outer objects. When we recognize a color, desiring reaches all the way to the external world. A feeling that has a relationship to an external object, however, can develop within the soul out of the desire. Desire can develop in relation to any object, even when it comes to a halt in the middle of the soul. It is still related in a remote sense to the object, just as the needle of a compass just as the needle of a compass points toward the North Pole without reaching it. In this way we can see that desires may shut themselves off within the soul, even while they maintain a relationship to the outer world in such a way that the external world has a connection to the soul life that does not require direct contact with the soul's boundaries. Those feelings can then arise when desire for the object continues to exist, even when the object is not capable of satisfying the desire. Imagine a soul approaching an object. Desire for it is generated, but the object is unable to gratify the desire. The desire then remains in the soul and is ungratified. Let us investigate the situation very precisely and compare it with one where a desire achieves its goal in the soul's life. There is a considerable difference between a situation where a desire attains its goal within the soul and one where it does not. A desire that has attained satisfaction and is then neutralized has an effect on the life of the soul in such a way that it has a healthy influence on it. When desires continue to live in the soul without satisfaction, because the objects cannot provide it, after the object is removed, the soul retains a living connection to a void, so to speak. Consequently, the soul lives on in unsatisfied desiring, as though in an inner fact without any basis in reality. This fact alone is enough so that the soul life has an unfavorable, illness-causing influence upon that connected to it, namely the spirit and body, owing to the unsatisfied desires. Feelings based on satisfied desires are, therefore, very different for direct observation from those built upon frustrated desiring. In a flagrant case, it is a simple matter to discern this. In subtler cases, people do not always realize what they are confronting. Let us picture a person looking at some object. Then he goes away. What is referred to here is not a desire extending to an object, but one established in the innermost soul. The person can go away and afterwards say that the object satisfied him or that it did not. Whether, for example, he says that he was pleased by it or not, or expresses it differently, the result is the same. In the one case, there is a desire that has been satisfied, whether or not this is plainly stated, and in the other case there is displeasure, owing to continuing desire. There is only one category of feelings that shows up in soul life in a somewhat different light, and that is a matter profoundly characteristic of the soul's life. It will be obvious that feelings can be generated not only by external objects but also by inner experiences. This applies to both satisfied and unsatisfied desires. Thus, a feeling that we must characterize as an unsatisfied desire can be generated by a sensation that may recall to memory something that happened long ago. We discover within us causes for our feelings, for satisfied and unsatisfied desires. Let us differentiate for a moment between desires stimulated by external objects and those stimulated from within. There are, for example, striking inner experiences that can show us how our inner life contains desires that stop short of fulfillment. Imagine yourselves mulling over a matter. Your power of judgment is too weak, and so you cannot reach a decision. Thus your soul life, your own desires, remain unsatisfied, and you experience pain in this feeling. There is only one kind of feeling in which judgment does not reach a decision, nor do our desires actually find satisfaction without causing us pain. Those are feelings in which desires are focused neither directly on external objects nor directly on an inner experience. In ordinary sense experiences, we stand directly before an external object with our desires, but we do not judge in the process. Once judging begins, we have gone beyond the sense experience. Let us assume that we carry judging and desiring all the way to the boundary of soul life, where the sense impression from the outer world surges directly against it. A desire was thus generated, stimulated by the object, a desire that we then permeate with judgment right up to the boundary, the same place we had the sense impression. This generates a peculiar feeling, an amalgam composed in a very strange way. We can best describe it as follows. We allow our desiring, horizontal lines in a diagram, to flow right up to the boundary of our soul life, as far as the eyes, for example. We exert our soul life with respect to our desires, and allow it to flow up to point A, a portal of the sense experience. We also exert our powers of judging, vertical lines, and allow them to flow up to the site of the outer impression. We will let this drawing serve as a symbol representative of the very curiously combined feeling that has been referred to. The difference between these two currents, both of which flow to the site of the external impression, can be appreciated properly when we remember what has already been said. When we develop our powers of judging, the peak of the soul's activity lies beyond the soul rather than within it, for the soul does not determine truth. Truth overwhelms desire, and desiring must surrender to it. When we decide something within our souls, using our power of judgment, in which truth is of imminent importance, we must take an element into the soul that is essentially foreign to it. We can say then that the vertical lines that represent the powers of judging go outside us and circumscribe something of an external nature. Our soul life, as the life of desiring, can go no further than the boundary, where it is either hurled back or halts on its own and remains limited to itself. Desiring feels overwhelmed when the judging in the soul concludes with truth's verdict. Our example, however, specifically assumes that desiring and judging both flow to the point where the impression was received, and they fully coincide. We see that our desiring does not flow out and bring back the alien element, truth. It brings back the judgment that has gone all the way to the boundary of the soul's life. Desiring surges to the soul's boundary, turns around and returns with the decision. What sort of judgments are we limited to bringing back in this way? They are exclusively aesthetic judgments, relating in some way to art and beauty. Only when we observe works of art does our soul life extend just to the boundary of its activity, turn around on encountering those outer objects, and return with the judgment into itself. You may find this strange initially, but self-observation will convince you that it is true. Now imagine yourselves viewing the Sistine Madonna or the Venus de Milo or any other true work of art. Could you say that this object arouses your desire? Yes, it stimulates it, but not of itself. If the object itself were to arouse your desiring, which is possible, whether or not a desire is aroused at all would not depend on a certain development of the soul. It is thoroughly conceivable that you could stand before, say, the Venus de Milo and not be the least bit moved inwardly. This could also be true of other objects. There is an ordinary indifference toward them. This indifference also arises in those who experience no soul response to the Venus of Milo. Those who bring an adequate soul life toward a work of art allow the stream of desiring to flow to the boundary, and then something returns to them. For others, nothing returns. What returns is not a desire. It is also not a desire that yearns to return to the object. It is the desire that expresses itself as a conclusion. That is beautiful. Here the forces of both desiring and judging interact. We attain satisfaction in the outer world only when it stimulates activity within the soul. How much we experience in relationship to the Venus de Milo depends on how much we already have in our souls, and how much will return to us is in direct proportion to how much we let flow out to the direct impression. The enjoyment of beauty requires the immediate presence of the work of art, because the substance of the soul must strive out to the boundary of the soul's life. Every memory of a work of art results in something other than an aesthetic judgment. An aesthetic judgment originates through the direct influence of a work of art when the waves of soul life willingly surge to its boundary and return as aesthetic judgments. Therefore, in truth, we have something to which desire capitulates to a certain extent, as if to something outside the soul. And in beauty there is an element wherein desiring directly coincides with judging, where the decision itself is brought about by the voluntary movement of desiring to the boundaries of the soul, returning as a judgment. This is why the soul's inner experience of beauty spreads such an endlessly warm satisfaction throughout the soul. Essentially, the greatest balance exists in the soul's forces when desiring meets the boundary of the soul's life and does not return as desiring, but as a judgment, which the soul then experiences as an element of the outer world. Thus nothing is so easily found whereby the conditions for a healthy soul life are so strongly developed as when we surrender to beauty. When we strive toward the fruits of thinking of the soul, we work in essence within the soul with the material before which our desiring must continually surrender. This capacity for desire must indeed surrender to the majesty of truth. But this is impossible without impairing the health of the soul and all the other facets of the soul's life. A continual striving in the realm of thought, wherein desire must continually capitulate, is something that must dry out the human being in both body and soul. On the other hand, the judgments that return an equal amount of satisfied desires into our souls best balance our desiring and judging. Do not misunderstand and think that I am saying that it is good for human beings to wallow continuously in the enjoyment of beauty and that truth is unhealthy. If it were stated that I had said that thinking is unhealthy and wallowing in beauty is healthy, and thus wallow in beauty, it would make an easy excuse for laziness in pursuing truth. Such should not be the case. Instead, the following situation should occur in the soul. Since seeking truth is a duty that furthers the progress of culture in general, as well as that of the individual, we are forced to suppress our desiring in favor of truth. Since the decision concerning the truth does not lie with the life of desire, truth forces us to suppress it. We must do this without hesitation in striving for truth. Consequently, it is essentially striving for truth that restrains our self-love to the appropriate degree. When we consider the matter objectively, we can gain a certain satisfaction from our inner experience of how our search for truth continually encounters the boundary of our own capacity for judging. Seeking truth makes us increasingly humble. But if we were to continue living in a way that reduces us to ever greater humility, we would eventually arrive at a point of dissolution. We would lack an element essential to the fulfillment of the soul life, a sense of our own inner being. We must not sacrifice our own selfhood through exclusive devotion to that before which the inner surging of our desire life must surrender. Let me read that again. We must not sacrifice our own selfhood through exclusive devotion to that before which the inner surging of our desire life must surrender. This is where the activity of aesthetic judgment comes in. The life of aesthetic judging is such that we bring back what we have taken to the soul's border. In this life we are allowed to do what truth requires of us, to arrive at decisions with absolute selflessness, without egoism. There is no other way to seek the truth. And what is the situation in terms of beauty? This is a very different matter. Here too we give ourselves completely to it, allowing the movement of the soul to flow, almost as we do with sense-derived sensations, right to the soul's boundary. And what comes back to us? It is something that cannot possibly be given to us from outside, something that cannot be determined externally. It is ourselves that is returned. We surrender ourselves and then are given back to ourselves. It is a peculiar attribute of aesthetic judgment, that it encompasses the moment of selflessness just as it does the truth, while asserting the sense of selfhood that, in the two previous lectures, was referred to as the inner master. We are given back to ourselves like a free gift in the aesthetic judgment. As you can see, particularly in these lectures, I must present things in a way that avoids definition. I have often spoken out against defining. For the same reason, I will also not say, this is a feeling, and so on, but I will attempt to characterize by simply laying out the extent of the soul's life, by simply discussing the limits of the soul's life. In the quote-unquote anthroposophy lectures last year, we saw that the body shares a boundary with the soul. We tried to comprehend the nature of the human being at that common border, to discover how it is related to the outer shape of the body. If you recall that material, you will have a foundation for much that we will discuss in these lectures, and in what these lectures on psychosophy are particularly directed toward. It is hoped that they will provide rules to live by and wisdom for living. Thus it was necessary to lay a broad foundation in those earlier lectures. Perhaps today's characterizations have indicated the way in which desires surge in the soul's inner life. It was stated yesterday that certain feeling-like experiences, such as judgments, depend on what kind of independent life our mental images lead. The previous lectures ended with the statement that the mental images we have acquired in the past come alive. They are like bubbles in the soul as they lead a life of desire of their own there. Much depends at a given moment in our lives on what sort of life they lead. What we characterized yesterday as boredom and other soul events that help or adversely affect human beings make all the difference as to whether a person is happy or unhappy at any given moment. Our present soul sensing depends on how the mental images we have previously acquired behave as independent beings. This raises the question of what our attitude must be when we study the soul life in relation to our lack of control in a certain way, over specific mental images, images we must take into our present soul life. Other mental images may enter it more easily. You are aware of how much depends on whether we have the capacity to summon a mental image or recall it from memory, and whether we can do this with a certain ease. When we recall something in particular, we must ask which images arise more easily and which with more difficulty. This can be extraordinarily important in life. As we assimilate these mental images, can we impart something to them that makes recalling them easier? Indeed we can. Even to consider such a possibility can have enormous benefit for many people. It can make our inner and outer lives easier if we pay attention to what could ease the recall of mental images, to what we could do to promote it. Those who observe the soul from all sides will see that something must be added to a mental image in order to make it easier to remember. We have found desiring and judging as the two aspects of the soul life. Therefore, we find only within these two elements what must be added to mental images for easier recall. What can we give of our desiring to our mental images? We can give just that, desiring alone. But how do we do that? We must transfer to the mental image, at the moment we assimilate it, as much of our own desire as possible. It is good for our soul life to give some of our desiring to mental images. We can do this only by taking up the mental image with love, by permeating it with love. The more lovingly we accept a mental image, in other words, the more interest we put into a mental image, the more we can lose ourselves with our egoism when taking up a mental image, the better can it be retained in memory. Those who cannot lose themselves in a mental image cannot easily retain an image in memory. Farther along in these lectures, we will discover other indications as to how we can surround mental images with a loving atmosphere. The other element that we can give to a mental image is our power of judging. Every mental image, in other words, is more easily recalled when taken up through the soul power of judging, rather than merely being imprinted on us. If judgment is exercised when making a mental image part of the soul structure, encircling it with judgment, one adds an element that furthers recall. One surrounds it with something like an atmosphere. The ease or difficulty of recall depends on the way we prepare our mental images. We will see that the way we surround a mental image with love or judgment plays an extraordinarily important role in our soul life. That subject, however, is for tomorrow. We must also consider the fact that our soul life has a continuous relationship with the I center, capital. Following this path of inquiry, which has presented us with some difficult challenges today, tomorrow we will find the possibility of bringing together the two directions, that of memory and that of the I experience. It might surprise some of you to hear that all human feelings consist essentially of desires. It may especially surprise those of you who are aware that overcoming desire is a goal of the higher life of the soul, achieved through esoteric development. But the term overcoming desire is not an accurate expression in psychology, since desiring does not originate in the soul itself, but instead surges in from unknown depths. What is it that surges into the soul? Of what is it an expression? We will comprehend this in a more concrete way tomorrow. For now, we can think of it more abstractly as something that corresponds to desiring on a higher level, issuing from one's innermost being as will. And if we struggle against desiring for the sake of a higher development, we are not battling the will underlying a desire, but the several modifications of it, the particular objects of desire. In this way we purify the will, and it works with purity in us. In this way we purify the will, and it works with purity in us. will divorced from objects. Such an unencumbered will represents, in a certain connection, the highest in us. Do not confuse this with the quote-unquote will to be, unquote, which is not unencumbered. Think rather of a will with a content of desiring, but without an object. Will is pure and free only when it is not influenced by a specific desire, but instead leads away from any specific desiring. We ourselves can witness the life of will surging into the life of feeling. When that is the case, we have a real opportunity to study the fact that will and feeling have something in common. All kinds of fantastic definitions can be formulated for will and feeling. Someone may say, for example, that will must have an object, and its result must be a deed. Such definitions, however, are usually totally unjustified. We will see that they generally have no connection to the reality at all, and that those who formulate such ideas would do better to turn to the genius of language, which is wiser than the personal human soul. Language, for example, has an inspired term for the inner experience of will turning directly into feeling. Imagine the will moving toward a boundary, but it impairs itself inwardly along the way. Picture ourselves inwardly observing such an essentially impaired exertion of the will. We allow the will to retreat, as it were, and observe the process. This is what would happen if someone were to encounter another being, and if the will's inner swelling were to reach a certain point and then be restrained. This would certainly leave a deep feeling of dissatisfaction in the will. Language has invented a word for the will that does not result in an action but retreats. It is the inspired word disgust, Widerwille in German, or counter-will. It is perfectly clear to everyone that this is not true will. Such will, it becomes self-evident, is a feeling or a will that retreats into itself. Language coins the term for the will's viewing of itself and expresses thereby a feeling. We see here how meaningless it is to define the will by stating that it is the starting point of an action. Modified will, or desiring, surges within the will, and depending on how it behaves, shows the various soul forms. The end of Lecture 7. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled A Psychology of Body, Soul, and Spirit. This is Lecture 8, given on November 4th, 1910, entitled Consciousness and Soul Life. If we compare Hegel's poem, recited yesterday, with Goethe's poem that you have just heard, it will help us understand more deeply the substance of yesterday's lecture, as well as what remains to be discussed today. Footnote: Goethe's poem, titled Thoughts About the Descent into Hell of Jesus Christ, was recited at the beginning of this lecture. This poem has been omitted, since it is quite long and adds little to the lecture itself. With a little imagination, it is not difficult to understand the point being made. End of footnote. A comparison will be useful, since it can make us aware of the difference between the soul qualities of these two poets. Let us try to become aware of the very great difference between these two poems. Our time here is short, so we can do little more than touch on certain matters. I am certain, however, that we can come to understand them. Yesterday we listened to the poem of a philosopher, a man who had attained very exalted pure thought. In his poem Eloisis, we saw that thought itself became creative in Hegel's soul. If you recall how that poem affected you, you will say that you could sense its powerful thoughts wrestling with humankind's greatest questions, as well as the greatest problems of the times, which are linked to the so-called mysteries. You could feel that someone had penetrated deeply into those great cosmic mysteries with thinking, but you could feel a certain clumsiness in the poetic handling. You could feel in the poem that it contained something that did not arise from the primary goals in the poet's life. A struggle for poetic form was evident, a difficult struggle to adapt the thought to a suitable poetic form. One realizes that the writer would not have been able to write many poems in his lifetime. Let us compare that poem with the one you've just heard, but keep a certain circumstance in mind. I had a poem of the youthful Goethe read before the first lecture in this series, a poem we changed for our purposes here. It was a vivid demonstration of how two souls lived within Goethe's breast, two soul powers, or forces. We saw the powerful images conjured up by the poem. What we heard was also worthy of what lived as the central core of Goethe's being during his old age. But in this youthful poem we see a completely different soul force was active within him than what was active, for instance, in Hegel. Wherever we look in Goethe, we encounter something that may be described as a flow of intensely vivid images. And how full of images is this poem of the young Goethe that we have just heard? The flow of that vivid life of images was an aspect of Goethe's natural talent. When the grandeur of a theme overwhelmed him, we can see that a powerful soul life, living itself out in vivid imagery, overcame the problems that still disturbed him in his earlier poems. We can distinguish three elements in the poem recited. In Hegel, we see how thinking works, creating imagery only through a tremendous struggle. This is evident in the paleness of his images. In the poem of the younger Goethe, we see how the vivid pictures pour out. We saw in his legend of the title, The Eternal Jew, how that imaging could be so damaged that he was unable to finish it, the result of the two souls described, which fought for dominance within him. The effort remained only a fragment. Our attention is drawn here to the myriad possible shapes of soul life. Let us consider for a moment the soul force we might characterize as oriented toward thinking, as it was for Hegel, one that experiences difficulty penetrating into that soul force that was uppermost in Goethe. And let us look at how this soul force in Goethe himself works into just the opposite tendency. We want to move forward now with our study of psychosophy. We remember that within the soul life, judging and the experiences of love and hate that stem from the capacity for desiring are active. Now, we can proceed in a different way than we did yesterday. We can bring together what lives in our souls as the power of judging by reminding ourselves, on the one hand, that this power meets us in the reasoning capacity of the soul, in the capacity to discern the truths of the world, and on the other hand, that a completely different soul power confronts us when we speak of how the soul is, in this way or that, interested in the external world. A soul is interested in the outer world according to how the experiences of love and hate are working. The phenomena of love and hate themselves, however, have nothing to do with the thinking capacity, with the intelligence. The capacities to judge and to take an interest are two forces in the soul that work very differently from each other, as simple observation demonstrates. Those who believe that will is a special soul aspect will see through looking into their own souls that they meet only the interest in what is wanted. In other words, one discovers nothing in the innermost realm of the soul except the two elements of interest through love and hate and the capacity for judgment expressed in acts of judging. The entire content of one's soul life is summed up in these aspects. However, this leaves consciousness, the most important aspect of soul life, entirely out of the matter. Consciousness belongs to the soul life. In other words, when we explore the content of the soul life from all sides, we encounter the capacity for judging and interest. When we examine its inner uniqueness, however, the particulars of soul life, we must conclude that we may consider the experiences of love and hate and the capacity for judgment to be a part of the soul life only to the extent that we associate them with the word consciousness. We must ask, therefore, what is consciousness? Again, I will characterize rather than define. If we approach human consciousness with a background of the matters we have studied thus far, you would say, on the basis of the continuous stream of mental images you have been absorbing, that the conscious state does not coincide with soul life. As we have seen, there is a certain difference between soul life as such and awareness. A mental image formed days or weeks or years ago lives on in us, for it can be remembered. If, however, we cannot recall it at this moment, but perhaps only 2 days later, it has indeed continued to live within us, but unconsciously. That means that it is there, in the soul, but not in one's consciousness. Thus the soul's stream flows on, but consciousness is something different from this onward flowing stream of the soul. In short, we must say that if we represent the soul as a circle, and the imaginative pictures we can remember again at some time as a stream flowing in the direction of the arrow, so it's a circle with an arrow pointed to the right going straight through the center, this stream can contain all mental images that flow in a person's soul from the past into the future. In order for them to become conscious, however, a striving must lift them from their unconscious life within the soul into consciousness. Consciousness, therefore, belongs to the soul, but not in the sense that everything in the soul is within the realm of consciousness. The stream of mental images flows on, but consciousness illuminates only a certain part of the soul life at a given moment. Since we are in contact with others and must be prepared for objections, let me add a parenthesis. Someone might object that what I've called the quote-unquote stream of mental images is simply the disposition of the soul or brain that, once created, remains. It could also be said that the only thing required is that the disposition of the brain be illuminated by consciousness at a certain moment. That would, in fact, be true if it were unnecessary to separate something from a perception immediately after its reception, so that one could perpetuate it. If the disposition were to be made into a memory by the perception, nothing would have to be released from the whole process, nor would the perception need to be transformed into a mental image. The perception arises from the external object, but that is not true of the mental image. The mental image is a response outward from within. We have retained within us our experience of the world, which continues to flow from the past into the future with the stream of time. But it does not always coincide with consciousness. In order to recall it, consciousness must illuminate it. How does it happen that this continuous stream of mental images in the soul can be illuminated, so that parts of it become visible to memory or in some other way? A fact of ordinary soul life that takes place on the physical plane can explain this. It is a fact that is ignored by outer psychology, since its criterion is bias rather than fact. We prefer to work instead with fact, without bias. Human beings possess a tremendous variety of feelings. I will point to just a few, some of which were mentioned yesterday, and a few others. Feelings, for example, that express themselves in longing, impatience, hope, doubt, anxiety, and fear. What do all of these various feelings tell us? If we examine them closely, we find that they all share a peculiar element. They are all related to the future, something that may happen or something that we hope will happen. In our souls, we live in such a way that our feelings are interested not only in the present, but also in the future. In fact, they have a very lively interest in the future. Furthermore, the fact that such future-oriented feelings live in us may be compared to something else. Try to recall an experience of joy or sorrow that you had as a young person, or perhaps that you only more recently experienced. Now, try to compare for a moment what lives in your feelings from the past of pain that you have gotten over, or joy that you have experienced. You can see how extremely pale the summoned memory appears. If it left a mark behind, affected your health or something else, for example, it asserts itself and pushes into your awareness, but that is in the present. What we experience in the past, in connection with our feeling life, pales the more we distance ourselves from it. Now let us turn to what is clearly desiring. When you desire something that is attainable in the future, try to carefully define the rumblings in your soul. I would like to know how many people are now lamenting a disappointment from 10 years ago, unless such longing has continued and is creating a sense of deprivation now. There is a vast difference between our interest in what lies behind and what lies ahead of us. Regardless of how hard we look, there is only one explanation for this. The fact itself is plain, but the only explanation is that desiring flows in the opposite direction for the forward-flowing stream of mental images. You can cast something like a flash of lightning on your soul life by assuming that one fact. All desires, wishes, and interests, the phenomena of love and hate, represent a current in the soul life that flows not from past to future, but toward us from the future. It flows from the future into the past. Suddenly, the totality of soul experience is clear. It would take days to go further into this matter, so I will just add the following points. If you assume that the stream of love and hate, of desires, and so on, comes toward a person from the future and encounters the current of mental images previously characterized, what does our soul life consist of now? It consists of the stream flowing from the past into the future, meeting another stream flowing from the future into the past. Since that meeting constitutes the soul life of the present moment, you can easily understand that those two streams come together, or overlap, so to speak, within the soul. That overlap is consciousness. There is no other explanation for consciousness than this. That is how the soul participates in everything flowing from the past into the future and from the future into the past. You can say, whenever you look into your soul life, that you are involved with an interpenetration of those two streams, what flows from the past into the future, and the opposite flow of desires, interests, wishes, and so on. The two streams interpenetrate each other. We will use two different terms in referring to these two currents, since they are so clearly different. If I were addressing an audience as though there were no spiritual scientific movement, I would choose the strangest names possible to represent those streams. The names are unimportant. For now I will choose names that will remind you of things you are already familiar with from another angle. You can then study them from two sides. One is the viewpoint of pure empiricism, which describes soul phenomena according to the way they occur on the physical plane. It can thus choose the names it likes, based on what it finds. And then you examine them on the basis of esoteric investigation. Let us look at the second side. Names are unimportant here, although I prefer to choose such names as someone does who looks at things from a clairvoyant perspective, and thus in fact really observes the meeting of these two currents. Such names would be derived from spiritual science. You will rediscover in psychosophy what you have learned from spiritual science. Accordingly, we will call the current that momentarily carries unconscious mental images, those that flow from the past into the future, the etheric body. The other stream which flows from the future into the past and intersects the first stream and becomes congested with it will be called the astral body. And what is consciousness? It is the mutual coming together of the etheric and the astral bodies from their two sides. Try testing this. Apply everything you've learned from investigations of clairvoyant consciousness about the etheric and the astral bodies to what has been said here. You will be able to do that and will recognize there, again, the truths with which you are familiar. You will only need to ask what causes the intersecting or damming up. Something congests because the two streams encounter each other in the physical human life. Now imagine removing the physical and etheric bodies. This is the case after death, when the current flowing from the past into the future is no longer present. When that occurs, the current pressing from the future into the past, that of the astral body, becomes free and asserts itself in a direct manner after death. Consequently, life in Kamaloka flows in reverse, as I have told you. You see then that we rediscover in psychosophy what we have learned from spiritual science. I hope, though, that you will notice one thing. There can sometimes be a long road to travel from knowledge of spiritual scientific truths gleaned from clairvoyant research to confirming experiences on the physical plane, for that must first be put in order. When that is achieved, you will see that everywhere you look, clairvoyant research is always confirmed by findings made on the physical plane. Now let us go to another manifestation of our soul life, one usually known as surprise or wonder. When are we surprised? It is only when something confronts us that we are not immediately able to judge, as it makes an impression on the soul life. In that moment when we are able to judge, surprise or wonder vanishes. At times when we are immediately able to judge, we feel no surprise, no wonder. Thus we can say that the future forces itself into our soul life when we are confronted by a phenomenon and are consequently surprised, when something makes a conscious impression upon the soul without the immediate occurrence of a judgment. Or we may even feel fear, since that feeling too may be characterized as due to an inability to judge something that meets us. Feeling and interest are aroused, but judgment is not yet in a position to function. This can convince us that our interests, feelings, or life of desiring cannot have the direction from the past into the future, because then judging would be able to flow directly from the same direction. Judging must therefore be distinguished from interest. We have confirmed this by ordinary observation. Judging, however, is not the same as the current within soul life that flows from the past into the future. If it were, judging would have to coincide continually with the current of mental images. One's entire soul life would have to be active at every moment of exercising judgment. In every moment it would have to be finished with mental images. But judging is a conscious activity. Just consider, however, how remote you are at the moment of judging from a conscious possession of all the mental images you could have. Judging occurs in consciousness, but cannot assume control of the ongoing flow of soul life. We do not always have all of our mental images at our beck and call. Judging, therefore, cannot coincide with the soul's onward flowing current. Neither can it coincide with the current coursing from the future into the past. Otherwise, that would render it impossible to experience such feelings as fear, surprise, and astonishment. So we must conclude that judging coincides with neither of these directions. Keep this in mind as we examine the onward flowing stream of the etheric body, as it moves from the past into the future. Its unique feature is that it is able to flow unconsciously through the soul and also become conscious. Let us see what can bring the unconscious mental images flowing through the soul into consciousness. We must bear in mind that these mental images are always present, but what happens at the moment when they become conscious? Consider a moment when mental images that have escaped us become conscious in a very unusual way. I will suggest such a moment. Assume, for example, that you are touring a picture gallery. You notice a picture and look at it. At that moment, the same picture surfaces in your consciousness. Let us assume that you have already seen it. What has evoked that memory? It is the impression of the new picture, the impression of the new picture conjured into visibility within your soul, the old mental image of the picture that had continued to live within you. Let me read that sentence again. What has evoked that memory? It is the impression of the new picture. The impression of the new picture conjured into visibility within your soul, the old mental image of the picture that had continued to live within you. If you had not seen the new picture, the old mental image would not have surfaced. We can come to a clear understanding of this matter only when we realize something. What happened when you saw that new picture? Your I being wanted to approach the picture, and it used the senses as a medium. Because your I, capital, received a new impression and absorbed a new element, which had a curious effect on something in the ongoing flow of your soul life became visible. Let us try to form a picture of this process. Think of all the objects that are behind you when you face a certain direction. You cannot see them because they are behind you. You can see them only when you hold a mirror. You can then see the objects behind you in the mirror. We can conclude that something very similar must be the case when the mental images living on unconsciously in the soul. Let me read that again. We can conclude that something very similar must be the case with the mental images living on unconsciously in the soul. When a new impression comes, it affects the soul's life, so that the old impression becomes visible in the soul. If you think of the I as something in the soul's life that stands with the old unconscious mental images behind it, the moment of remembering may be characterized as mental images being induced to reflect themselves through an inner soul process. In that, a cause for that reflection is created. Then you have the process of memory, or the becoming aware of old mental images. Why does such mirroring occur? You will easily discover this just by thinking about it. You will find the reason such a reflection occurs when you remember a point referred to recently in my public lecture titled On Life and Death, footnote lecture of October 27, 1910, contained in Antworten der Geisteswissenschaft auf die großen Fragen des Daseins, CW 60, not translated into English, end of footnote. We can observe something extraordinarily important in the life of the soul, that the backward-running memory goes back only to a certain point, beyond which it stops, and we cannot recall anything further. Memory begins at that point. We might ask what kind of mental images are usually recalled. They are only those in which the I has participated, in which the I was truly involved. I have said before that memory goes back to the moment a child gains the capacity to conceive of the self as I, when the child develops I awareness. Ordinarily, we are able to recall only those mental images with which the I was actively engaged, in which the active power of a self-aware I being was involved. What happens in an I being in the process of being, quote-unquote, born during a child's second or third year? Before that, children unconsciously absorb impressions without the I being truly present in them. They then begin really to develop I consciousness, relating to it all the mental images that they absorb from the outer world. That is the point when the human I situates itself in front of its mental images, placing them behind it. It is an almost physically perceptible event. First, the I was within its life of mental images. It then steps out, free and armed to accept everything coming to meet it from the future, while placing the past mental images behind it. Using this as a background, what must then happen at the moment the I begins to be conscious, begins to take all the mental images into itself? The I must then form a connection with the onward flowing current that we have referred to as the etheric body. Now, at the moment children begin developing I awareness, the current of the soul life imprints an impression of itself on the etheric body. That is the source of the I image. If you think about it, you will see that the I image can never be given to you from outside. All other mental images with any relationship to the physical world come from outside. The I image, on the other hand, or even the perception of the I, can never come to you from outside. That will become clear if you consider a child's incapacity to sense its own etheric body before having an image of the I. As soon as a child begins to develop I consciousness, it feels its own etheric body and reflects the being of this etheric body back into the I. The child then possesses the required mirror. Whereas all other mental images related to physical space and life on the physical plane are received through the physical body, that is, through the sense organs, I consciousness arises because the I fills the etheric body and reflects itself, as it were, on its inner quote-unquote walls. The essential thing about I consciousness is that it is the inward reflecting of the etheric body. What prompts the I to take on such a process of inward mirroring? The only possible cause is that the etheric body comes to a certain closure. We saw that the astral body comes toward the etheric body. It is the I that fills out the etheric body and becomes conscious of it, as if through an inner mirroring. This I image, or I awareness, has a certain characteristic. It is taken hold of powerfully by all interests and desires, for they anchor themselves firmly in the I. Despite the egoism represented by such interests and desires, there is certainly something unique about this self-perceiving of the I. In a certain sense, it is independent of the desires. There is a certain demand that the human soul places upon itself that we can easily verify in ourselves. Every soul says to itself, I cannot possibly summon my I being only through desiring. No matter how much I might wish it, wishing does not make it happen. The I no more consists of the current of desires flowing from the future into the past than it does of the ongoing flow of mental images. It is something radically different from both streams, but nevertheless it assimilates them both. We can represent this in a diagram completely true to the facts by drawing the line of the I current perpendicular to the time streams. It must be drawn this way to provide a correct picture of the various soul manifestations involved. We remain true to the facts by illustrating the activity of the I as a current that is perpendicular to the two time currents. This corresponds to the I aspect. Now, there is an element related to the I that self-observation readily discerns as well: the capacity for judging. It enters the soul with the I. You can easily understand this through a feeling such as surprise. If the I works in from the side, an event can approach you that can bring you an abundance of interest. But if the judging activity of the eye cannot enter from the side at the same time, then the event cannot meet with the judgment. What happens, then, when the eye comes in laterally? We have seen that the eye perception is an inner mirroring in the soul. Such mirroring would have to occur in such a way that the mental images that flow in unconsciously would be literally behind the eye. That would be the case if the eye current, in fact, flowed in so that its own current entered in the direction of the line E to F, and that's up and down, perpendicular, in the previous drawing, but actually took the direction indicated here by the line GH, or toward the future. So from the perpendicular line inside the circle, there's a line moving to the right in the direction of the future. Now, picture the eye itself becoming a mirror once it enters the etheric body, which fits the facts exactly. If the eye has the flow of unconscious mental images behind it, what does it have in front of it as it looks into the future according to its inherent nature? What would it be facing? Imagine standing before a mirror and gazing into it. If the back of the mirror isn't coated, you see nothing reflected at all. You would be staring into the unending distance. Our perception of the future is like that. This is indeed how we look into the current that approaches us from the future. It flows toward us, but we don't see anything. When do we see something there? We see only what is there from the past. We do not see the future, of course, but we do see the past. You don't see objects in front of you as you look into a mirror. You see only what is behind you. At the moment a child attains self-awareness, as the result of the eye entering the etheric body, the eye mirrors itself inwardly. From that point on, all soul life is a co-reflecting of experiences and impressions. And this also explains why we are unable to remember anything that happened before the eye acquired its mirroring capacity. A child's earliest impressions are not remembered. The important thing is that the human eye, to the extent that it has entered the etheric body, or to the extent that it receives mental images from the past, becomes, through this, a mirror within the soul. After that, it is open to whatever appears in its mirror. What has to happen to make it possible for the eye really to mirror the past? We could say that if we have an external impression, such as I described, such as seeing a picture again that we have seen before, it evokes a reflection in connection with the previous mental picture that we were unconscious of at the time. As the earlier mental image radiates in from the other side, it is restrained so that it falls on the inner mirror of the soul. But when there is no new impression, or a repetition of an earlier one, the eye itself must produce what the mirroring should provide. It must work from the other side and create a substitute for what an external impression would have otherwise provided. What is then this I that is living itself out in our physical life? It is the inner fulfillment of the etheric body. Thus, in order for it to be able to mirror itself on the interior walls of the etheric body, it must make the etheric body itself into a mirror. This can happen only when the etheric body is complete. For external sense impressions, it is complete when you are in your physical body, since that is when you are surrounded by your eyes, ears, and so on. Thus, what lives within the etheric body can be reflected back. We must have another capacity, however, to allow for a free remembering, since the etheric body must have a quote-unquote mirror coating for purposes of reflection. The sense organs, The physical body, in other words, provide such a coating for the reflection of new impressions. If, however, the physical body is not involved, as in the case of free remembering, when no new refreshing impressions are received, the coating must be taken from the other side. This is possible only when the primary resource is what counters the I from the side through the involvement of desiring as it flows toward us, which is used for a coating. Only through a corresponding strengthening of the astral body can we develop the forces for striving or desiring, which enable us to recall a mental image that resists reflection. Only by strengthening the I as it lives in the physical world can we pull in this stream that flows from the future, a stream we do not otherwise grasp, and make it into a mirror coating. Thus only through strengthening the I in this way, by making the I master of the astral body, the stream issuing from the future, can we enable the I to recall mental images that resist reflection. It is a battle we fight with the unconscious mental images. The I lacks the strength to summon them, and so we must borrow something from what is coming toward us. To make this clearer, let me use an example from real life that will illustrate how we may strengthen the I. Usually we experience life's events by simply following the onward flowing stream of experiencing. If a bell rings once, then again, and then a third time, first you hear the first ring, then the second, then the third, but then you are finished. If you attend a play, you hear the individual parts one after another, and then you are done. In other words, you live with your etheric body in the onward flowing current. Let us suppose, however, that you deliberately try to become familiar with the current flowing in the opposite direction, reversing a sequence of episodes that are otherwise experienced only in the normal order. You decide, for example, to recall in reverse order some events of the day. If you review it backward, you are not following the ordinary flow of the I brought about by the I being living in the etheric body. Instead, you follow the opposite current, or that of the astral body. If, for example, you pray the Lord's Prayer backward instead of in the usual forward sequence, you are proceeding counter to the usual current, the current resulting from the I filling out the etheric body. In this way, you strengthen your I from the astral current. The result is a tremendous heightening of the capacity to remember. During my years of teaching, I worked to strengthen the memory of my students for later life by having them learn certain things in reverse order, things usually learned in only one direction, and having them practice this over and over. For example, the scale of hardness in minerals is usually learned as talcum, rock salt, marble, fluorite, apatite, orthoclase, quartz, topaz, corundum, diamond. In addition to having to recite the list in the usual order, the pupils had to be able to recite it in reverse order as well. That is an extraordinarily effective exercise for strengthening the memory, especially when started in a timely fashion in childhood. There is another exercise, one related to everything we've been talking about today and during the past several days. Imagine a man suffering from a severe loss of memory. He goes to the trouble of resuming with ardor some youthful interest or other. Let us say that this man, who is now 47, was particularly intrigued by a certain book at the age of 15. He now decides to read it again. In such a case, if you call the same facts before your soul, a new current flows toward you, an astral current, and you strengthen yourself from it as it flows toward you out of the future. If an elderly person carries out this exercise, deliberately repeating some activity pursued between the ages of 7 and 14, it will be found to be a very special aid to improving memory. These things can thus show that if the I really wants to improve memory, it must strengthen itself out of the astral current, flowing opposite to the etheric current. These things are all extraordinarily important for practical life. If educators paid more attention to them, it would result in tremendous blessings. If, for example, schools with 7 grades were to arrange studies so that the 4th grade existed by itself, after which the 5th grade reviewed on a different level the material taken up in the 3rd grade, the 6th grade reviewed the studies of the 2nd grade, and the 7th grade reviewed the content of the 1st grade, great benefits would result. There would be a definite strengthening of memory, and people would see how beneficial such practices are, simply because they come from the laws of real life. This shows us that our I image, or I consciousness, is something that must first be created. It arises, initially, during early childhood, from the etheric bodies reflecting in an inward direction. It comes as no surprise for those who know spiritual science, since they realize that the human being is outside the physical and etheric bodies in the night. To hear that I consciousness cannot exist at night, because the I is then unable to reflect itself in the etheric body. Thus we are not at all surprised that the image of the I submerges into the subconscious during sleep, since the etheric body is the onward running stream of time. It contains the mental images that must first be illuminated from the other side by the astral body. Then what swims forward, so to speak, in the etheric body can be illuminated by the soul's life. The image we have of our own I being is really only in the etheric body. In fact, it is only the entirety of the etheric body as seen from within. The I image is active only in the etheric body. But this does not apply to the I itself, for as stated, the I is the power of judging that enters laterally. You cannot grasp the I by looking to I consciousness. You must turn to judging. Although it seems odd, judgment reveals itself as a higher order than I consciousness. A very exact distinction has been drawn between what is and is not taken hold of by judging. Perceiving the color red does not yet involve any judging by the soul. The capacity to judge is not yet functioning. What decides about the impression rushes in from outside. At the moment of making the simplest judgment, such as red is, ascribing existence to the color, the soul life passes judgment. The I arouses itself in that moment when we judge. When the I judges on the basis of the results of external impressions, those impressions participate in the judgment, becoming the object of the judgment, as in red is. What must then be possible if the I is an entity distinct from its mental images, and also from perception of itself? What must be present for the I to be the cause of I perception? There must be a possibility of judging. Among the various judgments in our soul life, there has to be one that is independent of any external impression, over which the I is master. This is the situation when you state the judgment, I is, or I am. There you have what lives as yet unconsciously in the I, filled with the ability to judge in I is, or I am. You have filled out with the power of judgment what was previously an empty bubble that dissolves like foam when the soul's life becomes unconscious. If that is the case, if the I fills itself out, what happens then? Judging is a soul activity, and soul activities originate in the innermost life of the soul. They lead to mental images. It is in the realm of these images that the I image surfaces. But we have been unable to learn anything about the I itself from the I image. One thing now becomes clear, however. No external impression can supply us with the image of the I. In other words, the image does not come from the physical world, since it is not a product of the physical world, but otherwise has exactly the same character as mental images that do originate there. And since judging, which is part of the elementary content of the soul, is applied to the I must enter the life of the soul from some other quarter. In other words, just as the mental image red enters the soul from the outer world and is encompassed by the I through judgment, so also something comes into the soul from the other side that is encompassed by judgment. Let us take the impression red and encompass it with a judgment. We end up with red is. Similarly, let us take the I and say I is. Here we have an impression derived from that outer world we call the spiritual world, and we encompass it with the judgment. Here we have an impression derived from that outer world we call the spiritual world, and we encompass it with a judgment. Red, as such, corresponds to the forms of existence in the physical world, whereas red is a judgment, and can originate only within the soul life. I is a fact in the same sense that red is. It can enter the soul life, or, in other words, be encompassed by a judgment, only when the judgment approaches the soul from the other side, encompasses the I with the judgment, and says, I am, or I is. The genius of language is very wise, and expresses things precisely, reversing the is from outside the human being and making it the am of I am from within. If I now include the fourth direction, from J to K, and that's from below upward, physical body, below upward. Let me read that again. If I now include the fourth direction, the line J to K, from below upward, I would have to describe it as the direction of the physical world running counter to that of the I. It represents the current of the physical body. Presented graphically, the impressions of the physical world move thus from below upward and manifest themselves in the soul as sense impressions. On the one side is the I, placed counter to its sense organs in the physical body. On the other side, the current of the etheric body opposes that of the astral body. When the I collides with the physical body, streaming against the eyes or against the ears, it receives impressions of the physical world. These impressions are brought further into the soul through the consciousness that arises from the counter-flowing of the astral and etheric worlds. You will realize from the whole picture that a fairly good representation is afforded of the relationship of the various worlds working together in the human soul, when one says that on the one side, the I and the physical body, with its sense organs, confront each other in opposite directions. They stand directly across from each other. Then the other two currents, those of the astral and etheric bodies, also oppose each other in that they form right angles, as it were, to both of the other currents. I can assure you that innumerable riddles of the soul will be solved for you if you refer to this diagram. You will see that this cross, cut by a circle, provides an excellent picture of the life of the soul, showing how it borders on the spiritual world above and on the physical world below, on the etheric to the left and on the astral to the right. This requires rising to a concept of time as a current that does not just flow quietly along, but that meets with something. The life of the I and the senses, on the other hand, can be understood only when they are seen coming into contact with the stream of time at a right angle. If you keep this in mind, you will understand that very different forces really meet in our souls, which is the scene of an encounter of forces moving in the most varied directions. Let us assume that we are dealing with an individual, since these forces manifest themselves in a great variety of ways in the great variety of human beings, in whom the judging I prevails. Such a person will find it extremely difficult to fill abstract thoughts with enough life blood so that they appeal directly to the feelings. Thus we can expect that it will not be easy to get something life-filled to engage our feelings out of what a person says whose primary soul activity is judging. On the other hand, the kind of individual whose soul life tends toward a flow rich in interests and astral abundance, which encounters the opposite ongoing stream of physical life, brings a disposition for vivid concepts into life. Such individuals will not turn up on the physical plane as thought people, but they may be characterized by the ease with which they express inner experiences in ways that capture our interest. Since we incarnate repeatedly, and bring with us a tendency to this or that predisposing current, we can picture the soul of Goethe as predisposed to the current coming from the future. If he surrenders to it, then from the beginning he brings life-filled concepts from the future into life. If, however, he allows this element, which is truly his own, to battle a soul content absorbed from his environment, a content that goes floating along in his etheric body as mental images beneath the threshold of his consciousness, the result is a disharmony, like the two elements we talked about in his poem titled The Eternal Jew, the useless one and the one we emphasized. In the case of someone like Hegel, who brought a judging predisposition with him, such an individual constantly wrestles with everything that streams toward him from the future into the past. The eye is placed in such a way that the ongoing stream from the past into the future is always hidden at each present moment. The eye hides it, but it is open to the counterflow of the stream of the capacity of desiring. The eye looks into the never-ending future as though into an uncoated mirror. As soon as the mirror receives a coating, the past experiences become visible. It has been possible in these lectures to discuss only a few aspects of the infinite wealth of psychosophy, but if you ponder them, you will be able to draw many conclusions from what has been said. Much will become clear if you keep in the background the fact that the stream of soul life flowing from the past into the future, that of the etheric body, contains the unconscious mental images which are present despite their unconscious state. If you know from spiritual science that the etheric body is the architect of the physical body, you will be able to see that these mental images are indeed present, even if unconsciously, for the etheric body carries them along. And the mental images present there are capable of developing a lively activity toward the other side, especially if they are unconscious. Anyone versed in physiology and psychology is aware how profoundly disturbing mental images can be when they cannot be summoned from the soul's depths into consciousness, but instead continue to swim along with the etheric current in those unconscious depths of the soul life. They then generate all their strength into the physical body. Here is a relevant fact in life. Let us consider, for example, someone between the ages of 10 and 12 who has experienced an event that has been totally forgotten and simply cannot be recalled. This experience, nevertheless, continues to work in the etheric body and can make the person sick. Below the surface of consciousness, many mental images are active that can cause illness. Those who are aware of this fact also know that there is, in a certain way, help for it. It consists of taking away the power of such images. This means leading them to another direction by trying to provide to the sufferer, who is not strong enough to do this alone, reference points that allow those images to surface. This is of tremendous help. To assist a person in bringing to consciousness mental images over which the individual is powerless, images that continue to work in the etheric body, can have a truly curative effect. Some of you are perhaps saying that that is already being tried. There is indeed a school of psychiatry, the Freudians, based on recalling to consciousness past actions and experiences. I cannot equate this school's approach, however, with what I have just suggested, since it applies the method in the very place it does not belong. It is namely ineffective, precisely with the sum total of the mental images related to sexual life. In every other kind of situation it is valid. The Freudians, however, extended with predilection to the treatment for mental images of a sexual nature, where it is, in fact, useless. This must be recognized. The point is not that we go tapping around under the influence of materialistic concepts and come across something that the facts have already discovered, but that we know exactly what the facts are. Perhaps you can thus add something more to the other remarks you will take with you. If we observe conscientiously and with discrimination ordinary life here on the physical plane, we can see that everywhere it confirms the findings of spiritual science. Lectures like these will help give you confidence in information based on the findings of clairvoyant research, though such research certainly does not search the physical plane for the facts it presents. I can assure you that clairvoyants themselves are often surprised, when they test the results of their supersensible research, at the confirmation they find in physical life. Taking the opposite direction would probably not have succeeded. Remaining on the physical plane leads to associating things incorrectly and results in misinterpretation of the facts. Thus, the basic feeling, that of certainty in relation to spiritual scientific research, can also give you confidence in the research of psychosophy. This is why I occasionally try to give you a dry, dispassionate account of supersensible matters, in such a way that it meets the criteria of the objective scientific investigation of the physical plane. As a result, we are obligated to note that human beings are put on the physical plane for the purpose of understanding it. Our time has two tasks. One is to study, in selfless, objective thinking, this physical plane on which the great cosmic laws have placed us for a purpose. On the other hand, we are at a stage today at which we can no longer master the physical plane by ordinary means if help is not provided through esoteric research. No matter how wisely ordinary science advances, it cannot avoid erring without the guidance and direction provided by esoteric science. After the human race reached the turning point of the 15th through the 17th centuries and began to emphasize research, when modern physical research began, we progressed and are now again at a point where a different, esoteric kind of research will have to assist and direct physical research. To the extent that esoteric researchers not only know this, but also accept it as their duty, they fulfill what must be a dual requirement of modern times. They develop the sense that we must stand firmly upon the physical plane, fearless of the selfless activity of thinking. Physical reality, in particular, demands it. The intent of these lectures, and my dry presentation, has been to nurture just such a sense. On the other hand, you have learned much for life if you have absorbed the concept of how the astral stream, coming from the future, plays its role. I must admit that I could almost prove these things from the sense-perceptible world. I addressed this matter on another occasion elsewhere. Among all modern psychologists, who, without any interest in esotericism, have sensitively approached the phenomena of the soul and have therefore, if in a lopsided way, come to a real sense for the most basic facts Only Franz Brentano's name deserves mention. Footnote: Franz Clemens Brentano, 1838 to 1917, German philosopher, Catholic priest, and professor. He wrote on psychology, Aristotle, logic, and ethics. See Steiner's memorial essay on Brentano entitled Riddles of the Soul. End of footnote. In the 1860s and 1870s, Brentano devoted himself to a study of psychological problems. Although his writing on the subject is a scholastic brooding, it contains something that reminds one of a child's first steps, which we would like to pursue further. What he said about desiring and feeling, as well as about judging, misses the mark. The tendency, however, could have led straight to the mark if he had not been so completely ignorant of the esoteric aspects of these matters. The most capable psychologist has stepped onto the physical plane, so to speak. The first volume of his title, Psychology, appeared in the spring of 1874, with a second volume promised to follow in the autumn. The second volume has yet to appear. Only the first is available. What is the explanation? You will find the answer in the lectures on psychosophy. He got stuck and could not continue. He had made a nice outline of the chapters yet to come. He even intended to include a view of spiritual life and immortality from the perspective of the I. It was all outlined, but there he got stuck. Esoteric research would have had to be called in from the other side, so that soul phenomena would be examined from the perspective of esoteric research. This example proves that Franz Brentano was a child of our time. He began to categorize the facts available on the physical plane, and then he got stuck. He is an old man now, living in Florence. Everything today will have to become stuck in this way when it has to work with reality. The psychologies of Wundt and Lips, for example, can of course be written, but they are based on preconceived notions rather than on actual processes in soul life. Footnote: Theodor Lips, 1851 to 1914, German philosopher and a professor. He developed a theory of aesthetics based on empathy. Wilhelm Wundt, 1832 to 1920, German physiologist and psychologist, considered the founder of experimental psychology. Having studied under Johannes Müller, he went on to become a professor and established the first psychological laboratory. Believing that psychology must be based directly on experience, he developed a methodology of introspection. End of footnote. They are based on the preconceived opinions of the authors. It is precisely when they set out into the psychological realm, even in what they have to say on social psychology and linguistics, that they thresh mere empty straw. This is not meant to be unkind, but only to express it clearly. All the branches of science will suffer the same fate if they fail to greet what comes to meet them from the other side. From this side, understand that through your own interests you have joined a movement whose goal is to comprehend the mission of our time. Understand also that your confidence, insight, and faith can grow if you comprehend this as manifested karma. Tell yourself that karma has led you to be present and active at the crossroads of a stream of time, and that you must become courageous, strong, and confident. This insight should be a source of strength to cooperate energetically in this sphere. And this effort must bear fruit, because the human progress demands it. One's own participation will provide the opportunity to work selflessly, now or in a future, for the further evolution of all humanity. This brings us to the greatest ideal that those who believe in spirit may feel. Think of this not as an abstract ideal, but acquire it through persistently returning to our spiritual scientific work. Ample opportunity is given for this in our gatherings. Take away with you a sense that you belong to this work. If you have done anything that can give you such a feeling, it will accompany you on your return home and be a greeting to those scattered in various places. Take it as an emanation of the strength of the unity that should exist among all the members of our spiritual scientific movement. You should feel this even when we are not together physically. As we depart to various parts of the world, try to draw courage, confidence, and energy from our time together here. The end of part 2 on psychosophy, and that's the end of lecture 8. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled A Psychology of Body, Soul, and Spirit. This is lecture 9, given on December 12th, 1911. It is entitled Franz Brentano and Aristotle's Doctrine of the Spirit. Contrary to modern usage, the human being's total makeup will be described here as consisting of 3 elements: the physical, the soul, and the spiritual. This division, of course, is no different from what we are accustomed to in spiritual science. In these lectures, however, we want to build a bridge from spiritual science to the natural scientific approach in this area. Consequently, we will also consider what is normal for such deliberation of the human being in the modern sciences outside spiritual science. For a long time now, the total makeup of the human being has been viewed as consisting of only 2 parts, the physical or bodily nature and the soul. This has been true even when no open or veiled materialism was involved. Recognized science is not accustomed to speaking of spirit. Indeed, when the Catholic philosopher Anton Günther reverted to a threefold perspective of the human being as body, soul, and spirit, his books, which were interesting from that perspective, were placed on the list of forbidden books by the Church in Rome. Footnote: Anton Günther, 1783 to 1826, a speculative Catholic theologian, placed on the Index in 1857. End of footnote. The Catholic Church acted contrary to the Bible, where it can be shown in both the Old and New Testaments that human nature is threefold, and that we can speak of a body, soul, and spirit. Relatively early, in the very first centuries, the Church prohibited the spirit. That means that in a certain sense it led the evolution of dogma in such a way that the human being may consist only of body and soul. Philosophers of the Middle Ages considered it highly heretical to accept a threefold makeup, and this applies today to all those who still base their beliefs on that philosophical outlook. This is still considered to be absolutely heretical in the Catholic Church today. Oddly enough, the Catholic view has made its way into contemporary science. If you try to understand why people working today in the science of psychology, the science of the soul, speak essentially only of body and soul, rather than of body, soul, and spirit, there can hardly be any other basis for such a perspective than the fact that over the course of time, spirit was forgotten. Therefore, people today no longer have, within their normal thinking, any way of achieving an idea or concept that would enable them to speak of the human spirit as a separate element in addition to the soul. In this introduction, which may contain concepts that sound foreign to the circle of theosophists, since the corresponding literature is not known here, we must, however, draw attention to the threads that connect us to what otherwise exists as psychology. You can see from what I've just said that we can scarcely find any doctrine of the spirit aside from Hegel's philosophy. That hardly deserves such a designation, however, since essentially it is also merely a kind of doctrine of the soul. We covered that area a year ago in what was termed psychosophy. Our time has become strangely accustomed to thinking without any concept of spirit. We can see the extent of this view by looking, by way of introduction, at the work of a psychologist whom we must also consider, from a spiritual scientific perspective, as the most outstanding research psychologist among all those who lack a spiritual scientific orientation. I am referring to Franz Brentano. We see in this most significant psychologist, of whom I spoke in last year's lectures on psychosophy, to what degree it is possible, from a standpoint outside spiritual science, to approach what spiritual science has to say about the soul based on pure science rather than clairvoyance. We can see in this very important psychologist, not oriented toward spiritual science, how the modern thought habits work in preventing people from developing any idea or concept of spirit. Franz Brentano wrote a strange work on psychology, which I referred to last year, or I should say he intended to write it. The first volume appeared in the spring of 1874, with the promise of another volume in the autumn. There were to be further volumes in quick succession. The first is the only one that appeared. Nevertheless, a new edition was published very recently. It was not the whole volume, but only a part of the 1874 edition, a special chapter on classifying psychological phenomena. It was published simultaneously in German and Italian. An appendix was added to what was written in 1874. Considering the promise displayed in the first volume of Brentano's title, Psychology, adherents of spiritual science have reason to bewail the fact that more volumes did not appear. A year ago, however, I reported that the reason for this could be easily understood from a spiritual scientific perspective. As those with a spiritual scientific view will realize, the current scientific orientation made it impossible to continue the series using the assumptions that were the basis for the first volume. Brentano wanted to work on his psychology in the 1870s in keeping with all the thinking habits of modern science. He took particular pride in not going along with a materialistic bias. His own direction was just the opposite, and proceeding instead purely methodically. He prided himself on pursuing his research entirely in keeping with the prevailing scientific methodology of the time. He intended to produce a psychology that accorded perfectly with the spirit of modern scientific methodology. When we note that there was to be a discussion of the question of immortality, among other highly interesting topics promised in his first volume, we must of course be painfully disappointed that no more appeared. Do not be surprised that I speak this way about a book of this kind, particularly from the perspective of spiritual science. I had to consider this book and its fate. Indeed, in terms of science, I find the whole scientific fate of its author symptomatic of and extraordinarily important for our time, and for what one can call pneumatosophy today, because it promised to discuss the soul's immortality. If, as may be gathered from several of Brentano's remarks, he expresses himself obliquely as intending to prove not the fact of immortality itself, but that hope of immortality can be justified, please note the difference, then we must agree that this is an extremely interesting fact for the character of current psychological thinking. Brentano, however, did not succeed in producing more than the first volume. It contains only his dispute with other schools of psychology, and lays a foundation for a scientific method in the psychological field, as well as the previously mentioned classification of the soul's activities or capacities. Nothing further ever appeared, except for the new edition of one section of the book. The reasons for this are extremely significant, and will have to be discussed in this series of lectures. Some of the reasons have to be addressed from a spiritual scientific standpoint, because they relate to the way in which modern science regards the soul, failing to see the spirit as something separate from it. I won't take any of the short time we have here to characterize the human soul, which we covered last year. To connect it to the current scientific thinking, however, I will have to use this introduction to discuss Brentano's classification of human soul faculties as it appears in the new edition. Brentano, a modern psychologist of the greatest significance in this regard for spiritual science, classifies the soul faculties not into the usual categories of thinking, feeling, and willing, but in a very different way as mental picturing, judging, and the phenomena of love and hate, or the emotions. You will be reminded immediately of its similarity to what the psychosophic lectures of a year ago presented from an entirely different source. I need not comment on what mental picturing is in our sense, since these things have been spoken of so often in spiritual science. And we need not go into the concept of a mental picture as such, in relation to what we have to say as an introduction to Brentano's psychology. For us, the content of mental picturing is clear when we recall, regardless of how it is otherwise defined, that we think of mental picturing as the recalling of some thought content in the soul. A mental picture is any thought content that is present in the soul, and is not in some way connected with an emotion or with anything that is a declaration in connection with something objective. Judging differs from mental picturing in the previously characterized psychology. Judging is usually said to be a fusing of concepts. A quote-unquote rose, for example, would be a concept described as a mental picture, and quote-unquote red as another. But to say, quote, the rose is red, unquote, is a judgment. Brentano says that a quote-unquote fusion of concepts does not characterize a judgment. If we say the rose is red, however, either we mean nothing special, or if we do, another sentence is hidden within it. In other words, we are saying that the red rose is, asserting that there is a red rose among the things of reality. We will have to note Brentano's definition of judging in order to lay a scientific foundation for pneumatosophy. As you can see from superficial observation of your own soul content, there is much that is correct in such a view. Indeed, when we say the rose is red, what has been accomplished beyond the creation of a mental picture? There is no essential distinction between imagining rose and red or fusing the concepts. We are still involved in picturing. I do no more with the rose is red than I do when picturing rose and red. To recognize that the red rose is an admission essentially different from a mere fusing of concepts, however, for it points to something beyond mental picturing, something not limited to it, that is, to the determination of a reality. To say the rose is red states only that the mental images red and rose both exist in someone's soul. It is merely a statement about a thought content. At the moment, however, when something is ascertained and the statement is made that the red rose is, we then have a judgment in Brentano's sense. According to him, we have no right to speak of transcending the idea of a mental image when merely fusing mental images. We transcend mental picturing only when something is expressed in the life of mental images that is an ascertainment. It is not possible here to go into all of Brentano's brilliant reasoning for his distinctions between mental picturing and judging. Brentano then distinguishes a third member of the soul, however, the emotions, or phenomena of love and hate. They too are different from a simple determination. If I say a red rose is, this is not the same as having a feeling about the rose. Feelings are manifestations of the soul belonging to a special class that we may categorize as emotions. Feelings represent not only a determination about the object presented by our mental picturing, but also something about how the soul experiences the subject. Brentano, however, does not specifically mention will phenomena, because, essentially, he does not find enough difference between the will and the phenomena of love and hate or other emotions. What we love, we will with love, and the will that is connected with an object is also included in our feelings of kindness. In terms of hate, quote, not wanting, unquote, or rejection is also a given. Therefore it seems unjustified to describe will as separate from love and hate in the same way that separating judgments from mere mental images is justified. Thus we have, so to speak, divided the human soul into mental picturing, judging, and the manifestations of the emotions. It is extremely interesting that such a keen thinker divided concepts in this way when he set out to lay the foundation for his psychology. As you will perhaps gather from the commentary today and tomorrow, it is because we have a man here who takes seriously the usual disregard for the spirit. Others have always mixed what are in fact spiritual phenomena into the life of the soul. This inclination led to the creation of a strange hybrid, a kind of spirit soul or soul spirit. All kinds of things could be attributed to the spirit soul, characteristics that, for someone working in an orderly way based on the threefold nature of the human being, would have to be ascribed to the spirit rather than the soul. Brentano, however, was truly serious about answering the question of what could actually be discovered in the soul as such. He was acute enough to discern what had to be excluded from the concepts of the soul when spirit is eliminated from consideration. Through taking this tendency seriously, he divided, as it were, the soul cleanly from the spirit. It would have been very interesting to see how, if he had continued his work, Brentano would have found that it had to end somewhere, because in reality the soul must receive the spirit and enter into a relationship with it. Otherwise, he would have had to acknowledge the necessity of progressing from the soul to spirit. Let us look at the two most remote elements of Brentano's classification, mental picturing and the emotions or the phenomena of love and hate, disregarding judgment. In Brentano's conceiving, mental picturing is simply something going on in the soul. Nothing is ascertained through our mental picturing. Making a determination about something real means that judging has to enter into it. This being so, the soul life is not only mental picturing. That would amount to saying that mental picturing is not able to lead of itself to a determination, that it would be impossible to get outside the soul in mental picturing, for only in judging can we get out of the soul, not in mental picturing. On the other hand, it is interesting that Brentano assigns all manifestations of the will to the manifestations of the emotions. There is certainly a good deal to be said for maintaining that the soul's relationship to the world is summed up in the emotions. You can indeed maintain that, basically speaking, the soul contains nothing but emotions. If they are strong enough, they will this or that. No psychologist can find anything in the soul but sympathy or antipathy or the phenomena of love and hate. Even where people's wills are deeply involved, they act, but while they are acting, nothing can be discovered in their souls but the phenomena of love or hate. That is how it is within the soul. If we now go on to the whole reality, we have to say that the relationship of the soul to the external world does not consist only of the soul's emotional experiences. It is, of course, a step that must be taken, but not wholly within the soul. If we are to go from an emotion to what then becomes will, it must be done out of the soul. The will does not have its totality within the soul, but only when the soul goes out of itself. No matter how much we may love an object or a fact, and no matter how great a role our emotions play in us, that hasn't made anything happen. A great deal of emotional agitation may go on in the soul, but that must be disregarded if something is supposed to happen. Mental picturing, therefore, confronts us in this type of psychology as an activity that does not go beyond itself into reality, and thus the emotions stand there without any ties to true willing, merely as preconditions of the soul to will. This is a matter of extraordinary interest. We will see that in mental picturing, the spirit enters the scene at the exact point where Brentano ended his characterizing. In mental picturing, the bridge leading from the soul to the spirit begins exactly at the place where, if it were not there, and the soul were not confronting the spirit, mental picturing would remain self-limited. We will see, on the other hand, that wherever a real transition is made from the emotions to the will, the spirit in turn enters in. We see here in a significant scientific accomplishment of the last decades how investigation breaks off at the exact point where spiritual scientific research has to enter the picture if the investigation is to be carried further. And it is interesting to see how the keenest thinkers have to work on the basis of the thought habits of the day. It could not be otherwise. Going on to other matters, the interesting threads linking today's scientific psychology with spiritual science become apparent in the case of this same man. Those who have concerned themselves with Brentano's writings have always been aware of his intense preoccupation with the Greek philosopher Aristotle throughout almost the whole extent of his professional life. By a strange coincidence, a book by Brentano entitled Aristotle and His Worldview, which contained his research on that philosopher, has just now appeared, giving us an opportunity that was not available 3 weeks ago. We can now acquaint ourselves with all the research he did on Aristotle during his long lifetime. Brentano does not, of course, view the world in the 20th century exactly as Aristotle did, but he stands in a certain close relationship to him and presents Aristotle's view of the spirit in a very open-minded, admirable way in this book. This is furthered by the fact that still another book by Brentano, bearing the title Aristotle's Doctrine of the Origin of the Human Spirit, has also appeared. It will be useful to say a word or two about this book, because Brentano is, in certain respects, not only the most interesting psychologist of modern times, but also the most significant authority on Aristotle's doctrine of the spirit. Let us take a brief look at it. We find in Aristotle a doctrine of the spirit established centuries before the birth of Christianity, and hence uninfluenced by Christian concepts. It was, in a certain sense, however, a compendium of everything represented by the culture of the Occident in the last centuries before the advent of Christianity. That culture had absorbed all that philosophy had achieved with regard to insight into the spirit. It was therefore possible for Aristotle to think scientifically in the 4th century BC about this matter, about the relationship of the spirit to the soul. Anyone who takes into account Brentano's position on Aristotle, as reflected in the 2 previously mentioned books, where one can sense so clearly how he thought about Aristotle, to the point of sharing his views on the major questions, will find it extraordinarily interesting to what extent a doctrine of the spirit that is not spiritual scientific is justified in going beyond Aristotle. It is also extremely interesting to compare the Aristotelian and theosophical doctrines of the spirit, insofar as the latter is scientific. I would like now to sketch the Aristotelian doctrine without going into a special substantiation of it. Aristotle speaks unmistakably of the spirit in relation to the human soul and body. He speaks of the spirit without the slightest trace of materialistic bias, referring to it as something added to the soul and body out of the spiritual world. That is a matter with which Brentano is found in complete agreement, for Brentano, like Aristotle, has to speak of the spirit as an addition to the soul and body if he has no other explanation for it. When human beings are born into existence on the physical plane, what is involved, in Aristotle's sense, is not merely the product of a series of ancestors, though we first encounter inherited attributes of an ancestral line. Aristotle sees these attributes as constituting the soul, making the soul, in his view, ensoul and maintain the body. Both in his view and in that of Brentano, however, this inherited body-soul complex is not the human essence in its entirety. The spirit also has to be included. Speaking in Aristotle's sense, we would, therefore, have to say that when we are born onto the physical plane, the inherited body-soul complex is united with the spirit. What, according to Aristotle, is the spirit's origin? Aristotle held that our spirits simply did not exist before our birth into the physical world. He held that they appear with every birth on the physical plane as a new creation out of the spiritual world, as a divine creation added to what is inherited from the parents. Brentano states clearly in his book on Aristotle that we embark on physical existence as products of the creative cooperation of our parents and God. He means that the physical body and the soul element are inherited from father and mother, and after a certain lapse of time following conception, God adds the human spirit to the complex. It is interesting to see how Aristotle, who assumes that God adds the human spirit to the soul element by a true act of creation, thinks about immortality. What we would refer to as the incarnated human spirit is not present before birth. God creates it. For both Aristotle and Brentano, however, it does not follow that the spirit ceases to exist at the death of the body-soul complex. The spirit, thus newly created, continues on after death, in spite of having been created for this specific human being, and passes through the gates of death into a supersensible world, in the same sense that our own use of that term conveys. It is interesting, too, that Aristotle and Brentano, who seems still to be taking the Aristotelian view, trace the human spirit passing into a purely spiritual world. In other words, Aristotle sees this individual spirit, newly created by God, as living on. All investigators of Aristotle seem to agree that there can be no question of any return of this still living spirit into further bodily incarnations. He doesn't accept reincarnation. It would lead us too far afield to go into detail on much of Aristotle's purely logical argumentation, showing why he did not accept reincarnation. All we really need to do, however, is to consider Aristotle's premise of the human being's origin as a creation of the human spirit by God, a process that he saw continuing throughout all time to come. A return to incarnation by spirits that had lived before could not be looked upon as a new creation. It would not be a new creation if all the old spirits would reincarnate, and it would negate all the theories of a spirit that had already been in a human being were to reincarnate. Let me read that again. It would not be a new creation if all the old spirits would reincarnate, and it would negate all the theories if a spirit that had already been in a human being were to reincarnate. New creation could no longer be spoken of. Thus, the teaching of reincarnation by Aristotle would stand in contradiction to his creation. It is a very strange thing, as Brentano's commentary on Aristotle shows, that Aristotle had no other conception of the life of the human spirit after death than that the spirit was actually in a more or less theoretical situation. Any activity that Aristotle can describe presupposes a physical world and a physical body. In his view, the spirit, and this includes the everlasting Spirit of God, is engaged in merely theoretical or contemplative activity. This means that there was scarcely room in his conceiving for anything more characteristic of the life of the human spirit after death than contemplation of its life from birth to death, looking down of the soul on that life from the spiritual world. Not that Aristotle envisioned this as precluding any further development of the soul, because in Aristotle's picturing this life was significant for the soul. However, the soul had to look down on it continuously, experiencing it as particularly significant and basing its further progress on this one life. That is how he saw the spirit after death, looking back on its life on earth with all its events, its shortcomings and merits, one perhaps seeing an excellent life and basing further development on it, and another contemplating a life of dishonor and crime and having that as a basis for further development. That is approximately Aristotle's picturing of the relationship of the spirit to the soul and body. Let us ask ourselves how this view of the spirit looks to unprejudiced thinking. It is fully clear that Aristotle does not conceive life on earth to be a wretched episode in the total range of human existence, a time without significance for further development. There is no question of that with Aristotle. He saw life here as meaningful in a good sense, and as exceedingly important. Much is not clear about his view of the soul's further progress after death, but one thing is certain, that this single earth life is of essential importance for the soul's whole future progress. Even though God created this human spirit, which then appeared only in a single incarnation, he could still take pains to assure its further development despite the lack of more incarnations. We see that Aristotle insisted on a single incarnation as a goal of the Godhead, and that, in his view, it served a divine purpose as well to lead the human being to an earthly human body. Aristotle thought that it lay in the intention of the Godhead not just to create the indwelling human spirit, but to do so in a way that necessitated clothing it in a physical body for its further progress. From the moment of its creation for descent into an earthly body, the human spirit is motivated to enter earthly existence. It is impossible to conceive of the divinely created human spirit as lacking the longing to incarnate in a human body. Now picture, as Aristotle did, that this human spirit discarded the body, passing through the gates of death into the spiritual world and looking back on its incarnation. Let us suppose that as it looks back on its life on earth, it finds that life imperfect. Why should it not be a matter of course for most human spirits passing through the gates of death to feel that the earth existence has been imperfect? For no matter how perfect it may have seemed, there was still room within this earthly life to achieve something still more perfect. In the sense of Aristotle, we must thus recognize in these disincarnated spirits a perfectly natural longing for further bodily incarnations. The spirit needs physical incarnation in order to perfect itself. And if a single incarnation does not accomplish that, it naturally longs to have another one. Otherwise it would fail completely to achieve its goal. It is therefore impossible to conceive of a purposeful single incarnation in the sense of Aristotle unless such a one-time life were to mean the attainment of a perfect stage of development for the progress of the human spirit. The moment we admit that an earth life is not perfect, we also have to admit that the divinely created spirit necessarily experiences a longing for another earthly body. Just consider this strange divine creation envisioned by Aristotle. It produces a human spirit that takes on a physical body and leaves it at death, but, if we accept Aristotle's view, necessarily longs for another physical body without any possibility of entering one again. For the fact is that Aristotle rejects reincarnation, seeing the human spirit as living on after death in a spiritual world with a constant desire for a new incarnation never to be fulfilled. Aristotle's doctrine requires reincarnation, but rejects it. We will see that from another viewpoint. Aristotle must reject reincarnation. We confront here a doctrine of the spirit that is by no means materialistic, one that might even be thought of as the West's most intelligent such doctrine still known today, excluding that of spiritual science. You read Brentano and sense how unequivocally he agrees with Aristotle that God, together with a father and a mother, brings forth a spirit for the body-soul element, and that this divinely created spirit passes at death into a spiritual world. The God who, according to this assumption, creates the spirit allows it only one incarnation, however, and endows it with an ongoing longing to live that life in a way that permits the spirit really to accomplish its task. We see here how something that had its origin millennia ago still exercises a powerful influence on present-day science, justifiably so. We will see that Aristotle's greatness and significance are due to the penetrating intelligence of the conclusions arrived at in his doctrine of the spirit, and that it is possible to progress beyond them only if a scientific basis is provided for reincarnation. Such a basis was never provided before our times. We have only just reached the point of transition with regard to the doctrine of the spirit, where we can, essentially only through spiritual science, go beyond Aristotle in a true and fundamental way. It is interesting that a man as keen as Brentano has had to stop short at Aristotle's point of view, but was forced, on the other hand, by that very acuity to end up with nothing more than a psychology, because he took the exclusion of the spirit seriously. We will see from the mistakes made by the fact that the exclusion of the spirit led to a self-contradictory doctrine of the spirit, or rather of the soul, that from the standpoint of modern science, it is impossible to arrive at a non-contradictory view of the world if spiritual science is ignored. The end of Lecture 9. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled A Psychology of Body, Soul, and Spirit. This is Lecture 10, given on December 13th, 1911, entitled Truth and Error in Light of the Spiritual World. In discussing important themes in these lectures at our annual gathering, my comments on contemporary scholarship and on the statements of modern authorities may seem excessive to some in our group. It may also seem extravagant for me to speak of the statements of earlier authorities who are recognized by those of today. It is not as though we are attempting an extensive bridge building between those authorities and this group. That may be unnecessary, if only because most of those who enter our group do so because of deep longing and a connection to spiritual life. They are not here for scientific proof of the spiritual world's existence, but to understand the reality of what their hearts and souls long for. Consequently, many of us may consider the inclusion of today's scholarship to be excessive. A reason that could be proposed for considering modern scholarship is that, while it is perhaps not completely valid, it has some usefulness. We could say that the theosophists meet people in the ordinary world and are challenged to show reason for their views. It is therefore necessary that they have some knowledge of how non-theosophists think, to have the possibility to refute objections and to support this spiritual scientific view of the world. We have often discussed the fact that it is possible only to a small extent to convince contemporary opponents of spiritual science with proofs of any kind. The world views of people, inasmuch as they are opponents of this spiritual science, are based on their thinking habits rather than on proof. Those people whose thought habits preclude their seeing the world in a spiritually scientific way will certainly not be open to proof. The reasoning I have just characterized is barely valid in terms of presenting matters such as those discussed yesterday. Within our circle, such matters should serve primarily to alleviate any confusion that might arise in us, since we must continually listen to statements about how our perspective of the world is unjustifiable, at least scientifically. We are, therefore, not concerned with refuting our opponents or with supporting the spiritual scientific outlook, but rather with helping theosophists develop the feeling that our worldview is solidly grounded, even compared with what recognized science has to say. Our concern is, therefore, that theosophists do not become confused. Much more time would be needed if I were to present a fuller commentary on officially recognized science. During these lectures, which can also be important to broadening our overall view, if there is an opportunity to consider modern science, the basic purpose would be merely to arouse a feeling that there are ways to discuss conventional science while also standing on firm ground when depicting spiritual science. Thus we intend to suggest a way of discussion when you have the time and opportunity to do so, rather than providing any comprehensive content for such discussions. When we speak of the physical body in scientific terms today, there may be many inner contradictions. Doubts may arise. But this kind of science has one advantage. The physical body is undeniably a reality. When we speak of psychology or psychosophy, as we did last year, we enter a domain in which some people, in fact, deny the existence of the soul, the object of psychology. In our time, we must deal not only with materialism, but also with a certain kind of psychology that wants to be a, quote, soul science without a soul, unquote. Yesterday, in our discussion of Aristotle and one of the modern authorities on Aristotle, we saw an example of how it would not occur to their science to deny the soul. They scientifically consider the soul in a very intelligent manner. As will be clear from the few indications given yesterday, there can be no question in Aristotle's case of his denying the existence of the spirit. But we saw in the example of Brentano's psychology how a keen modern observer has to stop short in describing the various soul capacities of what we term the spirit. In studying pneumatosophy, or the science of the spirit, we thus enter a field where it is possible to find people not only disputing certain laws of that science, denying aspects of the inner being, but also denying the objective existence of the very object of their study. As can be taken from what I said yesterday, the existence of the spirit has become a very arguable question for a good many people. We must seriously take up the question of why such a controversy about the reality of the spirit exists for many human beings. The logical answer is obviously that we perceive the body, what is corporeal in us, with our external senses. Physical facts act upon people with such strength, act upon them automatically, that people are not in a position to deny what those facts say. A somewhat similar situation exists for people with respect to the soul, for we experience feelings, mental images, impulses of will, and everything else that of necessity arises from the experiences of the soul, all the sufferings and pleasures, the joys and the pain, and so on. Those who do not begin by denying all such experiences, and do not describe them merely as foam on the surface of physical phenomena, must, recognizing that the soul in some sense has reality. Probably means must recognize that the soul in some sense has reality. Although present, spirit is supersensible and not directly perceptible. From there it is only a short step to a complete denial of spirit. Now, all seeking for the spirit could seem astounding if it were true that the spirit actually belongs to the supersensible world only, and never becomes involved with the world in which we ordinarily live. In spiritual science, we concern ourselves with research about the spiritual world, and it is often emphasized that the facts presented are derived from a view of the human being based upon self-development by means of meditation and concentration exercises. This is to say that spiritual facts are not simply given us to start with. They must be obtained by ascending to insight of a higher kind than what is at our disposal in ordinary life. Thus it could seem as though the spiritual world, unlike the physical world, is wholly hidden and could become known to us only by leaping over our ordinary capacity for knowledge and climbing to a higher level of insight. If that is true, we have to ask how it is that human beings long for a world that never really reveals itself to their everyday selves. This is an objection that only believers, not scientists, are prepared to answer. A believer will be able to counter it with another argument, that through evolution the spiritual world has revealed itself to humanity, and that our knowledge of it arises from the revelations to us from the supersensible realm. Those who are inclined to reject supersensible revelation, however, find that what has just been said to be all there really is. Consequently, even the most broad-minded scientists might say that there may be a spiritual world, but that since no evidence of it exists in the material world, we are not encouraged to consider it. Philosophers who are idealistic or spiritually minded may object to that viewpoint. Such objections have surfaced repeatedly with the passing of time. Indeed, recognition of the spiritual by certain philosophers has been based on objecting to that argument being considered seriously. It is said that there exists a possibility of transcending the given world of external perception. We can build a world of truth within ourselves, and simply because we are human beings, find the material world of our perception unsatisfactory. In this way, we build a world of truth within us, and when we truly examine that world, we see something there that transcends all physicality. We then cite the great comprehensive views and ideas about the universe that could never have come into the human being as a result of merely external perception. They must enter us from a side different from that of the senses. The existence of the world of truth thus suffices to convince us that we are sharers of a spiritual world, for we live in it with our truth. This would have been sufficient reason for a philosopher such as Hegel to reject the argument just described and to justify accepting the existence of that spiritual world to which sense-free thinking also belongs. Those philosophers whose whole orientation enables them to recognize the total independence of the world of truth as opposed to the rest of reality, always find sufficient justification in the Spirit's self-movement for accepting spirit. Thus we could say that there are enough people in the world for whom the existence of truth, the concrete existence of truth, of the real world of ideas, proves the reality of spirit. We can, in fact, say of Aristotle that his view is similar, that he too held the belief that human beings inhabit a spiritual world with their concepts and ideas, with what he called the nous, or reason. Nous is N-O-U-S. And since this spiritual world is present in human beings, it thus exists, and is sufficiently proved to exist. On the basis of what we can know of that world as we move in it, we can draw conclusions about other facts and beings of the spiritual world. That is how Aristotle came to his conclusions about the Godhead and the soul's immortality, and to other such results that were discussed yesterday. The modern philosopher Hegel speaks of a self-movement of the spirit, meaning the self-movement, self-energized activity of concepts that in their lawfulness have nothing to do with the external world around us. He is referring to the independent activity of the spirit, and he sees in this activity that the spirit appears, reveals itself, and proves its existence. Later attempts, such as that of Rudolf Eucken, who from a spiritual scientific perspective is not regarded as very impressive, speak of a self-comprehending, and thus of a proving of its own self by spiritual life. Footnote: Rudolf Christoph Eucken, 1846 to 1926, German philosopher and professor. He wrote works on historical philosophy, especially Aristotle, on religion, and on his own philosophy of, quote, ethical activism, unquote. He was awarded the Nobel Prize for Literature in 1908. End of footnote. A closer examination of this reasoning, however, does not show it to be proof of the Spirit. It is extremely important for theosophists to be aware of this in order to realize how hard it is to get a clear picture of all that the external world, including its philosophy, has to offer when it comes to proving the existence of the Spirit as such. We are much too casual about this. The fact that truth exists is not a proof of spirit. For let us assume that nothing exists beyond the corporeal physical world, I am going to use little more than an analogy to speak of something that in fact would need a whole lecture series to discuss thoroughly. This external world, with its forces, or as it is now fashionable to say, with its energies, expresses itself in what we call the mineral kingdom, and then develops, without enriching itself with new energy, into the greater complexity of the plant and animal kingdoms. Let us imagine that it finally works in such a way as to build the human being out of the pure combination and pure working together of all the energies of the physical world, so that in the complicated instrument of the brain, the world of thought can spring up and form itself in the bodily nature as physical processes do. Let us suppose that this seemingly crude assertion by many materialists that the brain secretes thought as the liver does gall were to be taken seriously. Let us do so briefly, picturing the human brain being built in such a complicated way out of purely inorganic, physical energies that it produces through its activity, what appears to us to be our spiritual life. For a moment, let us assume that the materialists are right in asserting that there is no such thing as spirit. Would it not still be possible, in the sense of these materialists, to speak of a world of truth such as is found in Hegel's philosophy as the, quote, self-movement of concepts, unquote? You see that it isn't meaningless to raise this question, for if it is answered with any sort of affirmation, it shows that even a philosophy like Hegel's could be materialistically explained, and this means nothing less than that all philosophy that calls itself idealistic or spiritualistic could be dismissed. We need only imagine that what is produced as thoughts by this complicated brain, in the sense that it is thoughts that compose this world of truth, is really only reflections of the external world, though it would take a great deal more than this brief statement to indicate why that is so. Put an object in front of a mirror, and you get an image of it. The image is like the object. It isn't the object, just an image of it is produced in the mirror as the result of purely material processes. Nothing more need be admitted than that you are dealing with a mere reflection. You do not have to prove the reflection's reality. All you have to do is take the materialist's position and say that nothing is involved but the physical energies that develop the complexity of the human brain and call forth a kind of reflection of the external world, that all thought reflections are merely representations of the external world. Then it becomes unnecessary to prove the existence of the spirit. For thoughts, which are all there is, are mere pictures of the outer world, and it is as unnecessary to prove the reality of thoughts as it is to prove the reality of mirror images. Not much can be done when people say that there are concepts not derived from external perceptions, since we never find a circle as we know it in geometry, nor a triangle. In general, we find none of the mathematical truths. Then, however, we could say we see them as pictures that arise in the brain. They may not exist outside us, but there are many close approximations to them, and thus is formed what appears as an abstract concept. People create within themselves the supersensible truth, and it is supersensible. That is truth, and cannot be denied. Materialists, however, can certainly do away with that objection. Truth does not, as such, constitute a viable refutation of the materialistic view. Now we are in a fine predicament. Truth, whose existence suffices to convince numberless individuals of the existence of a spiritual world, or at the very least serves as an indication of it, since it is indubitably supersensible, does not actually prove it. Yes, it is supersensible, but that does not mean it has to be real. It may just be a collection of images, in which case nobody needs to accept it as real. We must keep in mind that our possession of truth does not prove the existence of a spiritual world. Although we comprehend the truth and live in it and according to it, we can never fully arrive at spirit in this way, since we are always confronted by the fact that truth can be a mere reflection of the physical world. it could be said that it is almost impossible to conceive that there is anything in the world through which ordinary people may be led to acknowledge spirit. People such as the 19th century philosopher Feuerbach come along and ask what the gods were and what a god means to humanity. Footnote: Ludwig Andreas Feuerbach, 1804 to 1872, a student of Hegel in Berlin. He abandoned Hegelian idealism for a naturalistic materialism and subsequently attacked orthodox religion and the concept of immortality. He believed that God is a projection of inner human nature. End of footnote. Their answer is that people simply experience their soul content, their thoughts, and project them out into the universe. That is what they make it. That is what they make into their God. Then it is easy to prove the unreality of the divine, because it is just the projection of an unreal world of thoughts. Feuerbach thought Aristotle to be in error for building proof of the existence of God out of the presence and objectivity of the human thought world, of the world of reason. He said that the human being has reason in the soul, which can be applied to things. That presupposes that the all-powerful nous is present everywhere. As he describes it, however, it is only the projected human reason, and if that is only a reflection, it is nothing to build on. Exponents of spiritual science must achieve such clarity as this on these matters. They must be able to see clearly that the paths usually traveled to get from external reality to acceptance of the spiritual world appear rather unreliable. On closer examination, they prove to be completely so. Should we now therefore admit that before penetrating into the world of clairvoyance, there is no possibility of becoming convinced of the existence of the spirit? It could almost seem so. It could appear as though there were no justification for anyone other than clairvoyants who perceive it, and those who believe them to speak of the spirit. That is how it could seem, but it is not the case. We come at this point to a question. The external world, with its material content, does not in itself give us any inkling of a spiritual world if we do not already know of its existence. Nor does the inner world of truth point to any such world, since that may be just a mirror image of the external world. Have we anything else at all besides the sketchy indications given? Yes, we do. It is error. Not a single item should be overlooked when it is a matter of establishing complete understanding of the world. Besides the truth, there is error. Now you will say that error cannot, of course, lead to truth, and it would be strange indeed to use error as a starting point. I also absolutely did not say, however, that because it is fruitless to take a stand on truth, we should therefore base our stand on error. For it would not lessen the number of our opponents if we were to suggest basing insight into the reality of the spiritual world on error. Error should also not be suggested as a starting point in the quest for truth. That would be worse than foolish. It would be absurd. With regard to error, however, something that cannot be denied is that it exists as presence and is real. Most important, it can crop up in human nature and become an entity there. If the external world has created an apparatus for mirroring itself in the brain, and if the content of truth is the sum of all the mirror images, there is still the possibility of error surfacing instead of truth. In that, someone could be like a defective mirror, or a mirror that creates caricatures of the external scene. A mirror that distorts instead of reflecting properly is false. Error could be comparatively easily explained by the statement that it is made possible by the false mirroring on the part of an organ of perception that has been formed by the external world. Truth can be seen as a reflection or mirror image, and error likewise. One thing is impossible, however, and that is to explain the correction, the transforming of the error into the truth as a reflection. Try as you may to persuade a reflection that is presenting a caricature of some external object, to turn itself into a correct representation, it will not change. It remains as it is. It shows an incorrect picture and remains an error. Human beings do not have to live with error, however. They have the possibility of overcoming it and transforming it into truth. That is what is important. We can demonstrate in this way that there is indeed a reflection of external reality in the fact of truth. By transforming error into truth, we also demonstrate that error is not, as such, a reflection of external reality. To put it in other words, when error crops up, its existence in the real world around us is not justified. The existence of truth in the world around us is justified, and to accept the truth, we need to accept nothing other than the existence of the external physical world. Nothing is reflected from the external world that could serve as a basis for accepting the existence of an error. There would have to be a factor not belonging to or in any way directly related to the external world. If the sense perceptible reflects itself as a supersensible picture in truth, then if the sense perceptible is reflected as an error, there must be a reason other than that lying in the sense perceptible itself for the resulting error. What are we looking at then when we perceive that the error is there? We are looking at a world that consists of more than a material world of the senses, more than the world of external physical facts. Error can originate in a supersensible world only. Let us leave that topic for the moment. Now let's see what supersensible research has to say, not for the sake of proving anything, but just for the clarity's sake about this curious place of error in the external world. Let us imagine that we are given to such self-contempt as to be driven by some impulse to think a thought that we know to be erroneous. Let us thus assume that we are purposely thinking an error. This would appear at first glance to be an undesirable act, but it can serve a useful purpose in a higher sense. Anyone who does this with all the necessary energy and attention and keeps repeating it will notice that the error becomes something very real in the soul, that it is doing something. Such an error, deliberately entertained and recognized to be an error, proves nothing and explains nothing, but it affects us. Its effect is extremely significant, because we are not distracted by any awareness of a truth when we deliberately think an error. We are absorbed in our own activity as we think it. If this process is carried on long enough, we find that it brings about the situation described in title How to Know Higher Worlds, as an evoking of hidden soul forces, of forces not previously there. Giving oneself up continuously to external truth does not lead a person very far in the direction of what is meant here, but the deliberate strengthening of error in one's soul can indeed result in evoking certain hidden soul forces. Put as I've just put it, this is not meant to be a recommendation. You will therefore find that I have quite properly left out of my book title, How to Know Higher Worlds, the advice to think deliberately, repeatedly, and energetically as much error as possible in order to develop hidden soul forces. This exercise actually somewhat resembles what is described there, however, demonstrating that we are indeed not to proceed on the basis of some clumsy error, but need rather to meet two requirements. We must form a mental image that does not correspond with outer reality. Take, for example, the often recommended meditation on the Rose Cross. Viewed one-sidedly, from the standpoint of external reality, that is an erroneous image, an error. Roses do not grow on dead black wood. However, we are dealing here with a symbolic image, an allegorical picturing. It does not give a direct representation of a truth, it symbolizes one. From the standpoint of physical fact, it is therefore erroneous. Yet, in a sense, not entirely so, since it then again symbolizes significant spiritual reality. When we meditate on the rose cross, we give ourselves to a mental image that, though it is indeed erroneous, looked at with material reality in mind, meets the requirement that we take an error into our souls. It isn't error in the ordinary sense. We are fulfilling quite special requirements by giving ourselves not to ordinary error, but to a significant symbolization. We now come to the second condition, which is that we must fulfill certain other requirements if we thus devote ourselves to meditation, to concentration, and so forth. If you penetrate into the whole spirit of what is set forth in title How to Know Higher Worlds, or the second half of title and outline of Esoteric Science, you will see that a particular state of soul is needed for proper meditation and concentration. The soul must possess certain moral qualities in order for that which is to happen to come about in the right way. Why is this a requirement? Why are certain moral qualities demanded as a prerequisite to devoting oneself to such a symbolic and externally erroneous mental image? That is again a matter that must be thoroughly taken into account. Nothing good is normally achieved by giving oneself up to meditation and concentration and the like without attempting to achieve that state of the soul which has been so often characterized. Experience shows that unless we have built a foundation in the characterized condition, the world that opens to us by waking, hidden soul forces has a destructive, disintegrative effect on human life, rather than a health-giving, constructive one. The outcome will be healthy, helping to develop further what is already present in us, only if meditation and concentration grow in the soil of the indicated soul condition. That is proved by experience. Experience also demonstrates clearly to what pathological phenomena fall victim those who fail to base themselves on the characterized state of soul and are driven instead by mere curiosity or passion or the like to seek to ascend to higher worlds by means of meditation and so on. They have taken in a reality, for error is a reality, and it affects their souls. It is a reality that does not belong to the external sense world. Such individuals actually take into their souls a supersensible force, a supersensible entity. The error, with its forces and its being, is an effect-causing element that cannot have a foundation in the physical world. But it may not be allowed to work in this way. Its supersensible energies must be permitted to act without special grounding in the proper soul condition. The reason for this is that, though we have a supersensible force in error, if this force makes its appearance and shows itself as error, it is quite certainly not a good force. It can become a good force only if it is grounded in the soil of a right soul condition. Translate that into the terms in which spiritual science often discusses these matters. It would be said that we can come to know a supersensible world, for we learn to know error. We do not need artificial means of ascending to that world, since it extends into us by way of sending us error, and it has an effect. The world that we come to know in this way, however, is not a good one. We must bring from the other side a good world in a soul condition out of which alone the error can work in the right way in the soul. If I were to express this paradoxically, I would have to say that we learn to know the supersensible world in the sense-perceptible world because we have error there. We thus first come to know the devil without recourse to the supersensible world. We become acquainted with something not good, something that even announces its presence and reveals itself as such. There was good reason for the statement, quote, "People do not notice the devil, even when he has them by the collar," unquote, for he, like error, is indeed present. If we use our accustomed terms to state this, we would say that we come to know the luciferic forces, to know the supersensible world at first in the form of the luciferic forces. Our only escape is to play ostrich, sticking our heads into the sand and refusing to recognize this world. We can do that, but it does not solve the problem. That is the fact that the existence of error in the outer world is an inner proof of the existence of the supersensible, of the luciferic aspect of the supersensible, that is the opponent of human nature, would require a great many lectures to provide more than a mere sketch. We fall prey to Lucifer if we penetrate into the supersensible world by deliberately taking error into our thinking without providing a safeguard through the necessary moral state of soul. Is there a particular reason for discussing these matters? Yesterday, we quoted the statement of Aristotle that in addition to what we inherit from our ancestral line through our parents, God gives us our supersensible nature. Thus God, in connection with the parents, creates the supersensible part for every human being that enters the physical world. If you recall what was said at the close of yesterday's lecture, we could not just accept that assertion. We found all kinds of things that were not compatible with this Aristotelian assertion. Now, our dear friend, Dr. Unger, has shown, and proved clearly, very rightly so, that the existence of the contradiction is justified. Again, I would have to give a whole series of explanations to prove to you that a contradiction is not justifiable when someone makes an assertion that leads to consequences at odds with that assertion. That holds good in Aristotle's case. For if God were to create the supersensible element in human beings at their entrance into the physical world, a state of unfulfillment would be the lot of everyone living after death in that supersensible world, a situation observable in Aristotle's own development. It would have to be assumed that God created human beings to be dissatisfied. That cannot be right in Aristotle's opinion either. We cannot possibly agree with any wise person that what comes into existence through the ancestral line is linked with a direct God-given supersensible element. In the first place, this is founded on a proof out of the truth. Aristotle seeks to give only a proof out of the truth. But that is impossible, as we have seen, for the existence of truth is no proof of anything supersensible. Therefore, proof of a supersensible world on the basis of truth is of no use. In the second place, if we assume that our supersensible element is created by God as we enter the physical world, it would be beyond explaining that we could go on after death into an imperfect state of being. What was described yesterday as, quote, Aristotle's supposition, unquote, is consequently illogical. He fails to consider the luciferic principle, which is the nearest supersensible element that has been given to human beings, revealing itself as very powerful and experienced by us as such. Nor does he consider the fact that we do not properly come to terms with the luciferic principle until we allow it to gain access to us, permit its participation in us at the moment of our origin as supersensible beings, in as far as we look upward from human beings as they are in the physical world to the supersensible world. Thus the human being cannot be born of God alone, but only of his joint activity with Lucifer. We stand here on ground that you would do well to note, and I urge you to do so, because it is owing to the aforementioned fact which has taken hold of the unconscious feeling of Occidental peoples with regard to the accepting of a spiritual world, that right up to our time the leading lights in academia have been unable to achieve an open mind about what we call reincarnation. What I have explained today, when I stated that people can more easily believe in the devil than in anything else of a supersensible nature, and that he is a real concern of theirs, could not have applied to people of earlier times. They felt the same things, however, that I have now expressed in ideas. They sensed Lucifer's presence alongside God's. And they felt something further, the justification of which will become clear only later in these lectures. They felt that a spiritual, God-created element was given to us in and with the corporeal. They simply could not see how to reconcile the recognition of the physical human being on the physical plane with the acceptance of the human being having a divine supersensible origin, or a supersensible basis at all. They simply couldn't grasp this. People of Western traditions experienced a very different problem than did Buddhists, for example, whose entire thinking and feeling made it easy for them to accept the idea of reincarnation. Buddhists are as though born with the feeling that our physical bodies represent a kind of denial of the divine, that our corporeality is a waste product of divinity, and that our striving to attain freedom from it and ascend to higher worlds where it possesses no significance is justified. Aristotle saw it differently from the viewpoint of the disciples of Buddha. Aristotle says that we take our supersensible element through the gates of death, but must then look down on what we were during our embodiment, and that our development in the supersensible world depends on that life in an earthly body. There was nothing useless in it. God put us into bodies because he saw it as necessary for our total development. He could not have provided us with that development if we had not been given a body. In other words, Aristotle valued the experience to be had in physical existence. Here the concern is not with concepts and abstractions, but with the content of sensations. Buddhists do not have such a content of sensations, as I have often shown. They have a real feeling that human beings passed through a state of not knowing that brought them into touch with the sense world, and that they must free themselves from that, through which they have come into contact with the sense-perceptible world. There is a feeling in Buddhism that human beings are rightly human only after they have cast off all aspects of the physical sense-perceptible existence. As an exponent of the spiritual life of the Occident, Aristotle could not share that feeling, nor can any who stand in the spiritual life of the Occident. They may persuade themselves that they do. They can honor the Buddhist point of view and even take extraordinary pleasure in it. But that is always the result of disavowing the feelings of their own souls. It is characteristic of Western people to recognize divinity within the sensible world, to see that world as imbued with spirit and permeated with God. Even for those in the West who have been influenced by Buddhism and temporarily disavow the spirit inherent in the sense-perceptible world, a feeling for it continues to live within them and will always be present. Precisely this valuing of the physical lived in Aristotle, not for its own sake, but as a necessary point through which evolution must pass, as an essential prerequisite in the total evolution of humanity. It was something that lived on in Western cultures until the 19th century. It is one of the reasons why outstanding Western minds could not befriend the idea of reincarnation. The feeling that the Luciferic principle is justified, and the acceptance that the divine exists also in external things, worked together. This evoked feelings of a kind that I want to comment on with reference to a man who truly belongs in the category of the most profound personalities of the Western world. I want to point out the presence of this feeling in the significant philosopher Froschammer. Footnote: Jakob Froschammer, 1821 to 1893, liberal Roman Catholic priest and scholar of Thomas Aquinas' philosophy. He wrote books on generationism and traducianism, which states that the soul is inherited materially, along with the physical body, from the parents. His books were placed on the index of works officially banned by the Church. He was excommunicated in 1871. End of footnote. You will find it described in his book on the philosophy of Thomas Aquinas. He set down in it a very extensive comparison of his own philosophy with that of Thomism. There is a section where he expresses his feeling about the possibility of reincarnation. He is certainly to be regarded as a representative of the Western worldview, in other words, as a person in whom we can see how difficult it was for the preceding centuries to acknowledge the teaching of reincarnation, which must be a basic nerve of our pneumatosophy. Froschammer says, quote, "Deriving as it does from God, the human soul can only be regarded as the product or work of divine imagination. For the human soul and the world itself indeed must originate out of divine force and activity, since nothing can derive from mere nothingness. Yet this force and activity of God must act as a preparation for creation, and as formative forces for its realization and perpetuation, that is, as a creative force, not merely formal, but actual. It must be an imagination, immanent in the world, continually working and creating, a sustaining force or potency, a world imagination, as was explained earlier." End of quote. Footnote: Jakob Froschammer, Die Philosophie des Thomas von Aquino, Leipzig, 1888, pages 418 to 419. End of footnote. I would like to mention that Froschammer also wrote a book entitled Fantasy as a Basic Principle of the World Process. Footnote here: the word Fantasie in German indicates imagination in the more usual sense of the term, that is, a creative thought process. End of footnote. There he shows that fantasy itself is the universal creative principle. He presents fantasy as this principle, where Hegel indicates the idea and Schopenhauer the will. In this book, he says, quote, "As concerns the doctrine of the pre-existence of the soul, souls are regarded either as eternal or as transitory, but in any case created in the beginning and altogether. A doctrine that has been resurrected in recent times and is considered capable of solving all sorts of psychological problems. It is connected with the doctrine of the transmigration of souls and their confinement in earthly bodies." Unquote. This was written in 1889. I indicated in the Karlsruhe cycle that there were always those in the 19th century who were exponents of the doctrine of reincarnation. Footnote: lecture of October 6, 1911, titled From Jesus to Christ. End of footnote. Froschammer knew that too, of course, and therefore he continued, quote, "According to this doctrine, neither the direct divine creation of souls nor the creative production of new human beings with regard to the body and soul would take place at procreation, but only a new union of the soul with the body. It is a kind of becoming flesh, or a sinking of the soul into the body, at least partially, so that one part would be encompassed and bound by the body, the other would extend beyond and above it, asserting a certain independence as spirit. The soul, however, cannot break away from the body until death severs the union and brings liberation and deliverance, at least from this union. In that case, the spirit of the human being would resemble in its relation to the body the poor souls in purgatory, as they are usually represented on votive tablets or by daubers, that is, as bodies half engulfed in roaring flames, but with their upper parts the souls, protruding and gesticulating. Consider the position and significance this conception would imply for the contrast of the sexes, the concept of human species, wedlock, and the relation of parents to their children. The contrast of sexes would be but a system of bondage. Wedlock an institution for fulfilling the task this involves. Parents, minions of the law, for holding and imprisoning the souls of their children, while children themselves owe this miserable, weary imprisonment to their parents, with whom they have nothing further in common. Everything connected with this relationship would be based on wretched illusion, as would all that humanity associates with the contrast of the sexes. What a formidable role the sex relationship plays! How greatly all the human being's aspirations are determined by it! What yearning it excites, what bliss it yields, what a source of bodily and spiritual transport, what an inexhaustible subject of artistic and particularly poetic creation. Now we are to believe that this contrast is but an arrangement for embodying and imprisoning poor souls that are thereby committed to earthly misery, consigned to the toils, passions, temptations, and dangers of their earthly existence, rising at best with only a portion of their being into a beyond, or as one says, the transcendental, or actually transcendent. The significance of such a sex relationship, then, is not to be found in a continuous renewal, a rejuvenation corresponding to the spring of existence. Quite the contrary. And the underlying longing and rapture it engenders would not be based upon the satisfaction of a lofty creative urge, as one would assume should be the case, but would emanate from a pitiful ambition to imprison new souls in bodily forms that obscure and estrange the greater part of their real selves. The end of the quote. This, you see, is an individual who speaks sincerely and honestly out of the spiritual life of his period. There is plenty of reason for us to acquaint ourselves with the difficulties that Western thinkers of the past centuries experienced, with the problem of acknowledging what must be the basic nerve of our own worldview. It is just in dealing with problems as vital as those in these lectures that it becomes essential to be clearly aware that people who come honestly to spiritual science encounter great difficulties. One of our tasks as theosophists is not to take things lightly, but to acquaint ourselves with the problems experienced by individuals who come from Western culture and want to lift themselves into the life of the Spirit, as this is presented to us in general by spiritual science, and in particular by what we can call pneumatosophy. That is the end of Lecture 10. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled A Psychology of Body, Soul, and Spirit. This is Lecture 11, given on December 15, 1911, entitled Imagination, Inspiration, Self-Fulfillment, Intuition, Conscience. We saw yesterday that in a sense there is proof of the existence of the Spirit for ordinary consciousness, if that consciousness has the appropriate self-understanding. We found that for this ordinary consciousness, to begin with, error and the possibility of overcoming error are evidence of the presence of Spirit. In order to understand this, we drew on an attribute of the Spirit that appears self-evident. We call it supersensibility, for our case was built on the fact of error having to have its roots in the supersensible. I said that it obviously is not possible to cite all the details to thoroughly prove such a statement, though that could be done. It could actually be a very interesting matter to show how the possibility of error turns up first in the realm to which we ascend in freeing ourselves from the compulsion of the external world, in freeing ourselves from all that which we can know through sense perception. Only a single fact is needed to indicate the method that shows that only human beings can be exposed to the temptation of error as a result of their relationship to the physical world. That is, exposed through their own inner nature and being. It has been shown on other occasions how, in a basic sense, modern science too has provided proof for the findings of spiritual science. The only trouble is that the adherents of modern science do not interpret its proofs in a sufficiently unprejudiced manner. Take, for example, a fact such as that established by the natural scientist Huber, 1777 to 1840. He examined a caterpillar that was just spinning its cocoon. There are caterpillars that spin their cocoons in a series of stages, so that one can speak of their being in the first or second or third stage, and so on. Huber took a caterpillar that had reached the third stage of its spinning and placed it in another caterpillar's cocoon that had already completed the sixth stage. A strange thing happened. The caterpillar that had reached the third stage only, and had then been transferred to another cocoon, that of a caterpillar that had completed all 6 stages, continued calmly on its normal course, despite some problems, spinning not a 7th and 8th stage, but the 4th and 5th stage. It thus followed its instinctive course from the stage that it had completed on its own. In other words, it followed an unerring directive within its own being, an inner life that can follow only itself. When such a caterpillar that had arrived at the 3rd stage was taken out of its own cocoon and put into another cocoon where the 3rd stage was complete, it calmly continued to finish this cocoon in a regular manner. There also it was following not an external impression, but its own inner drive to spin the 4th stage after the 3rd. However, it also did this despite receiving an external impression of already having completed the 6th stage. This is an extraordinarily interesting fact, for it shows that in creatures of the animal kingdom, external impressions cannot bring about the effect that in human beings can be described as right or wrong, as belonging in the sphere of the possibility of error. We human beings are susceptible to error from external causes, because we are so organized that we do not simply follow inborn drives and impulses. In our acts, we are obliged to follow impulses entering us from without. In that sense, we see that only human beings confront an external world. This is basically the source of all the delusions that people can harbor in reference to the spirit. There is a close connection here. Today, to find from the scientific outlook the right link to our spiritual scientific view concerning the spirit, we want to look once again at how that intelligent modern psychologist Brentano characterized the soul and its capacities. I will make a diagram to help us find the right transition to the realm of the spirit. Brentano divided the soul capacities, as I reported in the first lecture, into mental picturing, judging, and what we could call the movements of the soul, the phenomena of love and hate. If we think of the whole area of soul life as distributed in this way, we would have to say that on closer scrutiny, mental picturing and the movements of the soul are differently related to the soul than are judging and deliberating. That is just what that psychologist claims. He separates judging from mental picturing in such a way that judging is something different from a mere combination of mental images. I reported in the first lecture that judging is usually described as the product of combining mental images. Tree is a mental image, as is green. The tree is green is a combination of mental images that would add up to a judgment. Our psychologist does not in the least regard that as judging, where a conclusion is involved, for he says, and all his reasoning is well-founded, that when it comes to combining mental images, it can also be a question of establishing the impossibility of combining them. An example might be an attempt to combine the mental images tree and golden. If we are trying to combine these images instead of tree and green in a true statement, we would have to say that no tree is golden or something of the sort. What, in a case like this, is the prerequisite for making a judgment? It is that we have to make an existential statement in every such judgment, and that this statement be valid. Out of the combination of the mental images involved in the tree is green, we can form the existential statement, a green tree is. Then we have made a judgment. And only in trying to make the existential statement do we notice that the combining of mental images can establish a fact. A golden tree is, however, does not work. The question then is whether a judgment can issue from a combining of mental images, whether an existential statement can be made. Now I ask you whether, after examining the whole content of your soul life, you find it possible to shape an existential statement without the involvement of anything else but a combining of mental images. What impels you to shape the existential statement, a green tree is, out of the combination of mental images in a tree is green? Only something that is not at first present in your soul, for you can find nothing to support it in your whole soul content. And if you want to find the transition from a combination of mental images to an existential statement, to a statement that decides something, you have to go beyond your own soul life to what you feel to be a relating of your soul to some element other than itself. This means that there is no other possibility of finding the transition from a combining of mental images to a judgment than by way of perception. If what we can call perception is added to the combination of mental images, then and only then is it possible to say that we can form a judgment in the sense of this presentation. Then we have shown, however, that we cannot state anything else concerning our mental picturing than that it simply lives in our soul, and that we need something more than what is in our soul if we want to progress from mental picturing to judging. When we consider the movements of the soul, or emotions, everyone will surely find it easier than it was in the case of mental images to reach a conviction that they live in the soul only, for they could not otherwise have such an individual character in such a variety of human beings. We do not need to waste many words about the fact that our emotions live in the soul. Now, let's ask whether it is at all possible to attribute existence to mental images and emotions in the soul, despite our awareness that they cannot afford us a judgment in the first place, since they are inner soul processes. If contact with the outer world does not take place through perception, if we cannot properly speak of percepts, the question has to be whether there is any justification to speak of our mental images and emotions as though they lived only in the soul. It might be pointed out, where the life of mental images is concerned, that individuals living in mental images do not have a sense of being complete masters of these images. They do not have a sense that there is nothing compulsory about them. If we keep in mind what was learned in the lecture of 2 days ago, that error is something spiritual, that it is supersensible, and that it can enter the realm of our mental images, and our mental images can in turn overcome error, for if they couldn't, there would be no possibility of surmounting error, then we would have to acknowledge that our souls are the scene of a battle between error and another element. Error, however, is a spiritual element. Consequently, we must have something to oppose to it that can hold its own. Otherwise, we would never be able to surmount it. There is such a possibility. Everyone knows that. Since error is of the spirit, we cannot conquer it through purely external perceptions. In the lectures on anthroposophy, I pointed out that the senses cannot really err. Goethe once stressed this especially strongly. The senses cannot deceive. What goes on in the soul is the only source of error. It doesn't take much thought to see that error can be overcome only within the soul, and this by resorting to mental picturing. Mental picturing enables us to surmount error. We saw yesterday, however, that error is a distorted species of something else, of what was referred to as the element that lifts us into higher regions of our soul life. Error's basic characteristic is its lack of agreement with the world of perception. We realized that on the path that we have to take to enter the spiritual world, we also have to devote ourselves in meditation and concentration to mental images that are not in keeping with external perceptions. The rose cross was cited as an example of a mental image that does not harmonize with external perception, and is therefore like error in that it is not consistent with external perception. We saw, however, that if error were to be used on the path of spiritual life, it would affect us destructively, and that experience shows this to be so. Now, how do we arrive at mental images that have something in common with error, in that they are not in keeping with the external world of perception, but nevertheless awaken healthy, higher soul forces in us in an entirely sound and proper way? How, in other words, do we come from a merely false mental image to a symbolic image, such as has often been described, and of which the rose cross is one of the most outstanding examples? We do so when we do not allow ourselves to be guided by the external sense world, the world of perception, or by the forces responsible for causing us to err. We must turn away from both kinds of influence, that of the external world of sense perception and that of the world that induces us to err. We must appeal to forces in our souls that have first to be awakened. They were characterized 2 days ago as stirrings prompted in us only by the moral and the beautiful. We have to break with our drives and passions in the way they are impressed into us by a world that can be described only as external. We must work upon ourselves to call forth on a trial basis soul forces that we do not as yet actually possess. When we awaken in our soul's forces not as yet When we awaken in our souls forces not as yet actually in our possession, we attain the possibility of forming symbolic mental images that in a certain sense have objective validity, though it is a validity that does not apply to the world of percepts. We form something often described as the mental image of a human being standing before us as a being who in a certain sense cannot affirm itself, but must rather declare that its nature, as it is at present, must be overcome. Then we set beside this image another, one impossible to perceive, because it belongs neither to the present nor to the past, but to the future. It is an image that expresses the fact that human beings sense that they must strive to develop a higher nature, one that enables us to become master of everything not yet recognized as belonging to us in our present form. Then, out of such inner stirrings, we put together mental images that the world of percepts would never prompt us to connect. We put together the black cross, the symbol of everything that must be eradicated, and the red roses, the symbol of life that must sprout from it. In meditation, we picture the rose cross as a mental image that can be described as unreal, but that we have not been able to put together in the way a simple error originates, but rather as born of the loftiest striving of our soul. We have thus given birth out of our loftiest soul stirrings to a mental image that does not correspond to any external perception. If we make use of this mental image, devoting ourselves to it in deepest meditation, and allowing it to take effect on our soul, we become aware that our soul is being developed in a wholesome manner, and that it can rise to greater heights than it has reached before. We experience the fact that our soul is capable of evolving. Here we have a picture that in its relationship to the external world of perception really coincides with an error, at least to the extent that it does not picture anything from that external world. We have thus done something that leads to what is right, that leads to something that reveals that it in itself is right. Now we ask ourselves if we can give everything entering us from external perception control over such a mental picture that has absolutely nothing in common with external perceptions. Can we lend it the power to exercise any force that will make of the mental image something different in our soul from what it makes of error? Let me read that sentence again. Can we lend it the power to exercise any force that will make of the mental picture something different in our soul from what it makes of error? We have to answer that the element in us that makes of this symbol something so entirely different from what error could give rise to is the polar opposite of the force at work in error. And if 2 days ago we could say that we perceived luciferic forces in error, we can now say that in the transforming of the symbolic mental image that takes place in our own soul, in the wholesome guiding of the symbolic image to a higher level of perception, it becomes apparent that we have in the lofty stirrings we sense in ourselves the divine spiritual element that is the exact opposite of the luciferic. As you ponder this connection more deeply, you will see more clearly that through the inner experience of transforming a symbolic picture, you directly perceive and sense the inner activity of the supersensible. When it becomes apparent that the supersensible acts in us, that it causes a certain completion and strengthening, then something very different grows from what was previously a mere image in the soul, from what lived within the soul. This must now be referred to as a conclusion, something not produced by the soul as it exists initially. Perception can produce a conclusion in the act of judging. Similarly, a mental image can, inwardly, accomplish the result just described by means of the process I have delineated. Just as a mental image, coming as a result of perception into contact with the ordinary external world, leads to judgment, so does the inner life of the mental image, which is not directionless, but allows itself to be guided in the manner described, lead beyond itself as a mere mental image, and become something that, though it is not a judgment, makes it a meaningful image, pointing beyond the soul. This is what we may call imagination, in the term's true meaning. So we may say that the mental image, in coming into connection with the external world, points on the one side to judgment, and in undergoing the described process, points on the other to true imagination. Just as a percept is not simply a mental image, so an imagination is not merely a mental image. Through perception, the life of mental through perception, the life of mental pictures touches an external world that is still undefined at first. Through the process described, mental imaging moves into what we could call the imaginative world. Just as there is, in fact, a transition from simply putting mental pictures together in "a tree is green" to the judgment "a green tree is," so too there exists a transition from simply the life of mental images to what lies in the filled image in the imagination. This image is not filled with some external spatial world. Thus we have the process before us that fills the pictures in imaginative life. Now there is something occupying a position between imagination and mental picturing. The nature of imagination is such that it makes its reality keenly felt at the moment it appears. When our soul really achieves imaginations, it senses in its life of mental picturing something entirely similar to its life in perception. In the latter, it feels itself in immediate touch with an external physical world. In imagining, it feels itself immediately in touch with an external world, but an external world of the spirit. When it enters mental images that are really pressing toward imagination, that spirit is as compelling as the material world is. We find it difficult to imagine a tree as golden while we are connected with external reality. Such contact compels us to imagine in a specific way, and it is only our contact with the outer world that compels us. Similarly, we experience a sense of necessity, exerted by spirit, when mental representation rises to the level of imagination. When the mental images rise to imagination, however, we know at once that the life of mental images goes on independent of all the routes whereby mental images otherwise make up their content. In ordinary life, mental images fill themselves with a content derived from percepts conveyed by our eyes and ears and so on, all of which provide the nourishment for their life. In imagining, we allow the spirit to do the filling of the mental pictures. Nothing springing from the bodily organs that might affect our soul content is allowed to participate. Nothing that enters through our eyes and ears may or does take part. There we have a direct awareness of the fact that we are free of everything that might have its source in our bodily makeup. We are as free of all that as we are when, looking at the matter in an unprejudiced way, we can say that we are free in sleep of all the processes of our physical body. For a person engaged in imagining, everything is as it is in sleep, the only difference being that imaginative consciousness takes the place of sleep's unconsciousness. That which is otherwise empty, that which has separated itself from the body, is filled with the mental images of imagination. There is no other difference between a person sleeping and another imagining than that ordinary sleepers are outside their physical bodies with a consciousness empty of mental images, in a certain sense, whereas those imagining are filled with mental images. An intermediate state can also come about, in that a sleeper might be teeming with imaginative mental images, but lack the power to bring them to consciousness. That could happen. It is a possible condition. You see from ordinary life that it is possible. I will just call your attention to the fact that in your ordinary life you perceive a great deal that you do not bring to consciousness. You may, for example, walk along a street perceiving all sorts of things, but much of it unconsciously. Often you can convince yourselves that you've perceived things unconsciously when, for example, you have a dream about strange things. There are dreams that are very strange in this respect. Imagine, for example, dreaming of a man standing with a woman and saying something to her. You remember the dream. You have to admit, as you think it over, that such a situation did indeed take place, but you would not have known of it if you had not dreamt about it. This same man and this woman actually stood before you somewhere, but you paid no attention to them. Only when you were free of all other impressions and began to dream did this otherwise unnoticed picture enter your consciousness. Such things often occur. Thus perceptions that really did arise can leave the consciousness completely untouched. Imaginations, too, can live in the soul without registering in our consciousness. They cannot appear immediately as imaginations. Then they enter into our awareness in a way similar to the perceptions just described. Such perceptions that we have had without registering them appear occasionally in the semi-consciousness of dreaming. In the same way, imaginations that we have not had the power to register in consciousness can shine into our waking life and become active there, transformed as dreams are, fluctuating and flowing into such perceptions that would ordinarily stand clearly before us. Thus it happens that such imaginations actually intrude into what is otherwise everyday awareness, undergoing thereby a transformation when what is termed fantasy is active in our consciousness, genuine fantasy based on cosmic truth, the true source of all artistic and other creation that springs from human productivity. It was because of that fact that Goethe, who was well acquainted with the artistic process, so often stressed that fantasy is by no means an element that assembles phenomena in an arbitrary manner, but that it is subject to the laws of truth. The laws of truth work entirely out of the world of imagination. Only because they take effect in everyday life do they undergo change and interweave with the everyday content of consciousness, shaping the world of ordinary percepts in a free way. Thus, we really have in genuine fantasy something midway between mere mental picturing and imagination. When fantasy is not conceived of as something of which it can be said, as often happens, quote, fantasy is not true, unquote, but rather when it is realistically grasped, it bears witness to a further development of mental images in the direction in which they can pour themselves into the realm of the supersensible, the world of imagination. Here we have one of the points where we can witness the streaming of the spiritual world directly into our ordinary world. Now let's turn our attention to the other side of the matter, the side of the emotions. It has already been stated that the soul investigator whom we are discussing remains within the realm of the soul, and therefore follows the impulses of the will only to the point of examining the emotions. When a person carries out an action, underlying that action, of course, is a desire, a passion, a feeling, or an urge that, looked at from within the soul, is considered an emotion. Nothing happens through an emotion alone, however. So long as we remain in the soul, nothing needs to happen. We can experience an emotion very intensely, but still nothing is achieved that should be achieved through the will, namely, that something takes place that is independent of the soul. What remains within the soul is not a true expression of the will. If the soul were never able to go beyond itself, if it experienced only in desiring this or that emotion, ranging from reverence to deepest disgust, nothing would happen independent of the soul. We must therefore say that in having to recognize the will in its true form as a fact, the whole realm of emotion directs us beyond the soul. The realm of the emotions, however, points beyond the soul in a most unusual way. To where, then, does it direct us? In the case of simplest acts of will, moving a hand, taking a step, striking a table with an object, doing anything in which the will is involved, we can see that in reality something occurs that we can call a transition of our emotions, the inner impulse to action, to something that is no longer within our soul, and yet in a certain way is still within us. What happens as the result of a genuine will impulse that brings our body into motion and causes such activity to continue into an external act is not by any means summed up in the soul's content. For no one can follow all the actions that run their course, from the decision to lift a hand to actually lifting it. On the one hand, we are led by our emotions into an external element, but it is an external element of an entirely different nature, our own exterior, or bodily nature. We descend from the soul into our own corporeality, but we do not understand how we do that in external life. Think what an effort we would have to make if instead of moving a hand, we had to construct some apparatus to do the same thing by means of springs and so on, producing the same effect as if we were to say, I want to pick up the chalk, and move a hand to do so. Picture what would have to be set up in order to have a tool accomplish what goes on between the idea of wanting to pick up the chalk and actually lifting it. Just think of everything that you would have to do. We cannot conceive of it, for the simple reason that we are not capable of it, and there is also no such device. One does exist in our human organism, however. Something occurs in the world that is very clearly not in our consciousness. If it were in our everyday consciousness, we could easily fashion such a device. If we knew everything that goes on between the idea, I want to pick up the chalk, and actually lifting it, we could construct the corresponding apparatus to do the job. There is something taking place that must be counted as belonging to our bodily nature, yet it remains wholly unknown to us. We must ask, what would have to take place to make us aware of the activity behind the movement of one's hand or another willed bodily movement? A reality that is outside us would have to rise into consciousness instead of stopping short of it. It would require the kind of process that takes place in our own body without entering consciousness, a process just as external but intimately connected with us in the same way that one's hand movement is for consciousness. Thus, we would have to have something that belongs intimately to us and yet plays into us as though from outside, something that we would experience in our soul and yet be experienced in the soul as an outer element. It would have to be as artfully constructed as a device for picking up a piece of chalk, and be similarly based on firm external laws in our consciousness. Something would have to enter our consciousness that would then work lawfully within it. Its nature would be such that we would not think as we do with other kinds of willed activities, such as when we say, on the one hand there is a thought of picking up the chalk, and on the other, firmly separated from it, something beyond my knowledge, a process that at best I can view as a perception of something outer. In fact, these two things would have to coincide to become exactly the same thing. The event would have to be directly connected with soul awareness, coinciding as though all the aspects of the motion of the hand took place not outside consciousness, but within it. It is this process that takes place in intuition. We can therefore say that when we grasp with our own consciousness something that lives entirely within it, not as mere knowledge, but as a process, we are dealing with intuition. Intuition in the higher sense described in title How to Know Higher Worlds. Thus, within intuition, we are dealing with the wielding will. That extremely intelligent psychologist Brentano finds only emotions among the ordinary aspects of the soul, and not a trace of will, because it is not present there, since the will lies outside normal consciousness. Only the consciousness rising into the higher regions finds in itself something that at the same time is a process. That is where the world enters into consciousness. That is intuition. Here too there is another transition, only it is not as easily noticed as the transition from mental picturing through fantasy to imagination. This transition occurs when we learn to observe ourselves such that we are not able merely to will something and then carry out an action, simply having thought and action separated by a gap. It is when we begin to extend our emotions over the quality of our acts. That, in many cases, is quite difficult to do, but it does happen in life that we can have a kind of pleasure or revulsion at our own actions. I do not believe that an unprejudiced observer of life can deny that it is possible to extend the emotions, to allow the characteristics of our own state of being to stream into our actions to the point that we have what can be described as sympathy or antipathy for an action in our emotions. This experiencing of our own actions in our emotions can be heightened. When it is intensified to the point where it becomes what it should be, the transition between emotion and intuition is what we can call human conscience, the stirrings of conscience. If we try to locate conscience, we find it in this transition. We can therefore say that our soul is open on two sides, to imagination on the one side and to intuition on the other. It is closed on the side where, through perception, we come up against our physical bodies. Our soul experiences Our soul experiences fulfillment on entering the imaginative realm, and again coupled with an event on entering the realm of intuition. Since both intuition and imagination have to occupy a single soul, how can some sort of mediation, a kind of connection, come about between them? We have in imagination a picture, a filled image of the spiritual world, and in intuition an event that the spiritual world precipitates. An event that approaches us in the ordinary physical world disturbs our peace. We try to find out about it and discover its underlying essence. That is also true of that event that is in the spiritual world and penetrates our consciousness. Let us examine that more closely. How does intuition enter our awareness? We must first seek it in the direction of the emotions. It penetrates into our consciousness, into our soul, but from the side of the emotions rather than from that of mental picturing. That is how things stand with intuition. It can penetrate our consciousness, our soul, without our being able to make a mental picture of it. We said of imaginations, too, that we can have them without being aware of them. They come into fantasy because they work directly within mental picturing. But we must put intuition on the other side, on the side of emotions. In the whole of human life, intuition lies completely on the side of emotions. At this point, I would like to give an example that I recently spoke of, a well-known dream. It is about a couple who had a son. He was taken ill quite suddenly, and though he received all possible medical help, he died the same day. His parents were deeply affected by his death. They became totally absorbed in thinking about him. That is, their memories were completely occupied with him. One day it became apparent that during the night both parents had had the same dream. They told each other about it. You can find this dream referred to by a more or less materialistic investigator of dreams, who goes through all kinds of contortions to explain the dream but cannot deny its existence. The parents reported that in the dream their son appeared to them and besought them to have his grave opened, for he had been buried alive. The parents made every possible effort to find out whether that had actually happened, for they lived in a country where the authorities would not allow the grave to be examined after the passing of so much time. Now, what will enable us to understand this dream, which I have brought up only to throw light on the relationship of intuition to the emotions? You can assume at once that because the parents' memories were so constantly occupied with their son, who was present in the spiritual world as a spiritual being after dying, their thoughts built a bridge to him. The directing of their thoughts created a bridge that connected them with the continuing individuality of the son. You certainly will not be able to accept that there was nothing more than a subjective element in the revelations of the dead son that must have been present after all the veils separating the living and the dead had been penetrated, because both parents had the same dream. Or it might be so-called chance that both dreamed alike, but then everything imaginable could be explained away in that way. In reality, however, there was a connection that night between the son and his parents, and he did tell them something, or rather instilled something into their souls. Since the parents were quite unable to raise to consciousness what he had communicated to them, it was only the dream image that contained familiar mental images that stood like a shield in front of the real occurrence. The son wanted to communicate something of an entirely different nature, but the parents had to clothe it in a mental image that they took from the material of their usual conceptual life. This presented itself as a dream that obscured the nature of the actual event. Let us take another dream. A farmer's wife dreams that she goes to church in the city. She dreams every phase of the experience, how she enters the church, how the minister stands there with his hands uplifted, preaching with extraordinary ardor, and the enthusiasm this engenders in her. Now a strange transformation comes about. The preacher's shape changes. He receives wings and feathers and a different voice that more and more resembles a crowing. Finally, he changes completely into a crowing rooster. The woman awakens to hear a rooster really crowing outside the house. As you can well imagine, it was the crowing of the rooster that caused the whole dream. You will also have to admit that this crowing could have been the cause of many other dreams. Some young rascal could have dreamt that he was startled by the crowing of the rooster, and had then, perhaps, dreamt that he had thought about something for a long time, for instance, how he could open a lock. Then another, more clever rascal gave him a suggestion that turned into a rooster's crowing. You see from this that the mental image that obscures the reality need have nothing to do with what the soul actually experiences. What did the parents experience, for example? They experienced a connection with, a revelation from the Son that flowed straight into their souls. In the other case, the farmer's wife was a very devout woman, reveling completely in an atmosphere permeated with piety. She had really experienced that. As she was wrenched from sleep, she still had the sense of having been somewhere else, but her entire consciousness was claimed by the rooster's crowing, which obscured the experience by appearing to be the preacher in the church. Soul experience thus becomes what is dreamed. When individuals become practiced in relating dreams to reality, it appears that before they come to the inner reality, they must pass through a soul state of being uplifted or of grief, in short, of some tension or release of the feelings. The mental images related to the experiences in the spiritual world usually dissolve into a kind of nothingness. One has to form very different mental images of the actual events. In other words, spiritual events are closer to the emotions than to mental picturing, since the mental images are not at all relevant to the soul's spiritual events. The events that project into our emotions during sleep are in the spiritual world, but we are unable to reach far enough with our capacity for mental picturing to discern and identify them. Thus it is possible to show that intuition also stands in a particular relationship to the emotions. That is why mystics have a kind of vague, dim experience of the higher worlds before forming clear mental images of them. Many such mystics are satisfied with that, and many with even less. Those who truly meditate in the higher worlds, however, all describe in the same way the soul conditions of devotion, their frame of mind in directly experiencing the spiritual world. If we wanted to progress further through this intuition that plays into our feelings, we would not succeed very well, for that is better undertaken from the other side. In order to avoid a general wallowing in emotions and to come instead to a concrete seeing of the spiritual world, we must try to develop imaginations and turn our attention to them regarding that world. Then a connection is gradually established in our lives between intuition, which is still more merely sensed rather than understood, and imagination, which consists of images only and is still more or less afloat in unreality. We discover the connection when we finally approach the thought that we have now come to the beings that can carry out the spiritual deed. Our arrival at those beings we call inspiration. We have here, in a sense, the reverse of the processes that we find in the external corporeal world. Here we have the thoughts we form about things, whereas there the things simply exist, confronting us, and we form thoughts about them. Here, the thing or event that first appears in intuition for the emotions is completely indistinct, and the imagination as such would hang in the air. It is only when the two come together and imagination works via inspiration into intuition, when, in other words, our mental imaging leads further to imagination, and we sense the imagination as coming to us from beings, that the essence of these beings streams into us as a process. Imagination provides us with something that streams in from intuition, and we perceive in the event a content that may be likened to the content of the mental image. We perceive these thoughts, for which we have prepared ourselves by means of imagination, to be contained in the event that intuition has given us. I have described to you today how, on the other side of our soul life, we human beings grow into the spiritual world. I have, of course, anticipated a few matters that spiritual science alone is able to contribute from spiritual research, but it was necessary to do so in order to be able more easily to understand the main topic of tomorrow's lecture, a description of the uniqueness, the essential and unique nature of the spiritual world itself. The end of Lecture 11. This is a reading of a collection of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled A Psychology of Body, Soul, and Spirit. This is the last lecture in the series, given on December 16, 1911, Lecture 12, entitled Nature, the Evolution of Consciousness, and Reincarnation. Since there was time for only 4 lectures at this general meeting, it is certainly understandable that only a very short and, in a sense, superficial sketch of what pneumatosophy might be can be given. It is natural that much has been so lightly touched upon in such scanty indications that a good deal more elucidation and detail are awaited. It may even be difficult in some places to see what the connection is between the subject and what we have been calling pneumatosophy. Yesterday, for example, it was shown how we advance from the soul realm, or mental images, on the one hand, and from our emotional life, on the other, to regions whose whole nature requires that they be considered a part of the supersensible world. It was seen that this is what they are from the simple fact that the soul realm stops prematurely at a certain boundary line in relation to such matters. Even intelligent psychologists have had to halt at that point in their investigations of the soul. The kinds of concerns we encounter in imagination, inspiration, and intuition are, of course, familiar to theosophists from other perspectives. Footnote: Steiner's early articles on imagination, inspiration, and intuition are collected in titled The Stages of Higher Knowledge. End quote. End footnote. Thus we can assume that the subject that has grown familiar from completely other viewpoints, such as in my book titled How to Know Higher Worlds, is seen as justified when all the threads are followed that lead from the everyday life of the soul, from mental picturing, the emotions, and judging, to imagination, inspiration, and intuition. It is very natural that in order to advance from matters of soul to those of spirit, people pay closest attention to the aspect of soul most familiar with their own soul and spiritual life, in attempting to gain self-knowledge of a soul's spiritual nature. It has been pointed out in these lectures that within Western development up to the 19th century, and even until our own time, humankind has found it difficult to recognize a fact that seems basic to us. The fact we are speaking of is that our human spirit passes through more than one earthly life. At the end of the second lecture, we familiarized ourselves with the typical struggles exemplified by the psychologist Forshammer, whose scientific honesty led him to ask how it could be that our eternal spirit could be thought to descend again and again into a physical body that resembles a kind of purgatory or a kind of dungeon or prison. Must we, he asked, regard everything that has to do with love relationships and the contrast between the sexes only as devices for imprisoning people's souls for the period between birth and death? In view of such sincere objection to the doctrine of reincarnation, it is necessary to ask whether Forshammer is taking one standpoint, that is, nothing more than that, one standpoint, and whether still some other viewpoint isn't possible. We will have to grant Forshammer his sincere enthusiasm for all the beautiful and glorious aspects of life, for it is from the spiritual life of the West that he drew the enthusiasm he felt for the external world and for everything that is great and beautiful in it. It seemed to him that the reincarnation doctrine was attempting to say that there is an eternal spirit in the human individual that is capable of leading a good and blissful life in the spiritual world, and that is being thrust into and imprisoned in a world not in the least suited to its lofty nature. If that were asserted, people who are rightly enthusiastic about the beauty and grandeur of God-given nature, of historical evolution, and the ennobling passions and drives of which the soul is capable, might well rise up and rebel with Forshammer. They might object against souls being subjected to reincarnation, and thereby doomed to repeated imprisonment. Is that the only possible view of the matter? We have to admit that there are indeed people among the supporters of the reincarnation doctrine who share Forshammer's idea that the human spirit descends from lofty heights to what amounts to imprisonment in the body. Views like this, however, are just a collection of vague ideas about repeated earthly lives, not what spiritual science is in a position to offer as the fruit of spiritual research. We must ask whether it cannot be acknowledged that the situation into which we are born upon entering life between birth and death is marvelously beautiful and grand, and that the human being, as encountered in the physical form, is indeed a kind of image of the Godhead, as the Bible says. That would suffice to make us enthusiastic about it. Then, too, it would have to be admitted that we are not transferred to a prison, but set down, on being reincarnated, in a wonderfully beautiful place, into a glorious dwelling. Does it actually depend on the house and its size and beauty, whether we feel that we belong there and can be at home in it? Or rather does it depend more upon whether we have traits that imprison us there? Does what we feel really depend on the house at all? Or does the fact that we as individuals inhabiting it feel it imprisons us because despite its beauty and grandeur we do not know how to use it and feel chained there? The fact that the house we live in is beautiful, and that the bad part is, at worst, that it is just we ourselves who are lifelong prisoners in it, is demonstrated by the spiritual observation that rises, by way of imagination, to inspiration and intuition, to true insight into the element in the human being that passes through different earthly lives. The first experience that we have as we go in reverse sequence from the life of mental picturing into the imaginative world is a world of pictures. Into this world, in every time, the most different kinds of people have entered. If we take this imaginative world, it can be revealed on the basis of careful concentration, meditation, and so forth, or upon the basis of special capacities of the soul, purely according to its manifestation, then it presents itself at first as the rudiments and remains of a yet external sense-perceptible world. The human being sees all kinds of things in that imaginative world, such as houses, animals, people, and this or that event that really play out pictorially. We have before us scenes and beings in a very living world of pictures. On the other hand, that imaginative world has the characteristic of belonging to the supersensible, in a certain sense, in that people cannot simply arbitrarily determine the symbols or pictures. They underlie an inner lawfulness that leaves its imprint upon them. Particular supersensible relationships are expressed in particular symbols and pictures. Where the imaginative world is concerned, we can be quite sure that in all circumstances we will find that a specific stage of our soul development, a specific capacity, lives in certain regions of the supersensible world, characterized in pictorial, imaginative form as being handed a chalice, or being led through a river, or being baptized, and so on. It can also happen that we have unpleasant experiences, like seeing our various characteristics approach us, symbolized in animal forms, either as huge terrifying beasts or small scrabbling, crawling ones. Of course it is impossible, since we find ourselves dealing with a world far richer than our sense world, to give an adequate description of this first level of the imaginative world that the human being can reach. It must be said that on the whole, this world, even when it presents itself in its most unpleasant and horrible aspects, and we have to admit that such unpleasantness is symbolic of our own nature, is still something that the beholders find fairly pleasing. Its usual aspect is such that those beholding it overlook the quality of the experience, and are quite happy that they are in the spiritual world at all. That is perfectly understandable. For even when it is distinctly horrid, the spiritual world entered is not hard to bear, being basically a world of pictures. Only if we lack sufficient strength and are thereby overwhelmed or weighed down by this world does it destroy our healthy soul life. A sense of moral responsibility, or a feeling of responsibility toward all creation, does not necessarily follow such viewing of the imaginative world. Indeed, the exact opposite can be the case. It can happen, for example, that individuals who have reached a high degree of perfection in their perceiving of this world become morally loose in regard to their feeling for truth and untruth. There the clairvoyant is sorely tempted to take the truth pertaining to the physical world lightly, and then not to develop a special sense of responsibility with regard to truth. It is, in a sense, a calamity that with imaginative clairvoyance something like an incapacity to distinguish between the objectively true and the false can occur. Standing firmly in that world and having the capacity to give it its proper meaning is a question of development. We can actually be quite undeveloped as human beings and still have the imaginative world before us. We can have many, many vision-like imaginations of the higher world, but we do not need to stand particularly high as human beings. As I said, it is a question of development. With time, development helps us to learn the difference between various imaginations, just as we learn to differentiate in the physical world. Differentiating in the physical world, however, occurs at such an early age that we normally do not give it any consideration. In the physical world, we do not confuse a tree frog with an elephant. We learn to differentiate among various phenomena. We learn to separate and to arrange them to make the physical world appear orderly. People initially confront the world of imagination as though they were in the physical world and were about to confuse a frog with an elephant, unable to differentiate between them. The world of imagination seems homogeneous, and it all appears to have a uniform level of importance. We must first learn to be able to give one thing more weight and another less. The peculiarity of that world is that it does not appear large or small to us because of its own nature, but because of our own. Suppose, for example, that a man is very arrogant. His arrogance is pleasant to him. But if the world of imagination now opens to him, the feeling of pleasure in his arrogance carries over to become the size of the beings he sees there. Everything in the world of imagination that represents arrogance or pride appears gigantic. To him it appears to have tremendous importance. On the other hand, something that would seem large to a humble person appears to him to be small, like a tiny frog. The perspective that world presents all depends on the characteristics of the viewer. It is a question of human development that the proper relationships, intensities, and qualities of that world be accurately recognized. Everything there is quite objective, but people can distort it and then see caricatures. The important thing is that along with this knowledge of the supersensible, people must in a certain way experience what they themselves are. That means that people must learn to know themselves in an imaginative way. That is, of course, fatal, because the perspective for what is in the imaginative world is completely determined by the person's own qualities of soul. It can be directed in a false or a proper sense. What does it really mean to say that we have to learn to understand ourselves through imagination? It means that we have to confront the self in the world of imagination as an objective image among all the imaginations and images there. Just as we confront a bell or any other object in the physical world, we must confront ourselves in the world of imagination, in objective reality, as we truly are. This can be achieved appropriately only through ascending, by means of meditation and the like, from perception of the external world to the life in our mental images. This can be accomplished by imagining very specific symbols, as already mentioned, in order to free ourselves from the external world and learn to live in the purely inner life of mental picturing, long enough to experience that life as something natural. We then notice something in the nature of a splitting of our being, of our personality. Often we have to pull ourselves together to avoid letting a particular condition develop too much. When this condition develops, we gradually come to experience a mental image in which we live and become wholly absorbed, so that we no longer say, quote, "I am what my body is," unquote. Instead, we have before us an imagination, quote, "That is you, that is how you are," unquote. Then it happens that we occasionally notice how the other part of our being, which had not freed itself, acts as though it were an automaton, that we are living above and beyond it, but that it nevertheless has a desire to talk automatically, gesticulate, and so on. Unschooled individuals sometimes discover themselves making all sorts of grimaces because they have pulled something out of themselves with the imagination, and the leftover part of them engages in all sorts of automatic behavior. That is something that should not be allowed to go beyond the point of experimentation. It must be kept under control. We must always bring ourselves to the point of having our own being outside us, as we do material objects. Regarding the imagination that we are to develop, it is of tremendous importance that we should already have developed certain qualities of soul, for all sorts of illusions crop up at this point in imaginative self-knowledge. All that is human conceit, and all that comes from the human capacity for illusion, which may arise from the most varied characteristics, lurk in the background. We can see all kinds of things in the imaginative world. Among the variety of things experienced there, we naturally discover a feeling for ourselves, and it is typical to consider oneself the cream of the crop. When people see themselves in the imaginative world, and want to draw a conclusion about what they were earlier, such that they could now be such an extraordinary child of humanity, they arrive at the conclusion that at the very least they must have been historically a person of very high rank, a king, for example. It happens repeatedly that clairvoyant novices become convinced that they were Charlemagne, Napoleon, Julius Caesar, Marie Antoinette, or some other great historical figure in a previous incarnation. The reason is that these people, imprisoned in a body though they are, seem to themselves in self-perception as so significant that they must have been extraordinary individuals in a past earthly life. They can even mistake themselves for a saint or someone equally exalted. At one point, the Marquise de Pompadour, Marie Antoinette, Frederick the Great, the Duke of Reichstadt, and various other most impressive personalities were all gathered around the same table. You may laugh, but such things are in fact very serious. Such matters make us see that the way individual souls appear to themselves depends completely on their own imaginative experience. We learn to know our own being when we really free ourselves completely from ourselves, when we proceed with every bit of our energy to rid ourselves of the characteristics that we ordinarily recognize to be intolerable, that are bound to affect others as objectionable, that we carry around with us constantly, and if we think about it objectively, that we should not have. We should take these matters to heart, for it is not a case of saying things that will please everybody, but of saying things that are true and that are meant completely objectively. You can be sure that if we set about it objectively enough, we have a full-time job criticizing ourselves, and only in an instance of most extreme necessity, compelled by outer circumstances, should we engage in the commonplace human activity of criticizing and complaining about others. Those who spend much time judging others or criticizing them may be certain that they are losing the time needed to discover in themselves what they must discover, and to rid themselves of what they must rid themselves to attain true imaginative self-knowledge. If, after occupying themselves with spiritual science a long time, people ask why they have not advanced or achieved sight in the spiritual world, the answer that they could give themselves may be quite obvious. It might be that they should take care to abstain from all criticism of others, except when extreme necessity requires it, and above all to learn what such abstention really means. For many people forget, as they begin their day, what that means. It means occasionally to accept from others treatment that can be unpleasant and unfortunate in life. We must be able to accept it, for we know if we take karma seriously, that what others do to us is something that we have inflicted upon ourselves. Karma requires that it be done to us. It takes endless effort to arrive at imaginative knowledge of ourselves. Then one begins to see why Froschammer's picture of imprisonment does not fit the facts. You notice that your life is actually such as to compel you to say that being incarnated, having the life you are living on the earth, could be beautiful, wholly wonderful and glorious, but you aren't in tune with it. You cannot seem to undertake everything you could with the body you have, and in the place you have been set down with it. You come to realize that you are living at a particular time and place in a beautiful world teeming with grandeur, that you have bodily organs responsive to it and to all that is glorious and impressive. An unprejudiced feeling has to say that the world we live in is a paradise. We ought to say this even when things are going very badly indeed. It is not a question of how we are getting along, but of whether the world is glorious and beautiful. For if we are having a hard time, our karma could account for it. How the world is depends only on the world itself, and may not be judged according to our personal standpoint. Our bodies and organs have been given to us for full reception of what the world has to offer, for the greatest satisfaction and delight. There is a vast difference between what we could be drawing from our life in this paradise in our existence between birth and death, if we were to take all it has to offer and what we actually take? Why do we take so little? That is because something is embodied in our corporeality that is small in comparison with the universe, and that allows only the smallest portion to be taken. Just compare what your eyes see in the course of a day with what they really could see, and you have the ratio between what you might take in and what you truly absorb. Through such knowledge, we experience our extraordinary relationship with spirit. When we come to know ourselves in spirit, we sense that we are not as well suited to it as we might be if we were to put our entire organization to use. Now we discover that something else in the cosmos must counteract what imaginative self-knowledge shows us to be. We come here to an interesting situation, and we must allow it to have complete effect in our souls if we are determined to have self-knowledge. Once we become truly familiar with ourselves in the world of imagination, it is impossible to think of ourselves, compared with the surrounding world, as beings of great and noble nature, as though we were from a higher world and set down in an earthly prison. Indeed, we find that we fail, instead, to measure up to this earthly prison. How infinitely more we could do with our bodies if we could use them completely. This is the way it actually is, and why the universe, which corrects our inadequacies that result from our failure to fully use our physicality, confronts what we are in the world of imagination. It would be tempting to compare the two spheres in full detail. The whole cultural evolution of humankind, from the beginning of Earth to its finish, confronts what we are in the imaginative world. Why does the world of cultural development, from the beginning of Earth to its end, stand over against what we appear to be in our own imagination, in an incarnation, in our existence between birth and death? If we want to answer this question, we come to understand that what we cannot become in a single incarnation has to be achieved in a series of many lives in the course of Earth's evolution. We have to keep coming back. We long for new incarnations so that we can gradually become what we cannot become in a single life. It is just when we develop insight and a feeling for what we could be in a single incarnation, but cannot be because of our inner nature, that we know what our predominating feeling must be as we pass through the gates of death. It must be to come again in order to become in the next and all following earthly lives what we cannot be in a single life. This must be the strongest driving force, this longing of ours for ever further incarnations during Earth evolution. This thought can only be suggested. If you think it out further, you'll be able to see that the strongest confirmation of reincarnation results. That this statement can be made rests upon still another consideration. We can continue our efforts to enter the spiritual world. I've seen that we come purely technically to imaginative self-knowledge by withdrawing our attention from all external perception and devoting ourselves, as described, to the life of mental picturing. There is another possibility of giving meditation and inner concentration a certain turn. It consists of trying in uttermost faithfulness and conscientiousness to let what we call memory run its course. We need to do so for a few hours only, but the effort must be a truly earnest one. What are we really in ordinary life? We discover through our contemplation, as well as through logic and the theory of knowledge, that we are individually an I, capital. In ordinary life, however, we are this I in a very questionable sense. In ordinary life, it is very questionable what fills this I. Our impressions of everyday life are what make us what we are at any given moment. People playing cards are what the impressions of People playing cards are what the impressions of card playing make them. They are not the I then. They are, but not in the sense of being conscious of it. For what we genuinely have in our consciousness are the impressions of ordinary life. We can certainly try to reach our I, but it is something highly variable, flighty and fluctuating. We get behind what we are in reality only when we give ourselves up to memories and view them in such a way that, whereas they are normally behind us, they are now in front of us. That is an extraordinarily important process. Essentially, we are always the results of past experiences living in our memory. You can see in small matters that we are products of our memory. Imagine, for example, that you've had a day full of unpleasant events. Now imagine the way you feel in the evening and how the day has affected you. You are irritable and negative, you turn up your nose at things, and so on. Compare this with a day full of satisfying experiences, and what are you? You are joyous, smiling, pleasant to be around, maybe even enjoyable. You are no more real on one occasion than on the other, since you are essentially the product of past experiences. When we review the experiences behind us, going backward through them, then we set them in front of us, and we are ourselves behind them. If you do that seriously, not in a routine, mechanical way, but if you really live further into them in a very vivid way, even if for only a few hours, then something enters your soul, if it is sufficiently able to pay attention to itself, that one might call a fundamental tone that you yourself seem to be. We can sometimes experience that we appear to ourselves to be a bitter, acid-bitter fundamental tone. If you then go to work on yourself thoroughly, which again really depends on your development, that process will rarely show you to yourself as a sweet being. Rather, you will, as a rule, find yourself to be a bitter being. You will find a bitter fundamental tone in yourself. That is the truth. Someone who is capable of applying the requisite attention to him or herself will, in this way, gradually arrive at what may be called an inspired self-cognition. The path leads through bitter experiences, but then one truly appears to oneself to be like an instrument badly out of tune. In the world of the harmony of the spheres, we usually cause a discord at first. As our self-knowledge increases, we realize more fully how incapable we are of making the most of this glorious divine nature, from which we could derive so much if we were only equal to it. If we do such an exercise often and repeatedly, we are forced, as the decline of our life approaches, after one has passed the age of 35, to recognize from the peculiar sounding of our basic tone that it can be interpreted only as a sign that we have much, very much to do in the way of improving the efforts begun in our present incarnation. It can only be interpreted to mean that we must long with all our power to be clothed again in such a physical body, so that we might correct what we neglected in this present life. The desire to be reincarnated is one of the most important consequences of attaining self-knowledge. People who are repelled by the thought are simply revealing how far all that they have garnered of the glorious divinity of the nature they were born into falls short of what is possible. The second thing achieved is therefore the inspired human being, when individuals recognize themselves in the spiritual world of tone as they come there in the previously characterized way. What we experience there, on learning to recognize our own tone, is how little we measure up to what surrounds us in the great world outside. At this point we can go from the merely moral aspect to that of destiny, and take note of how little we are able to achieve the inner serenity and harmony in life that we so desire. Individuals empowered by self-knowledge will, if they adhere to it, often have to admit how little they can find that peace and certainty in themselves that they most crave. To characterize this, we may be reminded here of a beautiful passage in one of Goethe's writings, in which he describes sitting on a mountain peak that exemplified the peaceful order of nature, and seeing spread out before him the, quote, oldest son of nature, unquote, granite. He senses the inner consistency, the grandeur of nature's lawfulness, its tranquility, which is in such contrast to the inward movement and the alternating between pleasure and suffering, between ecstasy and despair, that are the basic inner tone of human nature. When we begin with such a mood and look at the laws of nature that existed when human beings lived under quite different cultural conditions long ago, and that still govern nature today, we will realize something that it would take 10 or 20 lectures to deal with adequately. Just as cultural development is the counter-image of the imaginative picture of the human being, the world of the true natural laws is the counter-image of the inspired human being. Despite the element of Maya, natural laws reveal to us the world of spiritual activity with the calmness and consistency that human error turns into restlessness and disharmony. And we identify them as such when we recognize the inspired human being within us. Now the thought may arise that if we recognize the laws of nature in their true essence, we will realize that earthly evolution transforms from one manifestation to another, from stage to stage. We also know that something inherent in those laws allows us to know that as we pass through our various incarnations, we receive what we must during Earth's ongoing evolution, since the possibility for it already exists within the scope of a single incarnation. We will find at the end of Earth's existence the conditions in the outer world that, because of the inherent steadfastness and dependability of natural lawfulness, will compensate for what we spoil as a result of insufficient development as inspired human beings. Thus we see a deep connection between what lies spread out as laws of nature, as the deeds of the spirit in the natural world, and what appears to us as a kind of counterpicture when we discover the deeper human being in us through inspiration. For this reason, the inner serenity and harmony of the lawfulness of nature were always featured in esoteric life and in the mysteries of all ages as the model for our own inner order. It was not for nothing that those who attained the 6th degree of initiation were called sun heroes, to indicate that their own inner being had achieved such order, and that they could just as little err from that appointed path because of their inner regularity and their inner certainty than the sun could stray from its course through the cosmos. If it were to do so for a single moment, indescribable chaos and destruction would have taken place in the cosmos. There is, of course, a further stage of self-knowledge. We could progress to an intuitive knowledge of the human being. That means an ascent into heights so lofty that it would be difficult to characterize it, or what appears in the external world, as a counter-picture of the intuitive human being. Keep in mind the situation that is pictured in the preceding diagram. We have the possibility of looking at what we are inherently capable of being in that glorious creation, the external world in which we are, quote-unquote, imprisoned, not imprisoned because it is a bad world, but because we fail so drastically to measure up to it. We see here that very important matters depend on correctly assessing all the cosmic relationships. They depend on realizing the basis of the spiritual knowledge of human nature that contemporary humankind can receive through spiritual science. Any objections to it are usually based on complete misinterpretations of cosmic circumstances. Finally, we must ask why it became necessary for us to be embodied. To further illustrate the answer, I will remind you of lectures by Dr. Unger on the position of the I am, in terms of our whole inner life. I will also remind you of what I presented on this subject in title Intuitive Thinking as a Spiritual Path, and in title Truth and Science. A slight effort in thinking is certainly enough to show us that important beings exist behind the I am. But what we first experience, we experience only in our consciousness, precisely in our I consciousness or self-awareness. This is interrupted every night in sleep. If we were only to sleep and never awaken, then in spite of the fact that we could be an I, we would never of ourselves notice that we are. Upon what, then, does becoming aware of the I depend? It depends upon our experiencing ourselves as we are while we are awake, using our physical bodies and organs and confronting the entire physical world. We must experience our I being in our body. If we never descended to earth to make use of a body, we would eternally sense ourselves as just a part of an angel, say, or of an archangel. In a way, a hand feels itself to be a part of our organism. We would never be able to come to an awareness of our independent being. That would be absolutely impossible. We could develop all sorts of contents of consciousness, experience all the great aspects of the universe, but never could we develop an I consciousness without entering a body. It is from the body that we have to derive our I consciousness. When you study the sleep state and what dreams reveal, you see that there is something working in them that is independent of the I. Imprisonment in a body and making use of our senses and our brain is essential to I consciousness. When, as we have seen, we make very incomplete use in a single incarnation of all we've been given to use, we should find it quite understandable, rather than surprising, that clairvoyant consciousness says that to the extent we truly investigate a human I being, to the extent that we see it in its true form, we will discover within it as its primary force a desire to return again and again to the earth in a new body, in order to develop the consciousness of the I continually further and to make it ever richer and richer. In this respect, we duplicate in our own individuality what the theosophists of the 18th century so often said, something that, when we transform it into spirit knowledge or pneumatosophy, can be extraordinarily helpful to us. How did theosophists of the 18th century, such as Ettinger, Bengel, and Volcker, whose writings appear so primitive to us in comparison with the spiritual science of today, express the meaning of the spiritual activity of the gods, or as they put it from their monotheistic standpoint, of God himself? They had a very beautiful formula for expressing the basic attribute of the divine spirit. They said bodily nature, the world of matter, is the end of the paths of God. That is a wonderful saying. It meant that the impulses inherent in the Godhead had prompted it to traverse many worlds of the Spirit and descend in order to come to a kind of end, an end from which it turns around in order to rise again. This end is the shaping, the crystallizing of divine beings in the bodily form. Translated into terms more expressive of inner reality, what the theosophists of the 18th century were saying was that, looked at from the standpoint of higher worlds, the spirit is seen to be thirsting for embodiment, and that this longing is stilled only when embodiment is achieved, when the end of the paths of God is reached in the corporeal, and the return journey begins. This saying was a beautiful one, more illuminating and revelatory of the occurrences and the being of the human than much that the philosophy of the 19th century had to offer. Although there was absolutely no theosophical work or activity going on in the first half of the 19th century particularly, and none in its second third, theosophists of the older sort were still to be found in the first half of the 18th century. What was missing in their insight was something that was lacking due to suppression by the development of Christianity in the West: the knowledge of repeated earthly lives. The early theosophists knew that material embodiment was the goal of the spirit path of the Godhead, but they did not recognize it as applying to human beings also. In human beings, they would have had to see that human nature is such that at every further incarnation the longing must arise for still further embodiment, until our incarnations have rendered us mature enough to be able to go on to other forms of existence. With the ending of these lectures on pneumatosophy, I feel more keenly than ever how sketchy and merely indicative a picture could be given in these 4 hours. And the same thing holds true for the lectures on pneumatosophy as for the 2 previous series on anthroposophy and psychosophy that were meant to serve as indications only. You will find, if you pursue them, that they contain rich material that can be worked with in a great variety of ways. To do so, you will need to look about you in the world and draw on many resources to corroborate what could be offered here in a brief and cursory form only, in a sort of charcoal sketch, instead of giving it the stretch of time it would have taken to form a complete picture. Because spiritual science is so comprehensive, if we were to proceed in the systematic way in which other sciences work, we would not have arrived after 10 years' work in our section at the point where we now stand. We would perhaps be only at the point where we were at the end of the first quarter of the year. Let me say, as we end this cycle, that we count on individuals in our community having the serious will and the independent impulse to go on working on what was given here as indications. Much will surface in such independent work from those regions that could not even be mentioned, and everyone will be able to find in his or her way the starting point for the work. Each of you will be able to convince yourself, when you proceed in an independent way, that our community will best stand the test if the feeling for inner independence becomes greater and greater. It is the feeling that you receive something that motivates you in such a way that your inner being comes more and more to experience the world, that can be opened to humanity through that spiritual stream we refer to as theosophical. The end of Lecture 12. This was a reading of a set of actually maybe 3 small cycles entitled The Psychology of Body, Soul, and Spirit, 12 lectures on anthroposophy, psychosophy, and pneumatosophy. Given in Berlin, the first set of 4 from October 23rd through the 27th, 1909, the second 4 from November 1st through November 4th, 1910, the third cycle of 4 from December 12th through December 16th, 1911, translated by the late Marjorie Spock.
However, our third quarter earnings show a market. These projections.
At Roundtable Pizza, everyone is pizza royalty.
This sweater? New? Nope. I've washed it 30 times with Persil. The color's still vibrant for big game! Game plans. Starting early. Going late. Out cold. Outside. It always looks vibrant, thanks to Persil's fabric care ingredients, which help protect colors against fading over time. Wash after wash. Clothes look newer for longer with Persil.
That all beings tend toward greater and greater perfection. If we look into the future, we see more and more of the radiance from the light realms of Ormuzd. But if we turn our eyes upon the past, we realize how the powers of Ahriman, which oppose Ormuzd, are there. We then know that with the passing of time, these powers must be conquered and forever ended. We will now picture to ourselves that the path into the future and the path into the past each lead to the same point, the conception that present-day human beings find most difficult to grasp. Let us take as an example a circle. If we pass along the circumference from the lowest point in one direction, we come to the opposite point above. If, however, we continue along the other side, we come to the point at which we started. When we consider a larger circle, then the circumference is less curved, and we must traverse a greater distance in each case. We will now suppose that the circle expands ever more and more. Ultimately, the path on either side becomes a straight line and is infinite. But just before the circle becomes infinite, we would reach the same point whether we went by the one path or the other. Why then should not the same happen when the circumference is so expanded that the periphery becomes a straight line? In this case, the point at infinity on the one must be identical with that on the other, and therefore we must be able to travel to it from the lowest point in one sense, say positive, and return as if coming from the other negative direction. This means that when our conception is infinite, we have a straight line extending without limit on either side, but which is in reality the circumference of an infinite circle. The abstraction given here lies at the basis of Zarathustra's conception of what he termed Zaruvana Akarana. Here, with regard to time, we look in one direction into the future, and in the other into the past. When we consider an infinite period, time closes in upon itself as in a circle. This self-contained and infinite time circle is symbolically represented as a serpent eternally biting its own tail. And into it is woven, upon the one side, the power of light, shedding upon us continually a greater and greater radiance, and upon the other the power of darkness, becoming ever more and more profound. When we are midway, then is the light, Ormuzd, intermingled with the shadows, Ahriman. All is interwoven in the self-embracing infinite flux of time, Zarawana, Akarana. There is something more about this ancient cosmic conception. Its basic ideas were treated seriously. There were no mere vague statements such as this, quote, "Without and remote from all that is material is this perceptual world. Beyond those things that affect our eyes, our ears, and our sense organs in general, abides the spirit." Close quote. It was definitely asserted that in everything that could be seen and apprehended could be discerned something of the nature of spirit signs, or a manifestation of the spirit world. If we take a sheet of paper upon which are inscribed alphabetical characters, we may combine the characters into words, but we must first have learned how to read. Without this ability, no one could read about Zarathustra, for they would merely perceive certain characters that could only be followed with the eyes. Actual reading can take place only after it is clearly understood how to connect such characters with that which is within the soul. Zarathustra discerned a written sign underlying all that was in the perceptual world, particularly in the manner in which the stars are grouped in the universe. Just as we recognize certain characters upon paper, so did Zarathustra descry on the starry firmament something similar to letters, conveying a message from the spirit world. Hence arose an art of penetrating into the world of spirit, of deciphering the signs indicated by the arrangement of the stars, and of finding a method of reading and construing from their movements and order in what manner and way those spiritual beings that are without inscribe the facts concerning their activities in space. Zarathustra and his disciples had a paramount interest in these matters. To them it was a most important sign that Ahura Mazda, in order to accomplish his creations and to reveal his message to the world, should, in the language of modern astronomy, quote, "describe a circular path," close quote. This fact was regarded as a sign traced in the heavens that indicated the manner in which Ahura Mazda worked and the relation that his activities bore to the universe as a whole. It is important that Zarathustra was able to point out that the constellations of the zodiac, taken together as forming a closed curve in space, should symbolize a continuous and also retroactive time flux. We can realize that there is indeed a most profound significance underlying the statement that one branch of this time curve stretches outward into the future, while the other leads backward into the remote past. Zarawana Akarana is that bright band of stars later known as the zodiac, that self-contained timeline ever traversed by Ormuzd, the spirit of light. In other words, the passage of the sun across the constellations of the zodiac is an expression of the activity of Ormuzd, while the zodiac itself is the symbol of Zarawana Akarana. In reality, Zarawana Akarana and the zodiac are identical terms, in the same way as are Ormuzd and Ahura Mazda. There are two special circumstances to be considered in this connection. First, there is the passage of the sun through the zodiac that takes place while it is light, as in the summer. At such time the solar radiance falls full upon the earth, bringing with it the power emanating from those spiritual forces ever flowing outward from the light realms of Ormuzd. That part of the zodiac traversed by Ahura Mazda in the daytime, or during the summer, denotes the manner in which he works and weaves unhindered by Ahriman. On the other hand, those zodiacal constellations that lie far beneath the horizon, dark regions through which we might picture the passage of Angra Mainyus, are symbolic of the kingdom of the shadows. We have stated that Zarathustra regarded Ormuzd as associated with the bright sections of the zodiac, Zarawana Akarana, while he looked upon Ahriman as connected with the gloom. In what way do the activities of Ormuzd and Ahriman find expression in our material world? In order to understand this point, we must realize that the effect of the solar rays is different in the morning from that at noon, varying as the sun ascends from Aries to Taurus, and again during its descent toward the horizon. The influence exerted is not the same in winter as in summer, and differs with every passing sign of the zodiac. Zarathustra regarded the changing aspects of the sun in connection with the zodiacal constellations as symbolic of the activities of Ormuzd, proceeding from different directions, and from which came those spiritual beings that are both his servants and his sons, and who are ready at all times to execute his commands. These are the Amshaspans, or Ameshas Pentas, subservient entities to each of whom is allotted some special duty. While Ormuzd controls all active functions in the light realms, the Amshaspans undertake that specific work which finds expression in the transmission of the sun's light when it is in Aries, Taurus, Cancer, and so on. But the true vital activity of Ormuzd is manifested in the full radiance of the sun, shining throughout all bright signs of the zodiac from Aries to Libra or Scorpio. Following the Zarathustrian line of thought, we might say, quote, "It is as though the evil powers of Ahriman came through the earth from those dark regions where abide his servants, his own Amshaspans, who are opposed to the good genii standing by the side of Ormuzd." Close quote. Zarathustra actually distinguished 12 different subservient spirit entities, 6 or 7 on the side of Ormuzd and 5 or 6 on that of Ahriman. These are regarded as typical of good or evil genii, Amashas Pentas, lower spirits, according to whether their influence comes from the sun's rays, from the bright signs of the zodiac, or emanates from those that are in gloom. Goethe had the subservient spirits of Ormuzd in mind when he wrote the following words at the beginning of Faust and the prologue of Heaven. Quote, "But ye, God's sons in love and duty, enjoy the rich, the ever-living beauty, creative power that works eternal schemes. Clasp you in bonds of love, relaxing never, and what in wavering apparition gleams, fix in its place with thoughts that stand forever." Close quote, translated by Bayard Taylor. Let me give the German a try. "Doch ihr, die echten Göttersöhne, erfreut euch der lebendig reichen Schöne, das Werdende, das ewig wirkt und lebt. Umfass euch mit der Liebe holden Schranken, und was in schwankender Erscheinung schwebt, befestiget mit dauernden Gedanken." End of footnote. It is apparent in this passage that the conception which Goethe formed of, in quotes, God's sons, as the servants of the highest divine power, is similar to Zarathustra's concept concerning the Amshaspans, of which he recognized, as noted, 12 different kinds. Again, subservient to these Amshaspans entities, subservient to these Amshaspand entities, according to Zarathustrianism, are still lower orders of spiritual powers or forces, among which some 28 separate types are usually distinguished. These are the so-called Izarads or Izeds, The number of different classes into which they may be divided is, however, indeterminate, being variously estimated from 24 to 28 and even as high as 31. There is yet a third division of spiritual powers or forces termed by Zarathustra Feruhars or Frahashars. According to our conceptions, the Feruhars have the least influence of any upon our tendencies and dispositions in the material world, and are regarded as that spiritual element which permeates the great macrocosm and underlies all perceptual physical activity. They are the reality behind everything of which we are conscious, and appears to us as merely external and material. While we picture the Amshaspans as controlling the 12 forces at work during all physical effects engendered by the action of light, and the Izeds as governing those that influence the animal kingdom, so do we consider the Feruhars, in addition to possessing the quality mentioned earlier, as spiritual entities, having under their guidance the group souls of animals. Thus did Zarathustra discern a specialized realm beyond this perceptual universe, a perfectly organized superperceptual world, and his concept was absolutely definite and in no sense an abstraction. Behind Ormuzd and Ahriman he pictured Zarawana Akarana, then the good and bad Amshaspans, below them the Izeds, and last the Feruhars. The human being is a replica in miniature of the great universe, and therefore all forces operative in the cosmos must be present in some manner within each person's being. Just as the benevolent powers of Ormuzd are expressed during that inner struggle to attain to perfection, and the unclean forces of Ahriman are in evidence when there is gloom and temptation, so do we find also the trace of other spiritual powers, those of the lower genii. I will now make a definite statement, which, when viewed from the standpoint of modern cosmic ideas, is liable to awaken bitter feeling. I assert that before long it will be discovered and recognized by external science that a superperceptual element underlies all physical phenomena, and that latent spirit exists in everything that comes within the limits of our sense perceptions. Further, science will be driven to admit that in the physical structure of human beings there is much that is a counterpart of those forces that permeate and spread life throughout the whole universe, and which flow into the body, there to become condensed. Let us go back to the Zarathustrianism doctrine, which in many ways is similar to that of spiritual science. According to its concepts, Ormuzd and Ahriman are regarded as influencing humankind from without, Ormuzd being the source of inward impulses toward perfection, while Ahriman is ever in opposition. The Amshaspans also exert spiritual activity. If we consider their forces as being, so to speak, condensed in the human being, then it should be possible to trace and recognize their action to the point of physical expression. In Zarathustra's time, anatomy, as we understand it today, did not exist. Zarathustra and his disciples, by means of their spiritual insight, actually saw the cosmic streams to which reference has been made. They appeared to them in the form of 12 cosmic outpourings, flooding in upon the human being, there to maintain activity. Thus it came about that the human head was regarded by Zarathustra's followers as a symbol of the inflowing of the 7 good and 5 evil Amshaspans. Within the human being we have a continuance of the Amshaspand flux. How then is this flux to be recognized at this much later period? The anatomist has discovered that there are 12 principal pairs of brain nerves, which pass from the brain into the body. These are the physical counterparts, as it were, of the 12 condensed Amshaspand outflowings, namely 12 pairs of nerves of extreme potency in bringing about either the highest perfection or the greatest evil. Here then we find reappearing in our present age, but transformed into material terms, that concept which had come to Zarathustra from the spirit world, and which he preached to his disciples. There is, however, in all this a point of controversy. It is so easy for anyone in our day to maintain that the statements of spiritual science become wholly fantastic, when it is alleged that Zarathustra, speaking of 12 Amshaspans, had in mind something connected with the 12 pairs of nerves in the human head. But the time will come when the world will gain yet another item of knowledge, for it will be discovered in what manner and form the spirit which permeates and lives throughout the universe continues to be active in human beings. The old Zarathustrianism has arisen once again in our modern physiology. For in the same way as the 28 to 31 Izeds are the servants of the Amshaspans, so are the 28 spinal nerves subordinate to those of the brain. Again, the Izeds, who are present in the outer universe as a spirit flux, enter the human body, and their sphere of action is in those nerves that stimulate the lower soul life of the human being. In these nerves they crystallize, as it were, and assume a condensed form. Where the Ized flux as such entirely ceases, and the term, in quotes, nerve, can no longer be applied, is the actual center, where our personality receives its crowning touch. Further, those of our thoughts that rise slightly above mere cognition and simple brain action are typical of the Ferohars. Our present period is connected in a remarkable manner with the doctrine of Zarathustra. Through his teachings and by means of his spiritual archetypes, Zarathustra was able to enlighten his people regarding those regions that spread beyond the perceptual world, while his imagery was ever a flowing contact with that which lies hidden behind the veil. With reference to this great doctrine, it is most significant that after it had acted as an inspiration to humanity for a long period, always tending to promote greater and greater effort in various directions of cultural progress, only to lose its influence from time to time, there should arise once more in our day a marked tendency toward a mystical current of thought. It was the same with the Greeks after the two methods of approach to the spirit world had commingled, for they also, at times, showed a preference for either the mystical or the spiritual scientific thought current. It is owing to the modern predominating interest in mysticism that many people find themselves drawn toward the Indian spiritual science or method of contemplation. Hence it is that the most essential and deeply significant aspects of Zarathustrianism, in fact its very essence, hardly appear in the spiritual life of our time, though there is abundant evidence of the nature of Zarathustra's concepts and his methods of thought. But all that lies at the very base and is absolutely vital to his doctrine is in a sense lost to our age. When once we realize that in Zarathustrianism is contained the spiritual prototype of so many things that we have rediscovered in the domain of physical research, parenthesis, numerous examples of which might be quoted, close parenthesis, and of others that will be rediscovered later, then will a fundamental chord in our culture give place to one that will be founded upon the old Zarathustrian teachings. It is remarkable that the profound attention Zarathustrianism paid to macrocosmic phenomena caused the world to recede, as it were, or appear of less moment, while in nearly all other beliefs with which a flood of mystical culture is associated, the outer world plays an important part. This is also the case in our present-day materialism. That great fundamental concept concerning two opposing basic qualities, which recurs again and again throughout the religious doctrines of the world, we regard in the following manner. We consider it as symbolized by the antithesis of the sexes, the male and the female, so that in the old religious systems founded upon mysticism, the gods and goddesses were in reality antithetical symbols of two opposing currents that flow throughout the universe. It is amazing that the teachings of Zarathustra should rise above these conceptions and picture the origin of spiritual activity in so different a manner, portraying the good as the resplendent and the evil as the shadows. Hence the chaste beauty of Zarathustrianism and its nobility, which transcends all those petty ideas that play so ugly a part in our time, when any endeavor is made to deepen the human being's conception of spiritual life. Where the Greek writers state that the supreme deity, in order to create Ormuzd, must also create Ahriman, so that Ormuzd should obtain an antithesis, then in the opposition of Ahriman and Ormuzd we have an example of how one primordial force is conceived as set against another. This same idea finds expression in the Hebrew, where evil comes upon the world through the woman, Eve. But we find nothing in Zarathustrianism concerning ills that the world suffered through the antithesis of the sexes. All those hateful ideas that are disseminated throughout our daily literature, pervading our very thoughts and feelings, and distorting the true significance of the phenomena of disease and health, while failing to comprehend the intrinsic facts of life, will disappear when that wholly different concept, the antithesis exhibited by Ormuzd and Ahriman, a conception so lofty and so powerful when compared with present-day paltry notions, is once more voiced in the words of Zarathustra and permeates and influences our modern culture. In this world all things pursue their appointed course, and nothing can hinder the ultimate triumph of Zarathustran conceptions, which will, little by little, insinuate themselves into the life of the people. When we look upon Zarathustra in this way, we realize that he was indeed a spirit, who in bygone times brought potent impulses to bear upon human culture. That such was the case becomes evident if we but follow the course of subsequent events that took place in Asia Minor, and later among the people of Assyria and Babylonia, on down to the Egyptian period, and further even to the time of the spreading of Christianity. Everywhere we find in different lines of thought something that may be traced back and shown to have its origin in that great light that Zarathustra set blazing for humanity. We can now understand how it was that a certain Greek writer who wished to emphasize the fact that some among the leaders had always given their people instruction in matters that they would require only at a later period in their culture, should have stated that while Pythagoras had obtained all the knowledge that he could from the Egyptians concerning the methods of geometry, from the Phoenicians concerning arithmetic, and from the Chaldeans concerning astronomy, he was forced to turn to the successors of Zarathustra to learn the secret teachings regarding the relation of humanity to the spirit world, and to obtain a true understanding of the proper conduct of life. The writer who made these statements regarding Pythagoras further asserts that the Zarathustrianism method for the conduct of life leads us beyond antitheses, and that all antitheses can be considered as culminating in the one great contrast of good and evil, which opposing condition can finally be absorbed only by the purging away of all evil, falsehood, and deceit. For instance, the worst enemy of Ormuzd is regarded as that one who bears the name of calumny, and calumny is one of the outstanding characteristics of Ahriman. The same writer states that Pythagoras failed to find the purest, the ideal ethical practice, namely the one directed toward the moral purification of the human being, among the Egyptians, the Phoenicians, or the Chaldeans, and that he had again to turn to Zarathustra's successors to acquire that lofty conception of the universe which leads humankind to the earnest belief that through self-purification alone may evil be overcome. Thus did the great nobility and oneness of Zarathustra's teachings become recognized among the ancients. We would here mention that the statements made in this lecture are supported in every case by independent historical research, and we should carefully weigh all assertions coming from representatives of other sciences and judge for ourselves whether or not they are in accord with our fundamental concepts. For instance, take the case of Plutarch, when he said that, in the sense of Zarathustrianism, the essence of light as it affects the earth is regarded as of supreme loveliness, and that its spiritual counterpart is truth. Here is a definite statement made by an ancient historian that is in complete agreement with all that has been said. We shall also find, as we proceed, that many historical events become clear and understandable when we take into consideration the various factors to which we have drawn attention. Let us now go back to the ancient Vedantic conception. This was based upon the mystical merging of human beings within their very being. But before they can attain to the inner light of Brahma, they must meet with and pass through those passions and desires that are induced by wild semi-human impulses within, and which are opposed to that mystical withdrawal within the spirit soul, and into